It could be argued that The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker was the first entry in the Legend of Zelda series to be considered widely divisive from the very first day of its release. That's not to say that there hadn't been questionable choices made by past developers on projects like Zelda 2 or the Oracle games, but neither of these titles were particularly lambasted when they first came out. That sort of harsh criticism took years to boil over in Zelda 2's case, and the jury still seems to be out on the Oracle games. Wind Waker, on the other hand, has been the subject of criticism from both fans and key members of the development staff themselves since even before the game's official release, and that criticism has only continued to get stronger and more pointed as the years go by. For many, this game marked the beginning of Zelda's Dark Age, a period in the series' history where it struggled with its own identity, where Zelda games were simultaneously carried by and chained to the legacy of Ocarina of Time, an era where Zelda lost its sense of self. But there's another side to the Wind Waker's legacy. For just as much as this game has been the subject of great controversy, so too has it bred one of the most loyal fan bases a game could ever hope for. Because in spite of how divisive this game may have been upon its initial release in 2002, it has since garnered a legacy as one of the greatest Zelda games of all time, and even one of the greatest video games ever made, currently taking the number 30 spot on the Metacritic charts. To say that this game is deeply adored would be an understatement. Fans of the Wind Waker are almost evangelical in their love for this installment, willing to preach the good word of Eiji Aonuma in his special little pirate game. These are two completely contradictory narratives, and I'm going to say right now that neither of these two extremes are entirely correct. But I do think one side is more on the mark than the other. Still, I have no agenda going into this review, same as with all other games I critique on this channel. I had thoughts about this game before making this video, but those thoughts were based entirely on a single playthrough I did over half a decade ago. Time passes, people move. Like a river's flow, it never ends. What I seek to answer in this video is how Wind Waker holds up on an objective scale, both on its own merits as a standalone video game and as a direct sequel to what could be called the greatest game of all time. So with all that out of the way, let's get to talking about one of the most beloved entries in an already deeply beloved series, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Wind Waker begins with a long text crawl, presented in-universe as an ancient tale told upon a medieval tapestry. The text essentially just recaps the plot of Ocarina of Time, except from the perspective of the people of Hyrule. They know nothing of Link's adventures as a child, for he simply appeared one day as if from nowhere and defeated the King of Evil, Ganondorf. They do, however, know that he traveled through time in order to come to their rescue, and so he became a sort of sleeping hero figure, whom they believed would return to save their kingdom should it ever come under attack again. That day came when Ganondorf reappeared, but for some reason, the hero of time did not come to the people's rescue. So they prayed to their gods for relief instead, and that's it. That's how the story ends. No one knows what happened to the ancient kingdom of Hyrule, but people still remember it. And more importantly, they continue to honor its hero. On a certain island, in the south of a vast ocean called the Great Sea, it became customary for boys to be garbed in green tunics on the day they were said to become men. Such boys were expected to learn the ways of the sword, and to value courage just as the hero of old did. And it is on this very island that our tale begins. Obviously, this opening scene will come off as quite a bit of a shock to anyone who's played the previous games. After all, we're being told that Hyrule, the series' main setting, has inexplicably vanished from the world and that Link, the hero of time, failed to save the people of this land in their hour of need, which is completely contradictory to his character. But it's pretty obvious from the get-go that there's more to this story than we're being initially presented with here. Clearly, the intent is to create some semblance of mystery and get the player thinking about what could have really happened here, because this tapestry certainly isn't telling us the whole story. Its knowledge of the hero of time's origins, for example, is sorely lacking, so we can infer that there are likely several other details which are being purposefully left out. What I'm trying to say is, this opening text crawl isn't a problem. Yet. It all depends on how the upcoming story chooses to follow up on these particular plot points. The game proper begins with a young girl named Herald, who shouts around her home island as she looks for her big brother, whom she finds sleeping atop the village lookout. This is our protagonist, Link, and he apparently is unaware that today is his own birthday. Herald reminds him of this fact and tells him that their grandmother is waiting for him at home. And with that, the player assumes control of Link, and the game finally begins. From here, we're free to roam around Outset Island and explore to our heart's content, but honestly, there really isn't all that much to explore here. Link's home island is tiny, hosting only a few rural houses surrounded by farmland and animal pens. This intro bears a few key similarities to Ocarina of Time's own opening section. Just like with Kokiri Forest, Outset Island is meant to serve as a sort of opening playground, where the player can get accustomed to the game's controls and speak with NPCs in order to learn about key game concepts and mechanics. There's a character who will teach you about cutting grass, another about crouching, a third who demonstrates Z-targeting, etc, etc. There's even an optional combat tutorial, where an old man called Orca will instruct Link on the art of sword fighting. This, however, is where the similarities between these two opening sections end. For while Ocarina of Time gave players complete freedom in choosing how much or little the Kokiri Forest they wanted to explore before moving on to the game's first dungeon, Wind Waker instead takes a very different approach. See, this game debuted in the year 2002, and for those of you who weren't alive during this time period, you should know that video games in the early 21st century had started to become increasingly dumbed down. Gone were the days of subtle, offhand game design, like that of the original Legend of Zelda. And in came the era of endless text boxes, mandatory tutorials, and multi-hour-long intro sections that would completely ruin most games' replay values. And Wind Waker, unfortunately, is a prime example of this kind of horribly outdated game design. Let's start by talking about combat tutorials. In Ocarina of Time, there were signs posted about the training yard of Kokiri Forest, which players could choose to read through if they so wished, but I'ma be real with you here, I never once bothered with these things, and neither did anyone else who played this game. So how did I and millions of others manage to learn this game's combat without reading the optional text boxes explaining it to us? Simple. Through great game design. After first obtaining the sword, an icon of the weapon will pop up within the representation of the B button presented on the in-game HUD, immediately communicating which button you ought to press in order to attack. Honestly, just playing around with the controls for a few minutes really should be enough to get the hang of how swordplay works, but just in case, the devs purposefully designed the game's first enemies, the Deku Babas, to be perfect difficulty filters for new players. They are literally incapable of moving, and these very first ones can't even attack you. Their only means of dealing damage would be by the player running into them. Still, they do block the only path to the Great Deku Tree, meaning that you'll have to learn how to swing the sword if you want to make it to the first dungeon. And from there, the combat gradually ramps up in difficulty. First with Deku Babas who actually snap back at you, then Skulltulas who teach the player about ranged combat, and finally, Goma Larvae, who move around the room erratically and charge at Link relentlessly. Each subsequent enemy builds on the previous one, thus forcing the player to learn more complicated facets of combat with each encounter. It's brilliant. Wind Waker, by contrast, handles its combat tutorial with about as much subtlety as a dancing Goron. After receiving our birthday presents from Link's grandmother and sister, the iconic green tunic and a telescope respectively, we witness a giant bird kidnapping a young woman, who is then shot out of the sky by a pursuing pirate ship. The victim lands in a forest located at the peak of Outset Island, and Herald pleads that we go help her. But first, we'll need something to defend ourselves with, and so the player will be tasked with borrowing a weapon from the town's sole remaining warrior, Orca. He agrees to hand us a sword, but only if we can pass a little test first. This test is literally just a button tutorial, and far from a brief one. We're taught how to press the B button, then the B and L buttons together, then the B and L buttons while holding forward the analog stick, and on it goes. Holy shit, what is the point of this? Why the hell is this mandatory, especially given the story context? Seriously, Orca's all like, whoa, sounds like something serious happened out there, but I can't give you a sword till you pass my little test. Like, bitch! A young woman is getting kidnapped and you're gonna test us on how to swing a fucking sword? This is even more frustrating for players who actually took the time to explore the town before this tutorial, because Orca can actually give you a sword lesson earlier than this if you visit his house during the initial exploration phase. This is the same optional combat tutorial I mentioned mere moments ago. So you would think that would clear us of having to do this a second time, but no, you have to participate in this tutorial twice for some reason. I have no idea how this was left in the game. It honestly feels like an oversight. Why even give me the option of training with Orca the first time if I'm just gonna have to repeat the exact same tutorial mere moments later? The developers are literally punishing players for going out of their way to explore the game world. You know, the whole fucking point of a Zelda game? It's strange too, because Orca's initial reasoning for not giving Link a sword is that his grandmother would be pissed at him for doing so, yet nothing changes at this point? Suddenly Link's grandma just isn't a factor and we're given the sword because reasons. Look, this is going to be a recurring issue with Wind Waker, where the game just says, no, you can't do this until I tell you to, now go over here and do something else for a while, with very little effort being made to explain why our options are so limited. This is only the beginning of Wind Waker's strange new way of handling progression. And oh boy, is that going to be one of this game's biggest problems. After completing our tutorial and receiving the sword, the player will have to head for the peak of Outset Island, where he will encounter this game's first enemies, bokoblins. These are less beefy versions of the moblins we all know and love from the past games, and get used to them because they'll become increasingly common with each subsequent game in the series until basically being the only enemy type included in Breath of the Wild. Again, this is just another combat tutorial, the only difference being that we're not told what buttons to press and that these guys can actually fight back. I'm not saying it's bad, it's definitely better to teach players using practical gameplay scenarios rather than through dedicated combat tutorials. The problem is that it's made redundant by the preceding in-depth combat tutorial we were just forced through. Optimally, it would have been better if the devs just cut the orca bit entirely and simply made this practical combat section the game's introduction to swordplay. That's what Ocarina of Time did. Look, I know it sounds like I'm nitpicking here, and trust me, if this were the only pacing problem Wind Waker's introduction had, I would barely even mention it. The problem is, Wind Waker tends to over-explain pretty much every single one of its mechanics, and combat is only the first instance of this. After killing the bokoblins, the kidnapped girl, a pirate named Tetra, will comment on Link's dumb-looking outfit and head out of the forest with him. Herald meets us outside, but then disaster strikes. Link's little sister is kidnapped by a giant bird, and so the boy asks the pirates if he can come along with them on their ship. Now, this is where the plot sort of hits a roadblock, because logically speaking, why would a random group of pirates agree to let a stowaway onto their ship for nothing in return? Better yet, why would they go out of their way to transport said individual to the den of a deadly beast? There's just no logical way to make this plot point work. But that won't stop the writers from trying, because the postman, yes, this tiny island in the middle of bumfuck nowhere serviced by a post office, don't even get me started on this shit, shows up and is all like, hey, it's your fault that girl got kidnapped. And Tetra replies, what do you mean by that? And then he straight up says, I'm not fucking kidding, just be quiet for a moment and I'll tell you. And somehow the ruthless pirate captain isn't offended by this and actually just lets the man talk. I can't stress just how stunted and strained this dialogue is. Seriously, the postman goes on to explain in great detail why exactly the pirates are at fault for the kidnapping and why they should feel guilty enough to help Link, and this is played completely straight. Now, you would think that guilt-tripping a crew of ruthless pirates who literally steal, raid, and pillage for a living would have absolutely zero effect, but no! Somehow this fucking works! And Tetra decides not only to allow Link onto her ship, but also to go out of her way to help him infiltrate the bird's hideout, the Forsaken Fortress. Now, why she does this is anyone's guess, and unfortunately, this speaks to a larger problem with the Wind Waker, in that character motivations, especially Tetra's, are often strange, contradictory, and subject to change at the drop of a hat. We'll have to save discussion on this point for a bit later into the video, but for now, it just needs to be said that the story justification for Link making it onto a pirate ship in the first place is rocky at best. Now, look, I don't want to make it seem like everything about this game's opening is terrible. The ensuing farewell Link has with his grandmother is actually pretty well written and definitely touching. She's obviously heartbroken over Herald being kidnapped, yet she almost seems more sad at the idea that Link is leaving the island to go rescue her, which seems contradictory at first, but when you realize that Link is the only family she has left, it becomes terribly tragic. She has to force herself to support Link on his journey, giving him their family shield in order to protect himself. But the fact that she took it off their wall and hid it from him in the first place indicates that she had likely considered talking Link out of leaving at all. It's a difficult position she finds herself in. How can you justify putting one grandchild in harm's way in order to save the other? But that's what's so great about this scene. Today was supposed to be the day that Link became a man, according to their island's traditions. And being a man means protecting the ones you love and making your own decisions. decisions. Link's grandmother knows this, and so she decides to support Link's decision to leave the island, rather than try talking him out of it. And all this setup makes the ensuing send-off that much more emotional. So now that we're finally off of Link's home island, you would think that this is where the tutorial ends and the game proper finally begins, but no, it's still ongoing. Because now Link will be forced to go through an obstacle course as part of his initiation as a pirate. There's a room below deck full of platforms and hanging ropes, and you'll need to jump through the course and reach the other side before time runs out. This is here to teach platforming, which will unfortunately be a staple challenge of this game. I mentioned back in the Fire Temple section of the Ocarina of Time video that platforming in 3D Zelda wasn't good enough to build entire level designs around, and while some small improvements have been made in the Wind Waker, such as the addition of free camera movement via the C-stick, it is still far too clunky and rigid to build entire level designs around. The biggest problem with Wind Waker's platforming is the lack of momentum to Link's movement. If you watched my Super Mario 64 review, then you'll know just how vital momentum is to making a good 3D platformer. Every single Mario game understands this, and most of the Zelda staff at this point in time had also worked on the 3D Mario games, be it 64 or the recently released Sunshine, which is why it amazes me, frankly, to see how insistent Wind Waker's level designers were on featuring platforming in a game whose control scheme has zero capacity for providing fun, snappy movements in a 3D space. Performing precise maneuvers with Link is difficult because once again, there is no dedicated jump button. Instead, you'll have to line Link up in the exact direction you want him to jump in before running off a ledge. This lack of control over the timing of your jumps is, as you might imagine, massively detrimental to the platforming experience, and it's especially disappointing that Link can't build any speed from successive jumps. Take rope swinging as an example. This is a brand new mechanic introduced in this very tutorial section, where the player can jump onto ropes which hang from the ceiling and use them to cross wide gaps. Now, in a proper 3D platformer, you'd expect to be able to use the analog stick to change the direction your character swings in, and to be able to jump from rope to rope, all while building up momentum. This is the default way of handling rope swinging in practically every video game ever made, because 1, it's true to real-life physics, and 2, it allows for snappier, more advanced platforming challenges. Yet, for some reason, Wind Waker said, fuck that, let's use the tank controls from Resident Evil instead. That way, players will be forced to stop all their forward momentum every fucking time they want to turn even slightly. Also, let's make Link lose practically all the speed he built up every time he jumps from one rope to another. That'll be really fun. The strangest thing about this platforming tutorial is that it really isn't even necessary. Outset Island already gave the player plenty of opportunities to learn about how jumping worked, and rope swinging could have easily been taught through organic level design. Why slice out a dedicated block of the game in order to force the player to read endless text boxes about such self-explanatory mechanics? Inevitably, there will be fans of this game who will try to argue in the comments about how over-explanatory tutorials like this are actually a good thing, or more likely, that I and other critics who say the same thing should just ignore it. But ask yourselves this: why was it that Majora's Mask, a game with 4 completely different characters who each had their own unique sets of character controls, was somehow able to provide its button tutorials through completely optional text boxes while crafting level designs that organically taught how each of these forms worked differently from the last, but the Wind Waker, a game that came out 2 years later, can't manage to do the same thing for its one character? It's already bad enough that the platforming in this game isn't particularly good, and believe me, we'll see plenty examples of that when analyzing the game's dungeons, but to be forced to go through such a long, wordy, and completely unnecessary tutorial, one that's already sandwiched between several other long, wordy tutorials, is such a massive blunder that it honestly makes me question whether or not anyone playtested this. Either that, or perhaps the dumbed down nature of this opening was intentional. More on that later. So after completing our little introduction to this game's shitty platforming, Tetra will inform Link that we've arrived at the Forsaken Fortress. But the place is crawling with guards, and there doesn't seem to be any realistic way to slip past their defenses without being spotted. So Tetra decides to force Link into a barrel in order to launch him from a catapult straight into the fortress, and it is at this very moment, this exact fucking second, that the Wind Waker completely kills any potential tension or serious tone that its story could have possibly possessed. This is straight out of a fucking Looney Tunes cartoon, which isn't to say that it's automatically bad. Looney Tunes was great after all, but what it isn't is serious. There's zero tension to a Looney Tunes episode, because that's not what it's going for. It's a comedy, after all. Wind Waker, on the other hand, struggles from one of the strangest identity crises I've ever seen a Zelda game go through, because this scene doesn't belong in any serious story, yet that won't stop the Wind Waker from trying to tell one. We're gonna dive deeper into this point later in the video, because this is only the first of many such examples of this game's total disregard for tonal consistency. But it just needs to be said that this cutscene sets a strange tone, because Link should have died 3 times over from this crap. Worse still is the gameplay that follows this cutscene. Link drops his sword and falls all the way down to the fortress's front entrance. So we'll now have to find a way back up without getting caught by the guards. Yes, I know, the game is literally starting with a mandatory stealth section. We haven't even had a chance to use our new sword in serious combat, yet for some reason, the game saw fit to take it away from us and force a completely new mechanic into the mix instead. Now, I want to make something perfectly clear. Stealth sections in Zelda games are not inherently bad. In fact, I think Ocarina of Time's first stealth section at Hyrule Castle was neat, in large part because it helped tell that game's story through its gameplay. Likewise, Breath of the Wild and its sequel decided to make stealth an actual game mechanic, so having to use it against the Yiga, a clan of ninjas, made a lot of sense and provided some neat gameplay opportunities to boot. The problem here in Wind Waker is that the Forsaken Fortress in particular is a terribly executed Zelda stealth section, and there are 3 main reasons for that. First, the game just spent the last 30 minutes or so teaching the player several of its most fundamental mechanics, most principally combat and platforming. So naturally, you'd expect this game's first level, which is what the Forsaken Fortress essentially is, even if it isn't a dungeon in the traditional sense, to build on and test these mechanics, while subtly introducing new ones. Yes, that's what good level designs are supposed to do, build on the game's fundamental mechanics. So tell me, why the hell are we suddenly being forced through a stealth section when we haven't even experienced an actual dungeon yet? Stealth isn't a primary mechanic of this game. In fact, it literally isn't a mechanic in this game at all. You can't sneak up on enemies during normal gameplay, nor are there any other dedicated stealth sections in the Wind Waker outside of a singular side quest. What's the point of designing a level whose main gimmick is entirely disconnected from the rest of the video game? Second, the actual stealth bits themselves aren't particularly great. You just have to hide under a barrel and stop whatever moblins cross your path. It's a waiting game, really. There isn't any strategy or skill to this at all. Strangely, the game does actually demand a bit of combat in order to kill the guards operating the fortress's spotlight, but not with the sword. Instead, you'll have to pick up an enemy weapon, the Boku Stick, and use it to beat the bokoblins to death. Yes, this is eerily similar to Breath of the Wild's own weapon system, but unlike in that game, this is more just a gimmick rather than a fully fleshed out mechanic. You can't carry weapons in your inventory, and Link's moveset will be severely limited while carrying one, so there's really no reason to make use of these things in combat outside of this one encounter. Thirdly, there's zero story reason whatsoever for this to even be a stealth section. Link has no moral qualms with killing these creatures. We literally just beat one to death with a stick after all. And neither do they have any hesitation about killing him or other Hylians. Yet for some odd reason, Link will just surrender the moment he's caught, and the moblins, despite being man-eating monsters who serve Ganondorf and are, in any other situation, more than happy to kill his enemies, just throw our protagonist in prison with no guards to supervise him, and with a giant hole leading outside that the player can easily crawl through. How the hell did these things manage to conquer Hyrule? I have no idea why the hell anyone on the dev team thought this made sense. Already I was questioning the decision to turn this into a stealth mission based purely on the lack of fun gameplay opportunities, but now it can't even be defended for some vague story reason either. And that lack of story justification in particular is extremely frustrating. See, in Ocarina of Time stealth sections, there was always a purpose behind Link being captured rather than killed. The Hylian royal guards weren't going to kill a 9-year-old kid just because he tried breaking into the castle. castle, nor were they gonna throw him in jail. He's not a threat, and there's no way he has any ill intentions given his age, so why bother hurting or even detaining him? Likewise, Link had no desire to harm innocent people, and it's arguable that he didn't even have the capacity for it at this point. So it makes sense that he wouldn't fight back whenever they detained him. And even in that game's one bad stealth section, the Gerudo Fortress, I could at least understand the story purpose behind it. Link wasn't willing to hurt a bunch of impoverished women, even if they were hostile to him. And the Gerudo decided to kidnap Link for, biological reasons. The motivations made sense. That doesn't excuse this section in particular for having bad gameplay, but it does at least justify the reason as to why it was put in the game. The Forsaken Fortress, on the other hand, has no such justification as to why it is a stealth section. It's a fort full of bokoblins and moblins. These are enemies we will kill and be killed by throughout the game, so what's different here? Why does Link give up without a fight instead of running away? Why do the moblins throw Link in jail rather than eliminate him on the spot? Why am I playing this game? Why do I even play video games? Why do I even exist? When a level from a video game is starting to give you an existential crisis, it's perhaps a good time to ask, did it need to be like this? The answer in this case is an emphatic no. There's zero story or gameplay justification for this level being the way it is. It doesn't teach any future game mechanics, it doesn't convey a story, and worst of all, it simply doesn't fit in this game. It's just a complete mess from start to finish. The ending really seals the deal on that front. After sneaking through the fortress, we get our sword back and engage in a fight with another bokoblin. Nothing too difficult, but it is nice to at least be able to do something again. So then we enter the fortress's dungeon, which is somehow separate from the jail cell the moblins threw us in earlier. I don't understand this, it's really strange. And in there we find Herald alongside a couple other kidnapped girls. Link looks as though he's about to rescue his sister, but suddenly, the bird who kidnapped her in the first place swoops down and just beats us in a cutscene. No opportunity to fight it, no challenge, we just lose in a cutscene. This is why I play video games. What's even the point of giving Link his sword back if you're not even going to let the player fight this thing? Even if it's a doomed battle, at least let us understand why we can't beat this enemy. That'd be super easy. Just make the bird invulnerable to normal sword strikes, which, spoiler, it already is, and give it batshit insane attacks that are impossible to block. Make the player feel the difference in power between Link and his adversary. What's the point of taking so much time to teach players how combat works if you won't even let them fight? The most infuriating part of all is that the bird brings us straight to his master, Ganondorf, who, for some reason, doesn't take any interest in a kid who looks exactly like the hero who sealed him away for hundreds of years. He doesn't have Link captured, or say anything to him, or even order him killed. He just tosses him into the ocean unharmed. Why? This is Ganondorf we're talking about. You know, King of Evil, the guy who turned Hyrule from this into this. This motherfucker kills people, so why is he sparing a guy who just broke into his fort? There's never any explanation for this. So after getting thrown out into the middle of the ocean, Link gets picked up by a sentient boat called the King of Red Lions, who explains in great detail how Ganon managed to escape from the Seal of the Seven Sages. In fact, it's one of the only fully voiced lines in the entire game. Here, watch.
Somehow Palpatine returned.
The boat decides that Link's just the guy to put Ganon back in his place, but in order to do that, we'll first need to find 3 sacred pearls held by 3 guardian spirits. And so it's off to the Great Sea we go. Except first, the boat needs a sail, which makes zero sense because he somehow managed to drag Link from here all the way to here, according to the Overworld map, which is just an absolutely ridiculous distance for a boat to travel without a sail, but fuck it. This game has way too many plot holes for me to focus on every single one like this. In aid of accomplishing this task, the king has brought Link to Windfall Island, a town of merchants who will likely be in possession of such a wind-catching instrument. This quest is really short. You just have to ask around town to see if anyone has a spare sail that they're willing to part with, and it serves as a pretty decent introduction to Windfall Island and its inhabitants. I'm gonna save the analysis of this town and its side content for a bit later into the video when we get to talking about the overworld in depth. But for now, I just want to give some praise to the fact that the game actually lets the player explore the whole town and do several of its side quests from the very beginning. Compared to everything before this bit, and even some of the game hereafter unfortunately, this sail searching quest is actually pretty freeform, which will encourage players to engage in some exploration. The fact that you won't even have any clue as to who might have a spare sail really adds to the open-ended design here, because it dramatically increases the chance that you'll just so happen to stumble onto a minigame or a side quest. It's a really intuitive way of teaching the player the Zelda game loop, of exploration feeding into the game's forward progression progression. I just wish it had come an hour sooner, but hey, baby steps for this multi-million-dollar video game, am I right? After acquiring our sail, the King of Red Lions will declare himself seaworthy and allow the player to climb aboard. Thus can we finally experience this game's main gimmick, the sailing. Wind Waker is a game whose entire identity is tied to its sea, the Great Sea, as the people of this world have so cleverly named it. And it is this large body of water, and the endless sailing required to navigate it, that is this game's most divisive factor. The way sailing works is simple. Just equip the sail into one of Link's 3 equipment slots, open it up, and watch as the King of Red Lions magically pops a mast out of his hole with the sail already affixed. And with that, the boat will automatically begin to accelerate forward. Or not at all if it's facing the opposite direction of the wind. Wind direction is really the only thing you have to pay attention to when it comes to sailing. Everything else is pretty much handled for you. The closer the boat's sail is aligned with the wind, the faster it'll go, and vice versa. You would think that this would require some sort of thinking ahead on the player's part, where in order to sail most optimally, you'd have to pay attention to weather patterns and ocean currents as you map ahead to your destination, but no, the game just gives us the magical ability to change the wind's direction pretty much from the moment we arrive at our first destination. The instrument we use to accomplish this with is the titular Wind Waker, or wind baton in the original Japanese, because that's what this is, a conductor's baton. This will be a pretty vital item throughout the rest of the game, and I'll have a lot to say about it later on, but importantly, it's the instrument which allows the player to freely explore the overworld. So a good question to ask at this junction would be, if there is no land-based overworld in Wind Waker the way there was in all the previous Zelda games, then what kind of landmarks can we expect to discover and explore when sailing out in the Great Sea? Well, the game actually does a pretty excellent job of teaching this rather immediately. On our way to Dragon Roost Island, where the first Sacred Pearl is located, there'll be a little collection of islets called Poprin Island, where the player can find a hidden cave full of choo-choos with a bit of treasure lying at the end, a piece of heart. And surrounding this island are a couple other key points of interest, the first being a salvage boat full of NPCs, who will serendipitously give Link a treasure map. No questions asked. As straightforward as that might sound, it's at least a pretty decent way of teaching 2 key rules of Wind Waker. 1, that talking to NPCs is always quite beneficial, so don't miss out on it, and 2, that treasure charts are this game's unique collectibles, and can lead to chests full of salvage out in the overworld. Finally, there's a single wooden platform which erects out from the ocean, practically begging the player to investigate it. Here we'll find a group of bokoblins on lookout, and upon defeating them, a chest will appear, holding within it a red rupee. Now, it's subtle, but do you see what the game designers are going for here? All 3 of these points of interest, Poprin Island, the salvagers, and the enemy platform, provided the player with one of this game's 3 primary collectibles, a piece of heart, a treasure chart, and rupees, all while teaching the player about what kind of secrets lie hidden across the overworld. This is the entire Great Sea in a nutshell, providing players with an early understanding of what points of interest to look out for as they sail across this game's vast overworld. This is by far the closest this game ever gets to subtle game design. It isn't groundbreaking, considering that all the past Zelda games did the same thing, but it at least manages to effectively communicate the way Wind Waker's overworld works entirely through gameplay, and that's absolutely worth some praise. Unfortunately, that's about the nicest thing I'm going to say about the overworld for now, because while the individual secrets and level designs we find on islands like Poprin can be quite good at times, the structure of the Great Sea itself is another matter entirely. The overworld is divided into a 7x7 grid, amounting to 49 grids in total. In each grid lies but a single island, along with maybe 1 or 2 other points of interest. Platforms, submarines, big octos, etc, etc. We're gonna save the more in-depth analysis of these islands and the content held within them until a bit later into the video, but that's the basic structure of the Great Sea itself. At no point does it deviate from this formula in even the slightest, which is why looking at it from a top-down perspective is underwhelming when compared to past Zelda games' overworlds, at least. Now, the problem that arises from this overworld structure, and what makes the sailing in particular so divisive, is that the travel time between each of these islands is almost comically long. It can take actual real-life minutes to travel just to a neighboring island, so you can probably imagine how long it might take to get from one end of the overworld to the other. This can make exploring the Great Sea feel like a real chore at times, because you'll often have nothing to do during these sailing bits. I would oftentimes have a cup of coffee or a meal ready just for these moments, or maybe even go to the bathroom, because it seriously takes that long just to sail between islands in this game. This, in turn, creates an additional problem. In past Zelda games, overworld travel would often see players explore small, detailed overworlds with lots of backtracking happening between dungeons. The distinct advantage of this kind of overworld design is that it allows for players to easily memorize the game world and pick up on key points of interest they might want to explore later on. Who can forget the heart container from Zelda 1 that just sat out in the middle of the sea, practically begging the player to come and get it? The moment I got the ladder from the 4th dungeon and realized I could finally get this heart container was one of the most memorable parts of the first Legend of Zelda game, because it was like finding the final piece to a puzzle I'd been struggling with for days. Or how about all the many heart pieces from A Link to the Past, which require the use of the magic mirror? Thinking about how the dark and light worlds connected to one another and how you could use the mirror to manipulate the terrain was one of the best parts of that game. Or, for a 3D example, how about the well from Ocarina of Time? Finally finding a way to lower the well's water level, only to find a whole freaking mini dungeon at the bottom, is genuinely one of the greatest moments in any Zelda game. And it was made all the more impactful by all the times you'd pass through this seemingly innocuous location while exploring the game world. My point is, small overworlds are not only more convenient for the purposes of player travel, but they're also better for hiding meaningful secrets and collectibles within them. Because the sad reality is, the Great Sea all looks the fucking same. The main quest rarely has the player backtrack through the same stretches of ocean, because what would be the point of that? There are no landmarks to memorize out here. And with that in mind, it's kinda no wonder why the sailing, despite being this game's main gimmick, is often so harshly criticized. From an objective point of view, I'd have to say that it actually adds nothing of value to this game. In fact, the only argument one could make for its inclusion is an emotional one, that the sailing just kind of feels right. And surprisingly, that's not an entirely unconvincing argument. The truth is, I like the sailing. From a completely emotional, subjective point of view, I really do like it. It's neat to set a course and just watch as your boat sails through the beautiful azure waves of the Great Sea. This game is fucking gorgeous, and while the art style definitely has its flaws, I cannot deny just how well it's held up visually. Funnily enough, the entire idea of this game taking place in a giant sea actually started with the art style. Eiji Aonuma thought the water physics would benefit the most from the game's cell shading, and he was absolutely right about that. Sure, it may not have entirely worked as a game mechanic, and that is not a small issue, obviously. But still, there's something to be said about how perfectly this game gets down the feeling of the wind flowing through your hair and the salinity of the seas penetrating your nostrils. I played plenty of games with sailing in them in my day, but Wind Waker is the game I think of every time I travel by boat in real life. Because even if the Great Sea feels empty at times, and it takes minutes to get to each destination, and the constant need to switch wind directions becomes grating, the atmosphere remains untouched. That's the charitable way to look at the sailing. It's the way I feel about the sailing. And it's not like those feelings are completely unfounded, but to say that they outweigh the practicality of overworld travel and the objectively shoddy world design is to ignore reality. And the sad part is, this is only the beginning of the Great Sea's problems. I would like to talk more about the overworld right now, rather than splitting this section into 2 parts, but the honest-to-God truth is, Wind Waker doesn't even let the player explore the overworld until halfway through the game. If you try sailing to an area that isn't in the general direction of Dragon Roost Island, then the King of Red Lions will literally stop, tell you you're going the wrong way, and turn his ass around. There's nothing in-game that would actually stop you from exploring these other islands. It's just that the boat doesn't want you to go there yet. Or, more accurately, the developers don't want you to go there yet. I cannot imagine a design choice made by Nintendo that could possibly be more antithetical to Zelda's fundamental game design than this. It's actually insulting, and it's why I'd say that this game's tutorial section isn't even over yet. Not until the game finally lets us run free. And this is a consistent problem with the Wind Waker. When does it actually want the player to step off and explore its vast overworld? That's a question which will haunt this game till its very final moments. But getting back to the main quest. After sailing to the east for a bit, we finally arrive at the area hosting this game's first dungeon, Dragon Roost Island. Like all islands in the Wind Waker, there's very little landmass to actually explore here. The most prominent feature is a giant volcano, which dominates the center of the island. This serves as the island's titular roost, for at its peaks it's a large dragon called Fowl, who serves as the island's guardian deity. To get to him though, we'll first need to speak to the island's inhabitants, the Rito, a tribe of birdmen who survive out in the middle of the Great Sea by running a post office? Huh? Okay, this is where we have to talk about the world building for just a little bit, because seriously, what the fuck is this? You would think a tribe of birdmen living out on a volcanic island would foster a hunter-gatherer type of lifestyle, with a strong martial culture. After all, their aerial advantages would easily allow them to hunt more efficiently for food, and to conquer or colonize neighboring islands with greater ease than any of the other races. So with all these natural talents at their disposal, why the fuck would the Rito decide to run a post office instead? Not only is that the lamest decision you could possibly make from a writer's perspective, but it's also just about the least logical choice in-universe as well. There are literally only 3 inhabited islands in the entirety of the Great Sea: Windfall, Outset, and Dragon Roost. How the hell are there enough people in this world for a post office to become a commercially viable enterprise? Especially since the Rito service all the Great Sea's islands, even the uninhabited ones. Post offices aren't even commercially viable in real life, and we have 8 billion people on this planet. So how the hell would a private post office servicing a grand total of 3 settlements be able to not only survive, but also thrive in this world? It's even stranger given the medieval tech level of the Great Sea. Post offices in the real world only came about in antiquity as public services in great and wealthy empires, and later in early modern European states in their former colonies. They can't viably exist as private enterprises because they're simply unprofitable, not without charging hefty fees and denying service to isolated populations, which the entirety of the Great Sea is made up of. And the fact that the Rito can fly doesn't really add much viability to this business model. You'd still have to hire a guy to deliver all that mail, and his carrying capacity would actually be more limited than if he just traveled by boat. So service by Rito airmen is actually less efficient than the traditional way. These guys aren't exactly flying at supersonic speed, after all. At best, they go about as fast as a boat can, since they're also dependent upon the wind. This is only the first of many such problems this game has with its world building. Problems that are rather new to the Zelda series, since the last several games all did pretty incredible jobs with their writing in that regard. Not you. Get out of here, Capcom. You didn't make real Zelda games. Even putting world building aside, the ensuing quest we have to complete in order to get to the first dungeon is also written quite poorly. The Rito chief welcomes us and promises to help in rescuing Link's sister because he's just a nice guy, I guess. But his people currently have a problem of their own to solve. The once gentle Valu hasn't quite been himself lately, becoming violent and quick to anger instead. The chief explains that this is a problem because his people get their wings by picking a scale from the dragon, and if he's too violent for the youth to get near him, then the younger generation will lose their ability to grow wings and the Rito's way of life will be threatened. This is an existential crisis for the chief's people, and so he tasks Link with only the most important of duties: to cheer up his son. What? Yeah, so the chief tells us that his son, Kamali, is weak. Don't know what kind of father talks about his own son like that, but alright, and needs the help of a gallant young lad like Link to set him straight. So in order to do that, the chief asks that we deliver a letter from him to his son. What the fuck? Wait, let me get this straight. Your own son isn't listening to you, probably because you describe him as weak to complete strangers, and your best solution is to have Link, a guy he's never met before, deliver a letter to him that you wrote. Why? How would that be any different than if someone else delivered the letter? And why are you even writing him a letter? You're right here, my guy. Just talk to your fucking son. If you think this is leading to some sort of emotional payoff where the dad realizes that he kind of sucks as a father and vows to do a better job from now on, then think again, because this is the last time we'll ever talk to this guy. He just never shows up in a cutscene ever again, which also means that he never follows up on that whole "I'll help you rescue your sister" promise he just made to Link. What a shit dude. Instead, the real main character of this quest will be Medli, a young Rito woman who is holding on to the chief's letter for, some reason. I actually don't know why she has this. It's never explained why the chief gave it to her before talking to us. The real reason I'd postulate is that the writers had to find a way to shove Medli into this story because she's going to be one of this game's main characters, and they had to introduce her somehow. She'll give Link the chief's letter and ask him to meet her outside afterwards, saying that she needs our help with something secret. So we head over to Kamali's room and give the kid the letter, but surprise, it has absolutely zero effect on him. So now we have to ping pong back to Medli, who explains that she's supposed to be the one to calm Valu down in situations like this because she is Dragon Roost Island's current shrine maiden, having taken over for Kamali's grandmother after she passed away. And so Medli is determined to go see Valu and asks that we help her reach the entrance to his volcano. This section is really simple. Just pick Medli up and throw her when the wind blows north, allowing her to fly over to the entrance. Medli gives Link an empty bottle in exchange for his help, and it's at this point, about 2 hours into the game, that we finally encounter Wind Waker's first puzzle. In order to reach the volcano's entrance, the player will need to blow up a boulder plugging the local spring, which will allow him to swim across this little gap. But to do that, we'll need to use the explosive power of a bomb flower, but the bomb flowers nearby are all dried up. This is where the empty bottle we just got comes in handy. By scooping up some spring water and dumping it on the dried up plants, a fresh bomb flower will grow and finally allow us to blow up the rock. This is actually a pretty decent puzzle, because it immediately teaches the player the utility of the empty bottle, while also introducing the explosive power of the bomb flower, which will be vital in the upcoming dungeon. I'm just more floored by the fact that it took 2 hours for us to encounter Wind Waker's first puzzle. If that doesn't prove just how long and dragged out this game's tutorial is, then I don't know what will. Well, the good news is, there are a lot more puzzles to come, because it's at this moment that we finally enter this game's first dungeon, Dragon Root's Cavern. This level is rather unique for the Zelda series, in that it's the only first dungeon in Zelda history to use lava as its main gimmick. Usually the lava dungeons come second in most of the 3D titles. Don't know why that is, it's just a pattern these games tend to follow. The cavern begins by presenting a stack of blocks which gate off the way further into the dungeon, immediately demanding that the player move them out of the way to advance forward. The room this leads into holds a locked door guarded by two bokoblins who wield flaming boku sticks, yet defeating them won't do anything to open it. However, close observation of the room will reveal a pair of unlit torch sconces, and by taking the defeated enemy's lit sticks and using them to ignite the sconces, a chest will appear, gifting the player with the small key needed to open the way forward. This opening section is simple, but effective. It teaches vital dungeon mechanics, block pushing, small keys, and puzzle solving, while also introducing this level's main gimmick, fire puzzles. It might not be particularly impressive compared to the opening sections from other Zelda games' first dungeons, but by Wind Waker standards, this is a very hands-off and subtle introduction to Zelda dungeon design, so it definitely deserves some praise for actually respecting the player's intelligence. Next, we enter the dungeon's main chamber, the shaft of Dragon Roost's volcano, lit from within by a great lake of magma. It's easy to see from here that the dungeon goes up several floors until it reaches the very peak of the mountain. From down here on the first floor, however, we can see that one of our paths forward is blocked by another locked door, and because of the lessons imparted by this dungeon's opening section, the player will be able to immediately deduce what the main objective is, to locate the requisite small key. To do that, we must first go down an alternate route, crossing a suspended wooden bridge guarded by keys and blowing up a boulder with a bomb flower. This leads to a smaller room with a pool of lava at its center, which is far too treacherous to cross in its current state. However, by taking one of the jugs of water lining the room and throwing it into the lava, a reaction will occur, and the molten liquid will solidify into a rocky platform, allowing the player to jump across. In the next room lies two wooden barricades, but upon approaching one of them, a bokoblin will smash through it, attacking with his massive greatsword. While seemingly just an innocuous enemy encounter, the dramatic entrance of this foe was no mere fluke. A second wooden barrier blocks the path leading further into the dungeon, and nothing in Link's arsenal will be able to break it down. That's where the bokoblin's dramatic entrance comes in. If he was able to break a wooden barrier with this sword, then common sense would suggest that we should be able to do the same. It's a simple logic puzzle, but one that I deeply appreciate. Again, it respects the player's intelligence by not drawing too much attention to its solution, while also not being too vague. That's a thin line to tread, and so far, Dragon Root's Cavern has done a pretty good job of navigating it. Breaking the wooden barriers will lead both to the small key and a shortcut back to the dungeon's start, where we can now enter the locked door from earlier. This leads to another room full of wooden barriers and a locked door, but this time, the enemy bokoblin we fight in here drops not a greatsword, but a deku stick, which won't be powerful enough to break the barrier all by itself. However, there are a couple lit torches in the room, and the dungeon already taught us about their flammability back at the beginning. It shouldn't be too hard to deduce then what you're supposed to do here. Light the deku stick on fire and burn the wooden barrier down, thus revealing the switch that'll open the locked door. This will lead to a section of the cavern that takes place outside, on the cliff edges of the mountain, and it's here where the dungeon introduces its first traversal challenges. Columns of lava will shoot out from cracks in the volcano, and thin walkways will require the use of the new sliding mechanic, greatly slowing Link's movement in the process. This is superfluous at best. There's a reason literally no Zelda game since has brought back this sliding mechanic. It doesn't add any serious challenge or thought on the player's part, it's just cinematic. Additionally, the lava obstacles aren't particularly dangerous. You just need to stand still and wait for them to stop. That's it. And they don't get built on at all by the rest of the dungeon, which makes me question what the point of this section even is. The next several rooms don't fare particularly well either. The first involves another fire puzzle, where the player will need to light a boku stick on fire and chuck it at another wooden barrier. This doesn't add much to the puzzle, it just sort of repeat at this point. Next is another outside section of the dungeon, where the player will need to kill a new enemy type type, the Kargarok, in order to retrieve a small key from its nest. This guy isn't particularly tough. He only takes 2 hits to kill, and his attacks are weak as all hell. The only 2 advantages he has are his ability to fly and the sound he makes, which is so genuinely fucking annoying that it actually made me mute my TV at several points. Seriously, listen to this crap. They never stop making that noise. Good luck trying to have fun exploring the overworld whenever one of these things are nearby. The next room holds another torch puzzle, and at this point, it's starting to get old. Seriously, you just light another Boku stick on fire, burn another wooden barrier, and light some torches to open a door. There's no twist, nothing to build on, just more of the same simple fire puzzles. As sad as I am to say it, the rest of the dungeon from this point onwards continues on this downward trend, where rather than building on this dungeon's fundamentals to create increasingly more complex and difficult puzzles, it instead takes these same elements and merely rearranges them a bit, without any sizable increases in difficulty. The best example of what I mean by that is the fire puzzles themselves. We're taught early on that Boku sticks are flammable because, you know, wood, and that they can light other flammable elements on fire, like torch sconces and wooden planks. But the thermodynamic puzzles just never evolved beyond that. Compare this to the first dungeons of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, which built on their torch puzzles by slowly adding in new elements throughout the dungeon until finally presenting an ultimate challenge at the very end, and you can see pretty clearly what's missing here. Worse still, Dragon Roost Cavern is the only dungeon in all of Wind Waker which utilizes thermodynamic puzzles, at least in any major capacity. Sure, there'll be the odd torch puzzle here and there, but compared to the way these types of puzzles were built on by successive dungeons in both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, Wind Waker's treatment of this mechanic is rather infantile. It makes me question why the devs even brought the mechanic back in the first place if they're not going to build on it. The other elements of the dungeon don't fare much better, I'm afraid. Combat in particular is underwhelming, as the next several rooms of the dungeon illustrate rather well. First, we're trapped in a room with 3 bokoblins. Kill them and the door leading forward shall open. Next, we encounter a magtail, who looks like a pretty tough enemy, until you realize that he can be killed instantly with a simple press of the A button. We'll talk more about this in the combat section of the video. Even more insulting, upon reaching the volcano's peak, we'll see that Medli has been captured by this dungeon's mini-boss, 2 bokoblins, and a moblin. No, I'm not joking, the mini-boss is actually just 3 completely normal enemies. I wish I could tell you that this is just a one-time thing, but it's not. Wind Waker's dungeons make a general habit of presenting the absolute easiest combat scenarios possible, and its definition of difficulty progression tends to be throwing a bunch of the same enemies at you till things get slightly harder. Again, we'll talk more about the flaws with this design philosophy in just a bit, because seriously, Wind Waker's combat deserves its own dedicated section. After defeating our foes, Medli will be freed, and she'll inform Link that a foul creature is behind Valu's bad mood, having latched itself onto his tail and thus causing the dragon great pain. To assist us in defeating it, she will present Link with his very first dungeon item, the grappling hook, which will allow the player to grapple onto select targets and use the attached rope to swing across wide gaps and chasms. I'm a bit conflicted about this item, because on the one hand, it is useful. It opens up the rest of Dragon Roost Cavern, as well as providing certain traversal options out in the overworld from time to time. Additionally, the hook can also be used out on the open ocean to grab up treasure from the seafloor, and to steal items from enemy mobs, which is especially useful for completing this game's several extremely annoying fetch quests. On the other hand, the rope swinging, as previously mentioned, is pretty clunky and slow to control, so having to do more of that isn't particularly exciting. Still, I'd say the many positives of this item tend to outweigh that one glaring negative, so I suppose it's a net good. The last stretch of the dungeon is a platforming section, where you'll have to use the grappling hook to swing onto some suspended platforms and jump on over to the room with the big key. There's also a couple treasure charts hidden in the dungeon that you can backtrack for, since the grappling hook is required in order to reach the first of these. Each of the Wind Waker's dungeons will carry 2 such treasure charts, and while I don't think they're nearly as effective as Majora's Stray Fairies were at getting the player to backtrack and actively explore the whole dungeon, I do at least appreciate the intention here. Many of these charts will only be accessible with the help of the dungeon item, often requiring memorization and backtracking on the player's part, and that's a neat way to incentivize exploration, even if the design of the dungeons themselves can be nauseatingly linear at times. Unfortunately, none of the goodwill this dungeon built up so far can possibly excuse its final boss, Gohma. Now, something needs to be said before we talk about this guy. Gohma was also the first boss of Ocarina of Time, and in that game, she was actually a well-designed enemy. Not because she was difficult, any veteran player will tell you that she very much was not, but because she was perfectly designed to cap off the combat lessons imparted by the dungeon she debuted in. Ideally, that's what a good Zelda boss should do, because because at the end of the day, these bosses are nothing more than an extension of their dungeon, the final challenge waiting at the level's end. Goma was a tough fight on my first playthrough because I hadn't yet mastered ranged combat, but today, I can beat that overgrown spider in 20 seconds flat because my aim is just that good. Play Ocarina of Time enough times and you'll begin to see yourself master it, and the time to kill on most of the bosses will reflect that mastery. Goma and Wind Waker, on the other hand, will take forever to kill regardless of your skill level. This fight is basically just an interactable cutscene, nothing more. Goma is completely covered in armored plates, making him completely invulnerable to your every attack. The only thing you can do then is use the grappling hook to swing from Valu's hanging tail. This causes the dragon to get mad and punch the volcano, which will make a giant plate of rock detach from the ceiling and smash down onto the boss. Goma then puts the rock back onto the ceiling somehow. I don't even know how that would work even. Does the lava serve as super glue or something? Whatever, repeat this 2 times and the rock will shatter Goma's armor. So you'd then think that the rest of the fight would be pretty intense. A giant fucking lava monster seems like it'd be pretty hard to kill after all. But no, it's actually super easy. You just use the grappling hook to drag its head down and whack at the obvious glowing eye weak point. Do this 3 times and bam, dead as hell. How anticlimactic. Dragon Roost Cavern is definitely one of the Zelda series' most strange first dungeons. Not because it's actually all that unique or innovative, it really isn't, but because the vast majority of the mechanics it introduces never get followed up on by subsequent level designs. Thermodynamic puzzles were also featured heavily in Ocarina and Majora's first dungeons, but those mechanics were then built on in most of the subsequent level designs, becoming staple elements throughout each of those games. Wind Waker, by contrast, barely utilizes this mechanic at all, except in 2 very specific cases, which means that Dragon Roost Cavern has to justify this mechanic all by itself. Unfortunately, puzzles like burn some wood and burn some wood except now the wood is a little farther away aren't enough of a challenge all on their own to justify an entire dungeon centered around the mechanic, not unless future level designs are going to build off of it. That's why I can at least excuse the linear design of this dungeon, or the obvious locations of its small keys, because those are meant to provide a baseline for future level designs. But on its own, Dragon Roost Cavern just doesn't stand out that much. It deserves some praise, definitely, for effectively communicating the basic rules of Zelda dungeon design, but between the simplistic puzzles and the disappointing boss fights, I can't say that the dungeon by itself is particularly well designed. After defeating Goma, Medli and Kamali will approach Link and congratulate him for saving Valu, gifting him with Din's Sacred Pearl as thanks. And with that, the player will now be directed to the second pearl, located far to the south in a place called the Forest Haven, an island made not of rock, but rotted wood and twisted plant life. The path leading to the Haven's inner chamber is fraught with treacherous enemies, such as the Deku Babas and Octoroks, and you'll even have to use the grappling hook to traverse a roaring river. This little section's neat the first time you come here, but honestly, it just becomes a hassle to get through anytime you want to revisit the area. Don't know why the devs didn't add some sort of shortcut. Seems like an oversight. Regardless, the inner chamber itself is quite ethereal. A sacred forest full of massive vines and trees, the likes of which cannot be found on any other island in the Great Sea. Clearly, this is an ancient, sacred place, far older than anything we might find upon this vast ocean, for at its center lies a familiar face. The Great Deku Tree, the guardian spirit of the Kokiri Forest, is somehow here in the middle of the Great Sea, and he seems to recognize Link, whose uncanniness to the hero of time causes him to feel a wave of nostalgia. The Deku Tree even speaks in what he calls the ancient tongue, implying that the language our characters have been conversing in is somehow different from that of the hero of time's era. This is our first bit of confirmation that there is something deeply wrong with the Great Sea, and that it is somehow directly connected to our old beloved land of Hyrule. There have been sprinkles of hints throughout the game world that have pointed to this fact, but nothing as major as this. Because the obvious question at this point should be, how the hell did the Deku Sprout get all the way over here? And more pertinently, he's all grown up now. The little sapling we saved back in Ocarina of Time has now fully taken on the duties of his forefather, a tree that was hundreds, if not thousands of years old. Sure, this grown-up sapling clearly isn't quite the same age as the old Forest Guardian was, but still, how long has it been since the return of Ganondorf? How many generations have passed since the days of the hero of time? What exactly happened to the land of Hyrule? These are just a few of the many questions this chance encounter will likely stir in the player's head, but for now, all we can do is speculate. After realizing his mistake, the Great Deku Tree will introduce us to the children of the forest, the Koroks, flying little tree munchkins who, I must admit, are just about the most adorable creatures in all of Zelda. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that's about the nicest thing I can say about them, because otherwise, their very existence is a huge problem, and I'm not quite sure why they even had to be in this game. The Koroks are apparently just the Kokiri. They are one and the same, and according to the Great Deku Tree, he purposefully transformed the Kokiri into their current forms after they, quote, came to live upon the sea. Future plot revelations aside, the main problem I have with this explanation is that it opens a whole can of worms as to what the Great Deku Tree's powers are and what exactly he's capable of. See, the Great Deku Tree is a guardian spirit, which mainly means that his powers are tied to the surrounding environment in which he inhabits. In Ocarina of Time, this meant protecting the children of the forest from outside threats, which is why, when he dies, Kokiri Forest gets overrun with dangerous plant life and monsters. His power, however, was never over the children themselves. The Kokiri continued to survive even after his death, and it's much the same for the other races. Jabu's death is tied directly to the draining of Lake Hylia, and inversely, Volvagia's revival causes Death Mountain to become active once again. The issue here is that if the Great Deku Tree can just completely transform the Kokiri into completely unrecognizable creatures, then what's the limit? Why did they even take on the form of children in the first place? The Korok form seems to be so much more convenient, after all, and what's stopping the Great Deku Tree from turning them into something with some teeth? Then he can make a whole army of dangerous plant creatures to fight off Ganondorf's forces. We know the actual reason why this change was made. Someone at Nintendo drew a cute illustration of a little plant guy in the game's new art style, and Aonuma said, "Fuck yeah, put it in the game." And Yoshiaki Koizumi was too busy directing Super Mario Sunshine to course correct this blatant disregard for the series canon. That's a sentence which by itself can explain at least half the problems with this game. The sad thing is, the Kokiri and the Lost Woods in general actually had a ton of symbolism to them, which the Koroks just don't carry over in the slightest. They were a society of children who never had to grow up, never had to learn how to take care of themselves or others, while having all their basic needs taken care of for them. But as wonderful as that might sound, as much as we might feel nostalgic over the childlike sense of comfort and security afforded to the Kokiri, the sad reality is, they're useless. If they cannot grow up, then they cannot ever learn to fend for themselves. And if they can't fend for themselves, then how could they ever hope to care for and protect the ones they love? These are the kind of themes that Kokiri contributed to the Zelda series. It's what made them so integral to Ocarina of Time's story, and also what made them so memorable. The Koroks, on the other hand, are just cute. That's all they have going for them. They're just cute. Sure, fans of this game might remember them because they have such wonderful character designs, but will they ever say of the Koroks what I just said of the Kokiri? Is there any symbolic meaning behind their existence? Hell, what are their lives even like? That's a question which Ocarina of Time answers immediately. 5 playthroughs later, and I still can't tell you where the Koroks sleep, or what they eat, or what their relationships are with one another. There's just nothing. And the sad part is, this is the last major group of people we meet in the Wind Waker. I'm serious, there are no other settlements or races or tribes to meet in this game. The Gorons don't make an appearance, the Gerudo don't make an appearance, the Deku Scrubs don't make an appearance, shit, not even the Zoras, arguably the most qualified race to run into while sailing out in the Great Sea, have zero presence in this game. Mostly. More on that later. That's not to say that I dislike the Koroks in any way. Not in this game, anyway. Ask me that question after a playthrough of Breath of the Wild or its sequel, and my feelings will quickly turn into pure, unadulterated rage. But I do lament the loss of the Kokiri, because sadly, they'll never show up in any Zelda game after this. Wind Waker killed the children of the forest, and sadly, they won't be this game's only victim. Speaking of victims, soon after the Koroks show themselves, a late arrival called Linder will inform the Great Deku Tree that his friend, Makar, fell into an area called the Forbidden Woods, which, in case the name didn't already make it obvious, is a very dangerous place. The Deku Tree therefore decides to hold off on giving us his sacred pearl until after we help save this little Korok. But in order to do that, we'll first need to find a way into the Forbidden Woods by air, and so the Deku Tree shall gift us with one of his leaves, which can be used to glide in the air like a Korok can. This is definitely one of Wind Waker's best dungeon items. The fact that it opens up aerial movement is, by itself, already quite awesome, but the more impressive fact is how it interacts with the game's wind physics. Just like with the sailing, Link's gliding speed will be impacted most principally by wind direction, and by using the leaf while grounded, he can even shoot out a gust of air from a distance. The game teaches this immediately with a little platforming section. In order to reach the second dungeon, the player will have to glide over a section of open ocean between the Forest Haven and the Forbidden Woods. You'll also have to use the Wind Waker to change wind directions, and even utilize an updraft to gain some height. It's an excellent introduction to the power of the Deku Leaf, while simultaneously building on the game's wind physics, serving as a perfect difficulty hurdle for players who have yet to master the mechanic. This is especially important given just how extensively the upcoming dungeon will utilize both the Deku Leaf and wind physics in general, and honestly, it couldn't be designed any better. This is exactly what a pre-dungeon quest should seek to do, provide the player with interesting gameplay scenarios that simultaneously feed into the level design of the succeeding dungeon. The only complaint I have here is with the resource we use in order to glide, magic power. Upon picking up the Deku Leaf, Link will gain a magic meter, which will slowly deplete as he glides. Once he runs out of mana, he'll be unable to go any further and will drop like a rock. This mechanic is actually quite fine on its own. It's good that the Deku Leaf has some reasonable limitations to it, because otherwise, it could easily become way too powerful. The problem here is that magic power itself should not be that limiting factor. Magic in Ocarina of Time was just that, magic. You would use MP in order to cast spells and imbue arrows with elemental damage. Pretty standard stuff. In Majora, it was much the same. Magic would power Deku Bubbles, Goron Rolling, Zora Magic Barriers, and elemental arrows. Now, admittingly, these options were pretty limited, but they did at least set a decent foundation from which future Zelda titles could easily build off of. Magic has a lot of potential in the Zelda series, just as it does in all action RPGs, so I was excited to see how Wind Waker would build on this mechanic. Sadly, I am very disappointed with what we got. Wind Waker's magic meter is basically just a glorified stamina bar. Its only use for the first 2/3 of the game is to track how much time you got left while using the Deku Leaf. That's it. And sadly, there are 0 spells in this game. Like, at all. And only 2 uses for the magic meter beyond that. One of which, again, treats the meter like a stamina bar, while the second one is just elemental arrows all over again. And worst of all, this will be the last game in the entire Legend of Zelda series to ever feature magic power again. In other words, Wind Waker did such a bad job justifying its magic system that it single-handedly killed magic in all future Zelda games going forward. How tragic. Lamentations of what could have been aside, the Deku Leaf will allow us to finally enter this game's second dungeon, the Forbidden Woods. This is, like the preceding level, a rather linear dungeon, but it differs in several respects, the most obvious of which being its theming. The Forbidden Woods are covered in parasitic plant life and ancient overgrowth, with the very few man-made contraptions being composed of the very same elements which surround them: wood, plant fiber, and bamboo. Of all the dungeons in Wind Waker, this is definitely the one that handles its theming the best. Mind you, that's more an insult towards the other dungeons than it is a compliment of this one in particular, but hey, praise is still praise. The level begins by presenting a locked door, just as Dragon Roost Cavern did, except this time, the lock is not a conventional metal one with a keyhole, but rather a parasitic creature with viney tentacles, who refuses to release himself from the wooden door. The only way to progress then is to kill the beast, but try as you might, no weapon in your arsenal can harm him. The creature shall merely retreat into his woody shell whenever you approach him. What, then, is the player supposed to do here? Well, by searching around the room, we can eventually find a large nut that can be picked up and thrown like a weapon, and by chucking it at the creature from a distance, the way forward shall open. The whole dungeon takes this little mechanic and runs with it. Rather than searching for enigmatic small keys that open inexplicably locked doors, the Forbidden Woods mostly focuses instead on little puzzles involving these creatures, where the player will have to find creative ways to eliminate them from a distance. But that's not the only gimmick this dungeon has under its sleeve. It also makes excellent excellent use of the Deku Leaf. The next room, for example, is a large multi-tiered chamber filled with Baba Buds, little flowers that can shoot Link high into the air, allowing him to ascend up to great heights whenever several such flowers are chained together. In order to navigate this wide space, the player will need to gain height using the flowers and glide across the room with the Deku Leaf, making it immediately clear just how vital this item will be in traversing the dungeon. But of course, the leaf can do far more than simply glide. It also has the power to summon a gust of wind, a feature which will be highlighted in the dungeon's next room. A wooden gondola lies across a wide chasm, yet its power source, a large finned contraption, is also out of reach. But by using the Deku Leaf, the player will be able to blow a gust of wind which will turn the contraption, pulling the gondola towards Link in the process. Conversely, blowing a gust of wind behind the gondola will propel it forward, thus allowing the player to cross the chasm. So already, this dungeon has presented us with two main gimmicks: the parasites, which block off certain chests and doors, and wind physics. On their own, these mechanics are just okay, but combine them, and suddenly, things start to get a lot more interesting. And our very next room does just that. A gondola will once again lie across a wide gap, just without the bottomless pit to worry about, and a parasite will once again block off the door leading forward. But the seed needed to kill it is located on a little alcove high above the ground floor, and the only way to bring it back is by using the gondola. Thus, the player will have to acquire the seed, carefully balance it on the gondola platform, and then use wind power to bring it all the way back, without dropping the payload at any step of the way. Similarly, the next room hosts a seed surrounded entirely by thorny vines, which only pop up when Link gets near them. Unfortunately, there's simply no way to get past these things, making the seed impossible to approach. However, by using the Deku Leaf's powerful gust attack, the player can dislodge the seed from a distance and get it to roll outside of the vine's clutches, allowing him to progress forward. Now, do you see what's happening here? In only its first two rooms, the dungeon taught us exactly what its primary mechanics are, and each subsequent room and its puzzles serve to build on those mechanics, even combining the two of them at once near the midway point. Better yet, the wind puzzles in particular build off the game's central mechanic, wind physics, which made a couple appearances before the dungeon and will make many more going into the future. So even if the puzzles seem a little simple at the moment, that's more than fine, because it's at least building up to something. The problem with Dragon Roost Cavern was that its simple fire puzzles both started and ended entirely within its own confines. They'll pretty much never be relevant again. But wind puzzles? These are Wind Waker's bread and butter, so introducing them in an early game dungeon like this was a brilliant move. The mini-boss is also a big win for the Forbidden Forest. It's a returning enemy from the 2D games, Mothula, and even though she may not be as difficult as her previous incarnations, Wind Waker at least manages to do a few interesting things with her. Mothula is a flying enemy, and so striking her from the ground with your sword will be quite difficult. Additionally, her charging attacks are incredibly fast and hard to dodge, as she swoops down from high above with a jet of flames propelling her forward, a note taken from her appearance in Oracle of Seasons. A pretty neat detail. The only way to reliably stun her is with the Deku Leaf, which will knock the beast out of the air and give the player a window to strike at her. As the fight goes on, she'll give birth to hordes of Morths, little spiked creatures who will cling onto Link and hamper his movement. Considering how important speed is in this fight, both for the purposes of dodging and attacking Mothula, these are pretty smart enemies to throw into the mix. On their own, they're without danger, but combine them with an enemy like this, and suddenly things get a lot tougher. All in all, it's an excellently designed enemy encounter, integrating the very same dungeon item we used to get here within the fight itself, while also providing a unique combat challenge on top of that. And a reward for beating this mini-boss is similarly excellent, the Boomerang, which has received a significant upgrade compared to its Ocarina of Time counterpart. It now flies faster, hits harder, and has a new lock-on feature which makes free aiming actually somewhat viable. All vital improvements which help legitimize its combat utility in 3D Zelda. The biggest change made to the Boomerang, however, comes from its utility outside of combat. The ability to lock onto 5 targets at once and strike them each in succession. The dungeon immediately teaches this in the room we acquire the item in. The door leading back to the dungeon has been locked behind us, but by using the Boomerang to strike the 2 switches sitting right above it, the way back will open up again. Though simple for now, the rest of the dungeon will seek to build on this lock-on feature, hiding its big key behind another such switch puzzle and even integrating it into the final boss fight. The Boomerang's most meaningful utility though, at least for this level, is the ability to destroy the parasites we found throughout the dungeon, allowing us to finally explore the Forbidden Woods in its entirety. You can even backtrack to the big chamber near the dungeon start, and open a couple chests that were previously sealed by 2 such parasites, one of which even holds a treasure chart. But the dungeon doesn't just forget about the Deku Leaf either. On the contrary, it actively seeks to combine the 2 items in meaningful ways. Right after leaving the mini-boss room, we'll come across a chasm with several hanging vines lying over it, which the player will need to cut down with the Boomerang in order to make room to glide across. And in our next room, we'll have to cut down more vines in order to drop a massive flower into a murky river, which which the player can then use as a makeshift raft by pushing it with the Deku Leaf's Gust attack. It's a smart way to combine the level's pre-existing wind physics with our new dungeon item, introducing new challenges while building on the old ones. Better yet, the boss waiting at the end of this dungeon serves as an excellent final challenge. Upon entering the dungeon's final chamber, nothing will immediately appear off. We merely find the missing Korok, Makar, sitting upon a ginormous flower. But upon approaching it, the parasite will reveal its true nature. Our opponent, the Kale Demos, will grow dozens of mighty tendrils, which take on two different forms. The vines, which attach to the boss room's ceiling, and the tentacles that serve as its limbs, which will chase down the player and attack him relentlessly. The creature will be entirely invulnerable to your attacks in this form, and the only way to change that will be by cutting the vines which keep its petals shut. This will require the player to free aim the boomerang at several targets, while simultaneously dodging the Demos' attacks all the while. It's genuinely intense, because proper aim can be quite time consuming, and Link's mobility is greatly hindered while in this state, vastly increasing your chances of being hit by one of the creature's many limbs. Once all of his vines have been cut, the Demos' petals will open and his central bud will present itself. Though you may be tempted to just rush in and deal as much damage as possible, such an instinct is exactly what this creature survives on. For if you take too long attacking his bud, the Demos' petals will close up once again, dealing an entire heart's worth of damage to Link before spitting him out. You can use the boomerang to attack him from a distance, but this is obviously a much less effective weapon, so it's a risk-reward kind of situation. Do you stay back where it's safe but deal minimal damage, or just tank the hits and hope you can kill him first? Depending on your playstyle, this fight can go one of several ways, and that's what's so excellent about it. In its totality, the Forbidden Woods is a pretty excellent starter dungeon because it not only justifies its own existence as a standalone level, but also builds on the game's most fundamental mechanic, wind physics. It may be a bit too linear at times, and the puzzles aren't exactly the best the series has to offer, but the excellent theming, smart use of dungeon items, and the kick-ass boss fights more than make up for its few shortcomings. Without a doubt, this is the best Wind Waker has yet to offer, and with any luck, hopefully, the rest of the game will build on that momentum. After saving Makar, the little Korok will apologize profusely to the Great Deku Tree for the trouble he caused, only for the forest deity to forgive him completely. And with that, the Deku Tree finally hands us our second Sacred Pearl. Now, only one remains, this time located on an island far to the west called Great Fish Isle. But when we arrive, we see that the island has been completely destroyed, with no signs of life remaining. How then are we to figure out what to do next? Well, this is the part in a normal Zelda game, or should I say the old normal for Zelda games, where the player would be required to put together clues and figure out where he ought to go next. Take the search for Sahasrahla in A Link to the Past, or the final dungeons from the Oracle games as key examples. But Wind Waker is going for a new design philosophy, one where the game makes absolutely sure the player knows where to go at all times. To facilitate this, the postman from the game's beginning just flies up to Link out of nowhere and tells him what happened here. Ganon's minions attacked, the whole island was destroyed, but Jabun escaped and is now hiding at Outset. For some reason, the game treats this as some sort of big reveal, like, oh, could you possibly guess where Jabun decided to go? It's the island from the very start of the game! Ooh, what a twist! And Link literally jumps in shock at this revelation, but like, is it really that shocking? There's only 3 inhabited islands in this entire fucking ocean, and Outset's literally the closest out of all of them. It's just basic fucking logic that he would head here. The better question would be, how the hell does the postman know where Jabun headed to, but Ganondorf doesn't? The postman's just a guy. Ganon is like hundreds of years old by this point and has complete mastery over the Triforce of power, in addition to being a well-renowned sorcerer and a king. How is he so shit at tracking a giant fuck-off fish? This plot point in particular really exposes some of the Wind Waker's biggest writing flaws. Sailing into the ruins of Great Fish Isle should be an emotional moment. The game clearly wants the player to feel that way, given how dramatically the camera pans over the broken landmass as Link and his boat silently sail towards it, but the scene just falls completely flat. We've literally never even seen this island, much less established a connection to it, before witnessing its destruction, nor did we know anything about its culture or people. Weirder still, despite the fact that the island was clearly inhabited based on the boats and structures we find amongst the ruins, at no point does the King of Red Lions or the Postman himself ever acknowledge the fact that innocent people just died. In fact, they never acknowledge that people even lived here in the first place. The only person they're concerned for seems to be Jabun. So like, did these boats not belong to anyone? Was his island actually uninhabited? Were there people with their own distinct history and culture living here, or were these broken structures just created as visual fluff by the 3D artists? It almost feels like the devs themselves are unsure. Compare this to, say, the first time we saw Ganon's castle in Ocarina of Time. Link's shock is so much more palpable here, because the contrast between the memory of Hyrule Castle and the terrible reality he sees before him is cavernous, and the player no doubt shares those same feelings. The beautiful, picturesque castle we once knew and loved has been utterly destroyed, replaced instead with this monument to Ganondorf's endless greed. This area meant something to us. It was where we first met Malon and Talon, where we first saw Princess Zelda, and where we first accepted our quest to save Hyrule. But now, there's nothing left of it, and we know who's to blame. The point I'm making here is that despite having the same basic premise, and despite attempting to elicit the same basic feelings of loss and dread that Ocarina of Time did, Wind Waker's execution of these concepts is absolutely dreadful. There's no emotion to be had here, no moment where the game reflects on the lives lost or the culture that Ganon just wiped out. Instead, the game acts as if the destruction of Great Fish Isle was completely inconsequential, as if the only thing that matters here is that Jabun survived. It feels like I'm putting more thought into this plot than even the fucking writers did, which, based on how the rest of this story plays out, I'd venture to guess is actually a completely accurate statement. The gameplay doesn't fare much better, I'm afraid. We had to do a bunch of sailing just to get to Great Fish Isle in the first place, but now that we're here, we're told that we have to head back to Windfall Island in order to meet up with Tetra's pirates, who are trying to find a way to enter the giant stone door Jabun hid himself behind. Don't ask. The game never explains where this door came from or how Jabun moved it in the first place. So, more sailing it is. From this moment until the end of the quest, the Great Sea will be stuck under an endless stormy night, which just absolutely kills the player's ability to explore the overworld. I'm serious, so many of this game's side quests and mini-games just straight up pause for the duration of this quest, and the pitch black darkness makes the act of surveying the Great Sea incredibly difficult. This is particularly frustrating because this would have otherwise been our first chance to actually fully explore the game world. Up until beating the second dungeon, the King of Red Lions would stop Link from sailing too far from his objective. But now that we finally are allowed to go wherever we want, the game puts up yet another arbitrary roadblock. If you're still wondering when we'll actually be able to step off from the main quest and just sail around the Great Sea, then keep wondering, because it's not going to be happening for some time. Upon arriving at Windfall, we find that the pirates have made port along the island's sandy beaches. The King of Red Lions tells us that this was likely to allow them to avoid detection by the townsfolk, but come the fuck on. There's no way people would notice this massive pirate ship anchored right next to their houses. Whatever. The pirates have decided to raid the island's resident bomb shop, and so we sneak in from the roof in order to eavesdrop in on them. This leads to what is basically just a long cutscene where the pirates shoot the shit, joke about impregnating Tetra, not a joke, this really happens, and beg her to let them lay over in Windfall for the day. Tetra also shows some strange concern for the people of Windfall, which is just so inconsistent. Like, at the beginning of the game, Tetra was trying to weasel her way out of helping Link save his kid sister, and made fun of him for being sad that he had to leave his dying grandma on an island all alone with no family. That's pretty fucked up and shows a real lack of empathy on her part, which isn't a writing criticism, by the way. If anything, I think it makes sense that she, as a ruthless pirate captain, would have zero sense of empathy or remorse. How else would a young woman manage to command the respect of an entire crew of men while out at sea, where no laws or social customs can possibly protect her? The problem is, Tetra is now showing showing a surprising amount of concern for the people of Windfall, to the point where she straight up lets Link get away with eavesdropping on her despite knowing that he's going to use that information to break into Jabun's chambers. Seriously, she spots Link and then decides to lay over in Windfall, all for the explicit purpose of giving him the opportunity to get to the island before her pirates can. So what the fuck is her character? Is she a ruthless pirate captain, or is that all a facade? And if that's all a facade, then why do her men continue to respect her leadership? I'm not sure how much you know about pirates, but they are famously disloyal sailors. They are, by definition, criminals who live outside the confines of the law. Therefore, their respect for their captain only goes so far as they believe that captain to be the most decisive, effective, and all-around capable person for the job. So for Tetra to continue to command these pirates' respect, she would have had to throw away any feelings of regret or remorse about what she does a long time ago. Yet here she is, showing concern for an island she spent all of about 5 minutes on at the beginning of the game. My point here is, Tetra's actions don't seem to line up with her actual character. The game simultaneously wants her to be a domineering buccaneer who lives outside the confines of the law, and a secretly caring heroine who will put aside her own selfish desires in order to help Link save the world. Which, by the way, how the hell does she even know that that's our goal here? We haven't even seen her since the beginning of the game, so there's no way she should know about Ganondorf or what his evil plans are. In fact, not even Link knows what Ganon's motivations are. Only the King of Red Lions and the player do, and even that's assuming that you've played Ocarina of Time before this game. It's implied based on some maps we find in her personal quarters that she might know something about what the pearls ultimately lead to, but some of her later dialogue seems to contradict that fact, so I can't really draw any conclusions about her motivations here. And that's a big problem. Tetra's goals seem to be completely contradictory to Link's, yet she lets him go anyway. And this is only the beginning of Tetra's problems as a character. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. The actual purpose of this cutscene is to give the player a password that will allow him access to the pirate ship, which a crew member called Nico is currently guarding. Nico is the pirate who gave us that platforming lesson near the beginning of the game, and wouldn't you know it, he's got another one for us to do. This isn't particularly difficult. Just swing from rope to rope, cringing all the while as you're forced to stop and turn every single time, and bam, mission accomplished. There's no point to this. It's literally just filler. Nico then decides that, as a reward for us clearing this easy as fuck obstacle course, he wants to give Link the bombs that his crew just stole. And Tetra just lets him off for this, when I feel like a real pirate would fucking kill a man for giving up their hard-earned booty without permission. Whatever, the point is, we have bombs now, which not only serve as portable versions of the bomb flowers we encountered back on Dragon Roost Island, but also can be shot out from our boat via a large cannon. This will allow the player to finally engage in this game's naval combat, which is pretty bad for the most part. When using the bombs while out sailing, the boat will spawn a giant cannon which the player can aim and shoot bombs from. There's no aiming reticle, and the moment your boat is hit by even the smallest enemy attack, Link will get knocked right out and your aim will be thrown completely off. Funnily enough though, it seems like the enemy AI was deliberately designed poorly in order to offset this. The most common foes you'll encounter while out at sea are enemy cannons and warships, which both deliberately aim their first two shots in the completely wrong direction before magically locking onto the player on their third. They follow this pattern without fail, and once you start to notice it, you realize just how artificial the enemy AI is. Speaking of which, the other most common enemy, the Jorg, has this same problem. He's basically just a normal shark who's supposed to charge the boat head on as you sail out on the Great Sea, but his AI is literally broken, so he'll never hit you. I mean, look at this shit. He misses every time. I think the intent behind this enemy was that he was supposed to provide some sort of obstacle for players while sailing, you know, so you couldn't just walk away from the game and take a piss. But his AI is so broken that he completely fails at his job. And this is a massive problem, not just because it makes the enemies super predictable, but because the facade of the game world begins to melt away, replaced instead with the ones and zeros behind the AI's shitty programming. But even when the AI isn't piss poor, the fact of the matter is that naval combat just isn't that engaging. For example, when we finally sail back all the way to Outset and approach Jabun's stone door, a massive whirlpool will suddenly open up and swirl the boat around in a counterclockwise fashion. There is zero explanation as to what's causing this, but essentially, this creates a sort of rail shooter where the player will have to aim at the stone door and shoot off parts of it, all while being moved around by the whirlpool. Take too long and you'll be sucked up in the center and have to start all over again. The game pulls this same trick with certain boss-like enemies out in the overworld, mostly just the big octo. And sadly, nothing about this is particularly engaging. You just have to shoot in the general direction of the enemy, or stone door in this case, and adjust your aim based on where your bombs land. It's kind of intriguing the first time you encounter it, but God, does it get old quickly. There's a general problem this game has with repeat content, and this is just one such example. The devs put so little effort into this main quest line that they just straight up copy and pasted some overworld content right here at the end. This is it for the quest, by the way. Blowing up the stone door lets us finally talk to Jabun. Or really, the King of Red Lions talks to Jabun. We understand nothing, because the fish speaks entirely in ancient Hylian. He's not even doing this because it's the only language he knows or anything. The king is talking in plain English, yet the fish can completely understand him. On a side note, I want to point out how incredibly inconsistent the writers were when dealing with the languages in this game. In Ocarina of Time, Ancient Hylian, the language our characters spoke in that game, had an entire writing system dedicated to it, which could be easily translated into Japanese. All the writing we saw in-game had an actual meaning behind it. It wasn't just gibberish or chicken scratch, the way it was back in A Link to the Past. So, you would expect that, having just created an entire fictional writing system, the future devs working on Wind Waker would both respect the source material and save themselves a lot of work by keeping that same writing system. Spoken languages might change after all, but writing systems hardly ever do. But no, that's not what happened at all. Because for some reason, not only did Wind Waker's devs decide to create an entirely new alphabet, which was completely fucking unnecessary, but they also failed to use the old alphabet whenever appropriate. Because seriously, why the hell is the ancient Hylian language being communicated to our current incarnation of Link in the modern Hylian writing system? If you're gonna create a second, more modern alphabet, why not use the old one to communicate ancient speech? Why write it in the new version? It almost feels like the devs made this new alphabet in order to replace the old writing system, but like, why would you do that? Look, I get that this is absolutely just a nitpick, but it feeds into my larger problem with this quest as a whole. Too much effort spent in the wrong places. Because after talking to Jabun, the fish just gives us his pearl. No questions asked. There's no dungeon to clear, no people to save, that's just it. The quest is over. We sailed around the ocean, going to pre-marked objectives, talked to several NPCs, and breezed through 2 minor gameplay sections just to receive our pearl for free. Was all that effort, all that quest planning, script writing, animation, and programming, really the superior alternative to just making another dungeon? One that could actually build on the game's main mechanics while communicating a narrative entirely through the interactive medium? I get that the developers claimed in later interviews that they planned on making 2 more dungeons, one of which would have likely replaced this quest, but just ran out of time. And I sympathize with them on that, I really do. But like, these guys made a whole new writing system for no reason. The work was all done. They already had a Hylian alphabet to use, yet they reinvented the wheel for no fucking reason. In fact, it's actually detrimental to the world building if anything, because I have no idea how or why a bunch of fishing villages scattered across an ocean decided to reinvent writing when they already had their own system. So when fans of this game make excuses for filler quests like this one by saying that the devs just didn't have the time, I want you to remember 2 things. 1, it's a director's job. It was Eiji Aonuma's job to make sure his project stays on track and keeps its goals within reason. If you have to rush at the end of development in order to shoehorn in a couple fetch quests meant to replace unfinished mainline content, then you failed as a game director. 2, though the circumstances of a game's development may indeed explain why a game ends up the way it does, the truth is, all that matters when it comes to art is the end result. Because regardless of whatever excuses Eiji Aonuma or the fans might make for this game having the flaws that it does, that doesn't erase the fact that they're still there. Now that we've received our final pearl, the storm Ganondorf summoned will suddenly dissipate for reasons, and so we set out on a journey to return the 3 sacred pearls. The actual quest part of this quest involves sailing to 3 triangle-shaped islands, approaching the statues located on them, and placing a pearl in each of their hands. This could have been an interesting quest if you had to actually search for the islands yourself, maybe even use your skills of deduction to find out which islands might be home to a statue, and explore each one for clues. But no, the game just marks them all on your map for you, so the only real activity here is the act of sailing itself. Stranger still, once the player returns all 3 pearls to their associated islands, a little cutscene will play out where the statues come to life and raise a great building made of stone from the depths of the sea. But in the middle of this epic and serious cutscene, the game decides to return to fucking Looney Tunes logic. Look, I'm not going to pretend like this scene isn't amusing. In isolation, it absolutely can be. Something about the confidence with which Link approaches the statue after having first taken cover from it, only for the delayed explosion to send him careening off screen, is pretty humorous, and it definitely managed to elicit a chuckle out of me on my first playthrough. The problem is that when you actually start to think about what happens in this cutscene for more than 2 seconds, you'll realize just how logically and tonally disconnected it is from the rest of the story. And as you might recall from the barrel launching cutscene we saw near the game's beginning, this isn't the first time we've encountered this problem. Wind Waker's tone is all over the place, but the problem goes well beyond that. In order to get to the heart of the issue here, we finally have to talk about this game's art style. I'm sure that fans of the Wind Waker have been sitting in anticipation waiting for me to finally talk about the art style, since it does tend to be their favorite part of this game. There are several reasons why I've purposefully chosen to refrain from discussing it up until now, instead of immediately jumping into the topic the way most other Zelda critics do. Firstly, I wanted to give you, the viewer, some time to soak in the game's visuals. We're well over an hour into the video, and just about halfway through the game's main quest, so hopefully by now you've got a good feel for what this game looks like and how it generally presents itself, be it in cutscenes, combat, or environmental design. Secondly, the art style has a rather important impact on the game's story and tone, or, at the very least, the presentation of its story and tone. So it was important to wait until we've experienced much of that story before getting into the topic. As I implied earlier while talking about the sailing, development of the Wind Waker actually began with the art style. The Zelda team was trying to settle on a new look for their next game, although, contrary to popular belief, they weren't explicitly tired of the old visual style. They just wanted to experiment a bit and see if they could create something they liked better. Then, one day, a minor character artist named Yoshiki Haruhana drew a little doodle of Link in a completely new art style. And what this man couldn't have possibly known at that time was that this singular decision would forever change the trajectory of the Legend of Zelda series. Aonuma saw this drawing and instantly fell in love with it, and soon enough, he got other members of the team to love it too. Not everyone though. Many veteran members of the development staff thought the new art style was too childish, too cartoony for the kind of game they wanted to make. The biggest critic was Shigeru Miyamoto himself, who sarcastically asked why the character's eyes were so big, and Aonuma, unable to come up with a legitimate answer, sheepishly said that they could be used to create eye beams, or something. Miyamoto is famous for presenting philosophical or abstract questions like this to team members, and oftentimes, only his protege Yoshiaki Koizumi would be able to decipher definitively what he would mean by them. Unfortunately, Koizumi was made the head director of the new Mario games, so Majora's Mask ended up being the last Zelda game he worked on in any major capacity, leaving Aonuma to figure this shit out for himself. What I think Miyamoto was trying to get at with this line of questioning, and what I think he perfectly exposed in this moment, was that pretty visuals or flashy gameplay sections need, more than anything else, to have an actual purpose to them. And Aonuma, I think, seemed to partially pick up on that, and actually took this advice to heart. He set out on finding a reason for the art style, and what he settled on, quite wisely I must say, was expressiveness. The over-enlarged eyes were no longer merely there to communicate a cute art style, but to serve as a window to the character's souls. Link looks at important objects out in the overworld, and his expressive eyes convey so much more emotion than the deadpan faces in the N64 games ever could. And this singular change, this simple decision to focus not on graphical power, but on animation quality, is precisely what makes this game's visuals so timeless. When looking back at so many other games from the early 2000s, you see endless titles with just the most stiff, lifeless looking character models you'll ever see. This wasn't because the 3D artists who made them were bad at their jobs. On the contrary, this shit was revolutionary for its time. It's just that the hardware couldn't keep up with the artist's skill level or vision. Add too much detail, and the game's frame rate would suffer. Too little, and you get bipedal potatoes who were told are supposed to resemble people. But Wind Waker solved that particular conundrum. The artists decided to forego high poly counts and intricate character detail, instead using cell shading to elicit an anime-like art style. This allows the game to get away with having less detailed 3D models while still looking appealing, because rather than focusing on graphical power, Wind Waker instead puts all its efforts into animation and expressiveness. As a result, the game comes off as so much more alive than its contemporaries, even in spite of the unrealistic visuals. Speaking of which, the visuals are awesome. There's a vivid use of color in every environment, every town, and every character's design. This not only serves to make the game look pretty, but to provide important contrast between foreground and background elements we see on screen. Link's lime green clothes make him pop out from most of the game's environments, and keep him visually distinct from the other characters in the game, none of whom share his same color scheme. Our trusty boat, the King of Red Lions, is bright red. He pops right out when contrasted with the deep blue waves which surround him, so you'll never lose track of him at any point. Speaking of the ocean, holy Holy shit, this game's water looks amazing. One of the taglines for the Japanese commercials for this game was animation that you can play, and I feel like the sailing in particular captures that feeling perfectly. Combine this with the charming animations, the goofy yet distinct looking character designs, and a generally more stable 30 FPS compared to the N64 game's 15 to 20, and Wind Waker could easily be considered the best looking game in the Zelda series up until this point. Emphasis on could. But is it actually the best looking game in the series? Well, obviously, that's a completely subjective conclusion for any one person to come to. Many of this game's fans would agree that it is, and hey, more power to them. In isolation, shielded from any further context, I too would be willing to say that Wind Waker is one of the best looking games in the entire series, even when taking the modern games into account. But from a critical, objective perspective, a game's visuals are not judged solely on how aesthetically pleasing they may be. More important than anything, the art style, animations, and graphics of a game should work in tandem to convey the game's tone and storytelling, in addition, of course, to visualizing the gameplay. And this, unfortunately, is where we start to see some of the pitfalls of the Wind Waker's art style. The first thing I want to bring up is character design, since this is both a tone and story issue. Yes, I agree that Toon Link is adorable. His design is aesthetically pleasing, and his deadpan facial expressions never fail to elicit a chuckle out of me. However, can anyone tell me what age this character is supposed to be? Just visually, can you tell me what approximate age this character looks like? He towers over his kid sister and is taller than his grandmother, but other than that, he's shorter than pretty much every other non-kid in this game, with a few exceptions like Medli and Tetra, who are, presumably, supposed to be in his same age group. I think that most people, while looking at this character design, would give answers ranging between 9 and 12, and that would likely apply to Medli and Tetra as well. In fact, Eiji Aonuma himself seems to agree with this. He has explicitly said in interviews that Link is 12 years old in this game. So, problem solved, right? Why am I making a big deal of this? Well, because Eiji Aonuma is factually wrong, and so is seemingly everyone else on the internet, because holy shit, nobody seems to have paid attention to the part of the game where we're literally told his age. Let's run through this. The game starts on Link's birthday, but not just any birthday. It's the day when Link becomes as old as the legendary hero himself. So that only leaves us with two possible ages, because the Hero of Time first began his journey as a 9-year-old child, but later traveled 7 years into the future and thus became a 16-year-old man. I have no idea where Eiji Aonuma got the idea of Link being 12 from, but regardless, he's straight up just wrong. His own game contradicts him on this point. So there's only two possibilities left, 9 or 16. But, as we established back at this game's beginning, the people of Hyrule knew nothing of Link's adventures as a child. So to them, the Hero of Time was always just an adult. That's why he's depicted as such in all their monuments and artwork. Additionally, this particular birthday is also said to be a coming-of-age ceremony, the day when boys are said to become men. And while 16 is absolutely a valid age to start considering someone to be a young adult, 9 is just not. So there's only one possible answer left. Link is 16. Yes, 16. This fucking munchkin is supposed to be 16 years old. As hard as that might be to accept based on his looks, the fact of the matter is, this is the only answer that makes any sense. Let's be real, a 9-year-old kid doing the kind of things Link does in this game just doesn't add up. There's no way so many adults would just expect a little kid to take on the King of Evil. Ocarina of Time literally drilled this exact point into our heads over and over again. And spoiler alert, when we acquire the Master Sword just a bit later into the game, Link pulls it out of its pedestal no problem, a feat which Ocarina of Time explicitly established as being impossible for a child to accomplish. This age debacle also extends to other characters. Tetra has to be 16 at a minimum, maybe even slightly older, for me to believe that a crew of pirates would be willing to follow her orders. Also, there was that part just a while ago where the pirates joked about marrying Tetra and having kids with her, and yeah, this only works if she's 16 at a minimum, preferably older. Gonzo is probably also a young guy, maybe 19 or 20, I don't know, he's got tattoos on his chest, so it's a bit weird. So this adjusted age gap is acceptable at best, but if we went by what Aonuma thinks her age is, then oh no. So these characters are 16. Great. Got that established. Problem, how the fuck is anyone supposed to know that at a glance? Seriously, look at these character models. Do these look like young adults to you? They sure as hell don't to me. Like, I almost don't blame Aonuma for thinking Link was 12, because he definitely looks like he could be. I mean, he still should have known his own protagonist's real age. You're the fucking game director, come on, man. But I definitely don't blame the fandom for just not questioning him on this. So then the question becomes, what age are all all these other characters supposed to be? Is Medli also roughly 16? She seems to take on a motherly role to Kamali, who's like 10, so I guess that makes sense. So maybe the characters' ages are being conveyed by some sort of height tier list. Super small children are about 6, kids Errol's height are around 9, kids around Kamali's height are preteens, characters around Link's height are older teenagers, and everyone above that is a full-fledged adult, minus the few really old people who are comically short. But even when following this rule set, we still run into a few problems. Take this woman called Linda, for example. This is a tall woman. She towers over Link, and her face looks pretty mature to me. This woman's gotta be in her mid-20s at least. That's my guess. Alright, game, show me your age. 18? What the fuck? That's only 2 years older than Link. Okay, well, maybe 18 is the height cutoff for when the characters get drawn significantly taller. Maybe the rule is that minors get drawn as being comically short, or something. So how about this guy then? This massive sailor dude with giant mutton chops, a massive goatee, and a balding hairline. This has gotta be an old and experienced sailor. We're talking middle-aged. Someone who spent half his life making his living off the seas. Alright, game, show me his age. What the fuck? No fucking way. There is no fucking way this guy is 17 years old. Are you fucking kidding me? There is zero consistency to the character design in this game. It's so difficult to ascertain any meaningful amount of information about Wind Waker's characters purely based on how they look, and that's my main problem here. This bit about the characters' ages, this would only be a minor problem in isolation. I mean, yeah, it is kind of sucky that I can't tell based on a simple glance roughly how old the characters are supposed to be, but that's only a singular issue. The larger problem is, I can't tell anything about these characters based purely on their designs. There are some exceptions. Tetra's design is pretty peak. Her tan skin and rugged confidence suggests that she's a tomboy at heart, and the decorative cutlass on her hip denotes her status as a pirate captain. And this is really stretching for a good second example, but Mila's character design is also pretty excellent. I haven't even talked about this character so far, yet despite that, I bet you can tell what kind of person she is based entirely on her design alone. Her bright pink and purple dress, the aristocratic frills on her sleeves, and her jewel-encrusted earrings and headband, alongside the girl's stern, haughty countenance, all point to her being a prideful yet highly intelligent rich girl from a privileged family. This is probably the best character design in all of Wind Waker, and you literally never see it in-game. Seriously, she shows up in the background twice as one of the kidnapped girls alongside Herald, and then for the rest of the game, she has a completely different design. Weird how much effort went into a character model that doesn't even have any screen time. And that's about it for this game's good character designs, because the sad truth is, the vast majority of the NPCs in the Wind Waker do not possess designs that accurately reflect their backgrounds and personalities. Take Mrs. Marie as an example. Yes, she does sort of look like a teacher, which is accurate to her current occupation. But did you also know that she is the richest woman in the entire Great Sea, who owns not only massive amounts of capital on Windfall Island, but also an entire private island complete with a luxury cabana with a sewer system and her own sentient wooden butler? No? A fucking course you didn't. How could you possibly tell that from her design alone? Fuck, you'd sooner expect Mila to be the richest woman in the Great Sea. Now that's a character whose design exudes old money vibes. The necklace Mrs. Marie wears around her neck is literally worth 5 fucking rupees. What about her design is supposed to key you into her massive wealth? It doesn't help that the game never even explains how she became so wealthy in the first place, or why she decided to take on a day job as a school teacher, but that's an issue with the writing, not the art style. Still, the character design doesn't do any legwork to help explain that gap in the story, so can it really be called good? Tot, meanwhile, is an example of a character whose design does convey who he is, but not in a way that fits in with the surrounding game world. He's a dancer, that much is obvious. But what about this outfit fits within the world of Wind Waker? I know I haven't gone super in depth into the world building yet, but Windfall Island, where this dude's from, is a tiny island in the middle of the ocean, one that's effectively at a medieval tech level. As such, everyone else in this game, with a few exceptions, wears homemade clothing, often with a focus on breathability and ease of movement, which makes sense given the tropical environment. So then, why the fuck is this guy wearing a goddamn Elvis costume? Where did he get that? How was it made? Why do Elvis Presley costumes exist in the Zelda universe? This sort of trippy shit was fine in Majora's Mask, where the world of Termina was designed to be strange and disconnected from Hyrule on purpose. But Wind Waker doesn't have that same excuse. This takes place in the real world, no alternate reality shenanigans to speak of. For a much broader complaint, how about the Rito as a whole? Look at this character design. That is just a dude with a bird beak attached to his face. How is this considered acceptable creature design? Remember back in Ocarina of Time when the newly introduced races that Yoshiaki Koizumi and Toru Osawa meticulously spent years crafting were both fantastical and grounded in the reality of the environments in which they inhabited, and not just dudes with bird beaks glued to their fucking faces? Did you know that the Rito are confirmed to be the descendants of the Zora? What part of this character design screams fish people who evolved into birds? Nothing. Not a fucking thing. This is garbage tier character design. There's a reason why Breath of the Wild completely retconned these things into just actually being bird people. And you know what? They look a million times better. They actually have a culture that reflects their own biological realities, with the Rito's gift of flight being the primary factor in how they design their architecture, cultural traditions, and fighting styles. And when your character design is so terrible that it's caused even me, the guy who's found a way to shit on Breath of the Wild in every video I've ever made, to admit that it actually fixed something about an older Zelda game, that's when you know you fucked up. The character who I feel really combines every one of these problems together all at once, though, is perhaps the saddest victim of all, Ganondorf. There's a lot of issues to talk about here, so let's go through them one by one. First off, why is he wearing a kimono? How the fuck does that fit in with the Great Sea, or better yet, the land he came from, the Gerudo Desert? No one else in all of Hyrule or the Great Sea dresses in real-world Japanese clothing, so where the hell did Ganondorf get this outfit from? Better yet, why is he wearing a simple robe instead of something more regal? This dude's a king, and despite the few changes to his character that have occurred between games, he still hasn't given up on reclaiming his old titles, so why wouldn't he dress in a way that befits his status? Remember, this is the man who destroyed Hyrule Castle, then used the remaining rubble to build himself a bigger castle. This is the man who cloaked himself in a fine red cape and had a bigger crown made for him the moment he became king of Hyrule. Shit, this is the dude who used the magic of the Triforce of Power to fix his receding hairline. If there's one thing that Ganondorf is, it's vain. So why doesn't he dress like a goddamn king instead of a poor Ronin from a Kurosawa film? Why are his ears pointed? Dude's not a Hylian, he's a Gerudo. They don't have pointed ears. I know that seems like such a petty detail to get hung up on, but it matters, especially since Ganondorf's big monologue at the end of the game will call back to his Gerudo heritage. Even at the beginning of the game, it said that he specifically is looking for girls with pointed ears to denote who is and isn't a Hylian. So clearly the writers understood how important a detail this is. So why aren't Ganondorf's ears round like they were in Ocarina of Time? Fucking hell, even the writers of Tears of the Kingdom got that right. And every single one of those writers is retarded. Character design isn't the only weakness of the Wind Waker's art direction. Tone is another victim of this game's bubbly art style, and this is where we finally circle back to this scene right here. The one where Link gets shot out of a barrel. The tone that this game conveys, both in scenes like this, and in general with its bubbly art style, is one of goofiness. Like this is some Saturday morning cartoon where the laws of physics and the limitations of the human body mean nothing because we're just trying to make kids laugh. Yet if you actually break down the literal events of Wind Waker's story, this shit is fucking dark. Little girls are getting kidnapped across the Great Sea. The King of Evil, Ganondorf, the guy who completely leveled Hyrule Castletown and killed half the people living there, has returned, seeking to do it all over again. Or at least we think he is. More on that later. Like, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself and talk about the rest of the story out of order, but even at this point, you've got to see just how tonally disconnected these cartoony scenes of violence are alongside actual serious scenes where people die, right? It's complete tonal dissonance. Speaking of dissonance, let's talk about sequel dissonance. This is going to be a whole section of its own once we get to the end of the video, but just as it relates to the art style, why the fuck would you decide to make a Zelda game with this art style and then have that Zelda game be a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time? Like, there's so much to talk about here. I really have to try super hard not to get too ahead of myself here and spoil the ending of the video, but seriously, why is The Wind Waker a sequel to Ocarina of Time? There's just a complete disconnect with the art styles. This looks nothing like the game world we once knew. Prior to this game, Zelda had a pretty consistent art style since its inception as a series. Yes, we've had different artists along the way who have each drawn the characters quite differently from one another, but the general style was always bright, beautiful, a bit anime-esque, but still inherently realistic. realistic. It's like Lord of the Rings. We're in a fantasy world. It's bright, chipper, beautiful, but darkness still lurks around the corner, and there's an inherent existential danger to it. And just like in Lord of the Rings, the contrast between light and dark is particularly important in the Zelda series. The art style in both A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time allowed for the dark moments of the game to properly convey negative emotions. The bottom of the well is fucking terrifying, and so is the Shadow Temple. The final fight with Ganondorf feels especially dangerous. You feel like at any moment, Link might truly meet his end here, and the world will forever be covered in darkness as a result. It's fucking incredible. But when the Wind Waker begins by showing a cartoon version of Link being launched out of a catapult at 29 meters per second and splatting on a stone surface, only for his limp body to fall from 4 stories high straight into the fucking ocean, and for him to then walk away from that completely fucking fine, it makes me think this game was made for toddlers. If I had to pinpoint the one moment where all the tension and storytelling potential of the Wind Waker just got completely thrown out the window, it would be this scene, the one with the barrel. And even if you could somehow completely forget about that tension killer by the midway point of the game, it makes sure to remind you with this scene, the one where Link survives getting flung across the Great Sea by a goddamn explosion. Why would I ever believe that our main character is in any danger when he's already survived being splatted against 2 massive stone towers after being launched straight into the fucking sky? And most importantly of all, why did the devs actively decide to follow up Ocarina of Time, a game with a completely serious story and tone, with a title whose art style is intrinsically less capable of communicating any level of seriousness? I don't know the answer to that question. Not definitively, anyway. All I can say is, for as beautiful as this game might look, and for as much as I enjoy the vivid colors and beautiful water physics, the fact remains that the Wind Waker's art style doesn't properly communicate its tone or even basic information about the characters. And this all circles back to Miyamoto's original criticism of the art style, and the one word which completely shook Eiji Aonuma to his core: why? Why did this game have to look like this? What purpose did it serve? Though Aonuma tried his hardest to find an answer to that question, I think he ultimately failed. Because despite how expressive and pretty it might be at times, the art style doesn't properly communicate the tone of this story. It doesn't add anything of value to the gameplay or player experience. Despite how dated they may look in comparison, I'd still say that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask have the better art styles, because they perfectly complement those games' stories, tones, and themes. The Wind Waker's beauty, by contrast, is only skin deep. Alright. Now that all the Wind Waker fans just got back from leaving their angry comments, let's jump back into analyzing level design with this game's third dungeon, the Tower of the Gods. This level definitely has the most unique introduction of all. The first floor is one massive indoor harbor, which we can navigate around by cruising with the boat. This is the only dungeon that utilizes the boat in any way, which is unfortunate, because based on what the devs managed to do here, I'd say indoor sailing had a lot of potential, especially if wind physics were added to the mix. Still, what we get here is pretty good. There's a long passageway we can sail our boat down, and a few bumpable walls that we can use the cannon to take out. The real twist with this floor, though, is the constant rising and falling of the water levels, which not only affects the player's ability to navigate with the boat, but also the puzzles present in this floor's many offshoot rooms. The best part is how non-linear this area is. 2 of the rooms are optional, with one containing the compass and the other the dungeon map, while the last 3 need to be done one after the other. First, the player will have to acquire a giant stone key and bring it back to the main harbor room in order to open a gate leading further into the dungeon. But to do that, we first have to find a way to cross this large pit. There's a pressure plate at the bottom that, when pressed, will generate a bridge made of light, and you can place one of the room's wooden boxes on it in order to activate it. But when the tide rises, the box will float up with it, deactivating the bridge in the process. Retrieving the key will, therefore, require strategic timing on the player's part, as crossing the bridge at the wrong time can be quite the unfortunate mistake. The next room builds on this tide mechanic by combining it with a little fire puzzle. A large gap separates a lit torch sconce and a boku stick from a set of unlit torches, suggesting that we ought to bring fire to these dormant sconces. When high tide rolls in, we see that the many wooden boxes lying about the room will float to create little wooden platforms, and so the solution becomes rather clear. Wait for low tide, then line up the boxes in such a way that they create a bridge during high tide. It's actually a pretty awesome puzzle because it combines the dungeon's new mechanic, water physics, with 2 relevant elements from an older dungeon, block pushing and fire puzzles. This is the only time that fire puzzles reappear in any of this game's dungeons. Don't know why the devs didn't push this mechanic further, given how heavily featured it was in the first dungeon, but at least the Tower of the Gods did something with it. Our reward for beating this little puzzle is a small key, which will open up the final room on the dungeon's first floor. This is a simple combat room. You just kill 4 yellow choo-choos and a staircase will spawn, leading to a second stone key. This time, the key will open up the way further into the dungeon, leading up to the second floor and beyond, and it's at this moment, the exact second when we leave the harbor behind and enter the rest of the dungeon, that the Tower of the Gods completely falls apart. The dungeon up until this point has been simple, but interesting. It seemed like the rising and lowering of tides, combined with water physics and sailing, would be this level's main gimmick. And you know what? That would have been great. Water levels have traditionally been amongst the best dungeons in all of Zelda, and with this game's focus on sailing in particular, I think the Wind Waker had a decent chance of living up to that standard. Unfortunately, the Tower of the Gods, despite the first impressions it gives, is not a water level. In fact, from this moment onwards, we never even see water in any of the game's future dungeons. This is strange, not only because Wind Waker defines itself as the Zelda game with, by far, the most water in it, but also because the Tower of the Gods, in particular, designed its entire first floor around a mechanic which specifically utilized water physics. Why would you introduce a central dungeon mechanic and then abandon said mechanic not even halfway through the dungeon? But even worse, the structure of the tower from this point onwards is completely different from what its first floor suggested. That bit of non-linearity we had in the opening section, that's the most we're ever gonna get. The rest of the dungeon is completely fucking linear, which makes no sense. It almost feels like a hard reset, like we exited one mini dungeon and entered another, because seriously, the rest of the tower has almost nothing in common with its opening. It starts with a small puzzle room, where the player will have to pick up and guide 2 stone statues past a Beamos turret in order to activate a couple pressure plates. Not a bad start, the Beamos is a pretty deadly trap, and this pressure plate puzzle is building off of the stuff we saw back in the dungeon's first half. But it's upon arriving at the second floor that we really start to see this dungeon's main problem. The player will start in a small central room, with 3 possible paths presenting themselves, one leading to the west, another to the east, and a third to the north. But the northern and western ones are currently cut off, leaving the eastern wing as our only possible path forward. Here, we're introduced to a moving platform, which will carry Link across this small gap in the room's center, before finally encountering this dungeon's second gimmick, the living statues. These are little stone statues that will follow Link around wherever he goes, albeit at quite the slow pace. Alternatively, you can also pick up the statue and carry it like you would any other object, but there will be times where that option isn't viable. The goal then is to guide the statue all the way back to the central room, and that's it. That's the entire challenge of this section. As you might have noticed, we only entered 2 rooms to get to this point, so all you really need to do is just grab the statue and carry him across the moving platform we ran into earlier. This will then open the way into the western wing, but not before we're taught a new song for the Wind Waker, the command melody. This tune will allow the player to take control of the living statues present in this dungeon, of which only 2 remain, so it really isn't that useful. Even worse, in the few moments where we do use it, it kind of adds nothing of value to this dungeon. If anything, it's actually kind of a detriment. In the western wing of the dungeon, for example, the player will have to guide a living statue across a light bridge, which only stays active as long as the player stays standing on a pressure plate. The solution, then, is to use the command melody to take control of the statue and slowly glide it over the bridge. And I do mean slowly. Like, super slowly. I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich. Nothing about this is challenging or thought-provoking in any way. I honestly have no idea what the devs were thinking with this. Why exchange the water theme we had at the beginning of this level for moving statues around with a song? It's boring enough as is, but the slow walking speed of the statue, combined with the time it takes to play the command melody, is super annoying. What value does this add to the puzzle solving? It'd be one thing if we had to move around several objects with limited movesets in order to solve some sort of complex riddle, but this is just infantile. Worse still is the mini-boss, who we'll now have to fight at this point, the Dark Knight. Like the Moblin we fought back in Dragon Roost Cavern, this is just another normal enemy who's being presented as if he's some sort of boss encounter. In fact, this enemy in particular seems to be a favorite of the Wind Waker's level designers, because most major combat challenges in this game will just throw a bunch of Dark Knights at the player in the vague hope that enough of them will cause a problem. We'll talk more about that in just a bit when we get to the combat section of the video, but as for how it relates to this fight, the Dark Knight is an especially irksome enemy enemy. He isn't hard, mind you, just sort of time-consuming to deal with. The Dark Nut is covered head to toe in an impenetrable suit of armor. That might sound like an incredibly difficult challenge to surmount, but have no fear, because the solution is just to press the A button when the game tells you to. Whenever the Dark Nut attacks, the player will get a button prompt to counterattack, allowing Link to perform a Helm Splitter or back attack. These moves, in effect, destroy the Dark Nut's head and body armor respectively, and from there, it's a simple matter of spamming the attack button until he dies. Simple stuff, and not really mini-boss material. What happened to the creative, unique mini-bosses we saw in the last 4 games? Why does Wind Waker feel the need to recycle normal-ass enemies and give them a grandiose entrance and boss theme when they're in no way different from their overworld encounters? Like, I get that Majora's Mask repeated that stupid Wizrope fight 1 too many times, or really, it was more like 4 too many times, but at least all of its dungeons had their own unique mini-boss on top of that. Wind Waker, on the other hand, only has 2 unique mini-bosses in its entirety. And actually, the wiki disagrees with me on that. They categorize Mathula as just a normal enemy, so I'm actually being charitable here. I just don't get the point of having these grandiose entrances for enemies who are, in effect, just normal mobs we fight out in the overworld. It gives the player the expectation that he's in for a tough fight, only to be disappointed by how rudimentary it turns out to be. Our reward for killing the Dark Nut is the Hero's Bow, a weapon that will finally give the player a more reliable ranged option in combat, but also one that can be used for clever puzzle solving, as we've seen in the previous 2 entries in this series. Majora's Mask, in particular, made extremely clever use of the bow, essentially treating it as a single, evolving dungeon item that got more and more useful as the game went on. So then, how does Wind Waker handle this item? What kind of bow and arrow puzzles will the Tower of the Gods throw our way? Well, the very first puzzle we're introduced to after leaving the boss room is a giant eye target. Just shoot it, and you'll spawn the moving platforms necessary to carry the living statue back to the 2nd floor's central room. There are a couple optional targets from earlier in the dungeon that you can backtrack to and shoot as well. These just give optional goodies. There isn't any actual puzzle to them. In fact, practically all the bow puzzles in this game revolve around these giant eye targets, and honestly, they all kinda suck. Now, Octo, I hear you say, in my nightmares, didn't Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask also make use of these eye targets? Why are they suddenly so bad when you're talking about this game and not in the previous entries you praised so much? Are you just nitpicking and biased? A decent question, Mr. Strawman, and let me concede to you on one point. These eye puzzles, and I'm being very generous when using that word, were never that good, and I'm not gonna argue otherwise. But they worked well enough in Ocarina of Time because 1, the targets themselves were small and well hidden, as opposed to in Wind Waker where they are absolutely massive and impossible to miss. And 2, this was the first 3D entry in the series. Having to look around a room for a little eye-shaped target is a lot less obvious when the majority of your player base has never even handled a 3D game before. But despite these pitfalls, Ocarina of Time did a lot more with the bow than just placing eye targets around its dungeons. The Forest Temple combined moving platforms and a thermodynamic puzzle with one eye target in particular, and the mini-boss fight against the Poe sisters revolved entirely around the use of the bow. Majora's Mask, meanwhile, took the barely touched elemental arrows from Ocarina of Time and built entire dungeons around their mechanics, burning away cobwebs, creating platforms out of ice, and even completely upending an entire dungeon with the light arrows. The bow was used absolutely brilliantly in these games, even if the eye targets themselves, in isolation, were not. The problem with Wind Waker is that it adds almost nothing to supplement these already incredibly simplistic eye puzzles. There is a sort of obstacle course near the end of the dungeon where the eye targets activate moving platforms that you just jump between, and that's neat and all, but it's less a puzzle and more shooting gallery. And beyond this dungeon, Wind Waker does almost nothing else with the bow. Even the elemental arrows, which we'll acquire in a bit, possess almost none of the same game-altering properties they bore back in Majora's Mask. Shit, you can't even light normal arrows on fire by shooting them through flames anymore. That is such a simple feature, implemented in literally every 3D Zelda title before and after Wind Waker, yet it's completely missing from this game. I'm not even asking that Wind Waker provide as much complexity as Majora's Mask did with its arrow physics, but it should at least measure up to freaking Ocarina of Time. For this game's ranged combat to be outdone by a goddamn N64 game is embarrassing to say the least. Speaking of which, the dungeon boss is another echo from Ocarina of Time, Godan, a robotic replica of Bongo Bongo. This fight is mostly the same as it was back in in that game, except with several of the complexities removed. The environment no longer matters. The fight just takes place in a circular room with 0 features to it, so that really simplifies things. There's no resource management, since the magic meter doesn't factor into this fight the way it did with Bongo Bongo, and arrows will be infinitely provided should you ever run out. The creature's hands are also much slower at attacking, to the point where they basically aren't even a threat anymore. Essentially, this fight is simpler in almost every way, and that's a huge detriment to its quality. There are a couple curveballs though. First, shooting Gadan's eyes will only stun him, and the only way to deal actual damage is by throwing a bomb into his gaping mouth during his moment of weakness. The biggest change, however, is to the head's primary attack, in which he shoots off a rapid set of fireballs which home directly onto the player. Dodging this attack in particular can be really intense, and it's the one moment of the fight that actually provides somewhat of a challenge. But regardless of that one interesting change, this fight is pretty much entirely a downgrade from its Ocarina of Time counterpart. The enemy's attacks are significantly weaker, the environment plays no role in this fight, and resource management has been entirely gutted. It's just a strange, ad hoc mess of a boss fight. Honestly, this dungeon as a whole is a completely unfocused mess. It changes its mind several times on what it wants its main mechanic to be. First it's rising tides, then it's these little statue puzzles, until finally it's suddenly all about arrow puzzles. The atmosphere was interesting in the first half, but the further into the dungeon you go, the more it transitions into generic stone hallways with no history or intrigue to them. Actually, the story context for this dungeon as a whole is probably one of the worst parts about it. But well, that's something we'll have to save discussion on for just a bit. Because after beating this dungeon and ringing the bell located at the top of the tower, the game will finally enter its second act. And the twist we're presented with here? It's about to change everything we thought we knew about the Great Sea. For better and for worse. Upon exiting the dungeon, Link and the King of Red Lions will be transported through a portal of light leading deep below the ocean. To Link's surprise though, there is no need for him to hold his breath, since for some reason, there seems to be a giant air pocket down here. For as long as we have explored this world, the player has no doubt been pondering a very important question. One that the game brought up at the very beginning, but has since been completely ignored up until this point. What happened to the land of Hyrule? Upon exiting the portal of light, we finally get our answer. Let me make something perfectly clear. The game, at this point, doesn't tell us anything about what we've just stumbled upon. The King of Red Lions acknowledges that Link likely has a lot of questions, but he's not willing to answer them right now. So, at this point, players are going to be split in their reactions to this part of the game. For newcomers, there will likely be a lot of confusion and intrigue tied to this place. Because assuming that you've been paying attention to the game's story up until this point, it isn't too difficult to conclude that this may very well be the Kingdom of Hyrule that the ancient legends spoke of. But it's also not impossible that a player who isn't paying attention might not figure that out yet. But for returning players, who this game should be made for, given that it is trying to be a sequel to Ocarina of Time, this location will be quite familiar. It is none other than Hyrule Castle, rebuilt after the Sealing War we took part in back in Ocarina of Time. There are even several details confirming that fact. The thin strip of land the castle is built upon is reminiscent of how this area looked after the final battle with Ganondorf. A statue to the hero of time himself stands in the castle's Great Hall, and the chapel we find in the castle's basement has stained glass depictions of the Seven Sages. Naboru, Impa, Darunia, Saria, Rauru, and Rudo, all working together to keep Ganon sealed for all time. This is a huge plot revelation, obviously, and one that should immediately come off as problematic to anyone even remotely familiar with the previous 6 Zelda games. See, A Link to the Past established the world of Hyrule, as well as a lot of the baseline lore for Ganondorf, the Sealing War, and the ancient Hylians in general. It was Ocarina of Time which explored that ancient history as it happened, giving players a deeper and more intimate understanding of the conflict over the Triforce and how human greed, which Ganondorf is a metaphorical manifestation of, contributes to the endless cycle of war and destruction which shall forever plague the people of Hyrule. And also real life people, let's be real. This cyclical conflict obviously gets expanded upon in later games, even being contextualized as a literal curse by the time we get to Skyward Sword. But the thematic purpose of this storyline was pretty obvious from day one. But themes can only get you so far. The literal events of the Zelda series lore, and the logic that connects them all, are integral to understanding the more metaphorical parts of its story. That's part of why internal consistency is such an important rule when writing stories. All of that's to say that this singular plot point, the revelation that Hyrule has been completely underwater for hundreds of years after the events of the Sealing War, throws so many wrenches into the proverbial machine that is the Zelda series' overarching storyline that I honestly cannot fathom why anyone on the Zelda team thought that this was a good idea. Because the obvious question at this point should be, how the fuck was Hyrule flooded and unflooded between the events of Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past without anyone mentioning that extremely important and rather interesting part of Hyrule's history during the lore dumps we got in A Link to the Past? That's way too major an event to just plop in between games. There has to be a good explanation for this, or else it just completely busts the storyline for these games. There's no other way, but okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here. The game is going to dump all its plot revelations and background lore on us in just a bit, so I'm going to have to save my analysis of the story and this particular plot point until then. For now, the king simply tasks us with finding a way to enter the castle's basement, located somewhere beneath the main hall. Inside, we find that time is completely frozen, rubble floats in the air, water ceases to flow, and the legions of Ganondorf's minions are stuck in place as if in mid-battle. Those they were battling against, however, are for some reason completely absent. And this actually makes zero sense. There's never an in-game explanation for this, but I suspect that it's simply because adding in Hylian soldiers would have been way too complicated for the developers, both narratively and gameplay-wise. Regardless, in order to open the way to the basement, the player will have to solve a little puzzle first, which apparently was meant to keep Ganondorf himself from entering this place. As a consequence, you'd no doubt expect this puzzle to be nigh impossible to solve. Perhaps it's a blood seal, opening only for those descended from the Seven Sages themselves. Or maybe it's a riddle, the solution to which would require some sort of idealistically moral outlook on life to figure out, a mindset which Ganondorf in particular would find a lot of trouble putting himself in. Or maybe it's just a really fucking hard jigsaw puzzle. The point is, you'd expect this to be a rather substantial challenge. Yes? Alright then, let's take a look at what we got here. There are 3 triangle-shaped blocks. Okay, and the solution is to push them into an outline of the Triforce located in the center of the room. I feel like this game doesn't respect the player's intelligence. And as if to add insult to injury, the king is all like, "Excellent, Link. To perceive such a puzzle and decipher it is no small feat." But like, bruh, my guy, all I did was push 3 triangles together in the shape of the Triforce. You know, that thing Ganondorf wants more than anything else in the whole wide world? The solution here is literally just to fit a triangle-shaped block through a triangle-shaped hole. Toddlers can do that. Why am I being praised for having the intelligence of a toddler? Also, and I know this is kind of a nitpick, but I gotta ask, were these massive triangle-shaped blocks just sitting out in the middle of the castle, like during normal business hours? What did people say about them? Imagine if you visited the White House and there were just 3 massive fuck-off triangles sitting out in the middle of the Lincoln bedroom. Wouldn't you find it suspicious? And then you ask the Secret Service agent about them and she's like, "Oh, those? Nothing special about them. They definitely don't open the way to the president's secret bunker where we carry the nuclear codes." Also, for some strange reason, this singular hallway seems to be the entire castle. There aren't any additional wings or rooms to search through, which is just super strange. Where's the throne room? Where are the bedrooms? It kind of just feels like this place is a set piece and not an actual living part of the game world. What happened to the level of detail we saw back in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask? Why does this place feel so empty? Shit, even A Link to the Past put more detail into its version of Hyrule Castle, and at a time when Zelda looked like this. Regardless, upon descending into the basement, the player will finally find the secret weapon the King of Red Lions has been guiding us to all this time. The Master Sword, Blade of Evil's Bane, sword that seals the darkness, wrecker of Ganondorf's shit, you get the picture. Anyone who's played a Zelda game before knew this was coming. Except, well, this isn't quite the Master Sword we all know and love. The blade is dull, the hilt is folded inwards, and the jewel in its center is completely devoid of color. To anyone who has ever seen this blade before, it should be immediately obvious that something is wrong with it. Of course, Link's never seen this thing before, so he can't seem to tell the difference. And that lack of knowledge is about to have some serious consequences. If only Link knew someone who was hundreds of years old and had intimate familiarity with and knowledge of the Master Sword. Maybe even someone from the old royal family. It's too bad that Link doesn't know anyone like that, because if he did, they'd be able to immediately recognize that something is off about this blade. Guess we'll never know. Sarcasm aside, the act of pulling the Master Sword from its pedestal will unfreeze time, allowing the castle to finally come to life once again. And that includes the hordes of enemies present here. 10 or so moblins and 8 Darknuts roam the entire castle, and the player will have to kill all of them in order to leave. And it's at this moment, more than halfway through the game, where we finally have to talk about the combat. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why did I wait so long to finally get to this topic? In the Ocarina of Time video, for example, I talked about the combat pretty early on. So what makes Wind Waker so different? Well, frankly, Wind Waker's combat kinda doesn't get going until around the halfway point of the game. The first level is a stealth section, and the 2 dungeons after that, while possessing a few notable combat encounters, aren't exactly pulling out the heavy hitters yet. It's only at this point, right here in Hyrule Castle, that the game starts pulling out all the stops for its combat challenges. As a result, I felt like most of my analysis on the combat wouldn't have been relevant up until this point in the game. That all changes in Hyrule Castle, because from this point onwards, Wind Waker is going to throw all it has at the player. Alright, so let's start with the basics. In many ways, Wind Waker's combat system is ripped directly from its predecessor. Not a bad start. Ocarina of Time got 3D action-adventure combat down pretty well, so why change things? L trigger is used to lock onto enemies, B button swings the sword, attacking in different directions results in different kinds of attacks, you get the picture. The tutorial with Orca already taught us all that. The only significant addition to the baseline combat would be the introduction of the counterattack, a highly selective and intermittently required mechanic in which an enemy will attack, the game will give off an incredibly obvious button prompt, and then by pressing the A button, Link will perform a perfect counterattack. No further inputs required. This is honestly just brain dead. It doesn't add any strategy to these fights. In fact, minimizing it, since the game literally tells you which button to press. And in some fights, it'll actually be required. Take the Darknuts I went over earlier. You just have to press the A button and Link will perform either a helm splitter, thus destroying their helmets, or a back attack, where Link will cut the straps holding together the Darknuts press plates. And at this point, you're just fighting a regular enemy again, so it needs to be asked, what does this counterattack phase of the fight actually add? The answer is nothing. If I had to guess, it's just here to add some grandiosity to the fight. The devs clearly wanted to show off their animation skills with this game, and I appreciate that because, yeah, there are a lot of great animations in this game. That's undoubtedly one of the few areas where Wind Waker just absolutely blows the N64 games out of the water. But adding in useless mechanics just for the sake of showing off your animation skills is always a terrible idea. Gameplay should come first, not the graphics. And that's it. Those are the baseline controls for combat. With the exception of the counterattack, they're pretty much exactly the same as they were in Ocarina of Time, which, if you recall my review of that game, I said had a pretty damn good combat system. So there's our answer, yeah? Wind Waker's combat is good, right? Well, slow down there, bucko, because controls are only half the battle. Without proper enemy design, weapon variety, and well-programmed enemy AI, a game's combat system will quickly fall apart at the seams. And it is these 3 elements in particular where the Wind Waker begins to depart massively from its predecessors, and not in a good way, unfortunately. Let's start with weapon variety. When I say weapon variety, I don't just mean the many different coats of paint a game can put on the same baseline weapons. No, what I'm far more interested in is the number of distinct, viable options the player has when faced with the game's many different enemies. In Ocarina of Time, for example, the player was immediately given several options for taking down foes. Attacking with the sword, blocking with the shield, stunning with the Deku Seeds, and shooting targets from a distance with the slingshot. No one of these options outperformed all the others, though. Plenty of enemies, for example, could block sword strikes. Others could burn away or even hit through your shield. Some were completely unaffected by Deku Seeds, and many others could tank hits from the slingshot with no problem. As you can see, there was never any one easy solution to Ocarina of Time's many combat challenges. What this system encouraged, then, was experimentation, for players to try new things, and to discover which strategies work best against which enemies. And as the game went on, the player's options would only expand, as new dungeon items would grant further and further combat abilities, allowing for cavernous depth in the game's swordplay. So what tools does Wind Waker give its player base at the start of the game? Well, we got the sword and shield, and that's it. That's literally it. Deku Seeds have been removed, so there's a major combat option just completely deleted from the game. The slingshot's been removed, so there isn't an early game ranged option either. Magic's completely gone, as mentioned earlier, so there's another tool you're missing out on. And since underwater exploration has been completely removed, the hookshot kinda has zero utility to it now. Seriously, it's just an objectively worse ranged option option than either the boomerang or the bow, both of which are acquired way earlier too. Also, the hammer we get in this game is significantly more useless than even its Ocarina of Time counterpart was. The Megaton hammer acted as a standard two-handed weapon and did as much damage as the Master Sword, so it was actually somewhat viable to use in combat. It certainly wasn't preferable to just using a sword, but there were a few circumstances where it could prove rather useful, like in the fight with Dark Link. Wind Waker's Skull Hammer, meanwhile, does not act like a standard weapon. It has a lengthy wind-up animation, and Link will stand straight in place as he uses it, so there's kind of zero viability to using this thing in combat, outside of the one boss fight that it's required in, of course. So, in summation, Wind Waker has dramatically simplified the number of weapons, tools, and options given to the player during combat. This lack of variety is bad enough on its own, but it gets even worse when you realize that in order to compensate for the player's lack of combat options, the developers decided to actively dumb down the enemy design. First off, the number of enemies in Wind Waker has been dramatically reduced compared to its predecessors, down to 55 from Ocarina of Time's 79 and Majora's 88. And it's not like the quality has increased to compensate for that either. Bokoblins are just squishies. Strike them with your sword over and over again, and they die. No strategy required. Miniblins, little pig mice who charge the player in hordes, are just annoying. They spawn in endless waves and die in one hit, while doing almost no damage to Link. Keys are just as weak as they've always been, except without the slingshot, the player won't have an early ranged option to help deal with them. This is a real problem because keys are an absolute pain to fight with just the sword. That's the whole purpose of the lock-on aiming system. When critics of 3D Zelda complain about fighting keys in the 3D games because they no longer fly at sword height the way they did in the 2D titles, they're conveniently leaving out the fact that both of the N64 Zelda games provide a much easier option from the very first dungeon onwards. Just lock on with your slingshot and fire away, no struggling required. But that criticism is actually quite valid here in Wind Waker, because the player won't acquire any projectile weapons until the second dungeon, and even then, the boomerang's range is severely limited. So it really isn't until the Tower of the Gods that we finally receive a viable ranged weapon. This makes fighting flying enemies like Keese, or to a lesser extent Kargarax, extremely annoying and time-consuming. It's not hard to stand around and wait for a little bat to finally get close enough for you to hit it. It's just irksome. More importantly though, the skill ceiling for Wind Waker's combat system is significantly lower than that of the previous games. Whereas when replaying Ocarina of Time, I would continuously discover new ways of dealing with old enemies, generally by finding some sort of exploitable weakness, oftentimes through an old dungeon item, but sometimes with just mechanical skill. In Wind Waker, there are practically zero enemies with such exploitable weaknesses. Bokoblins die if you hit them enough, same with Moblins, Darknuts, Miniblins, Redeads, and on the list goes. There are a couple exceptions. P-Hats can be killed with a single arrow strike, Stalfos can be broken up with a single bomb blast, and Dekubabas can be insta-killed by a single boomerang throw. But other than those few outliers, the answer to most enemy encounters is to just use the sword. And not even in a creative way, like in past games. There's no Wolfos-like enemy, who you'll have to strike in a specific spot in order to get a critical hit, nor Stalfos, who you can strategically stun with the Deku Seed at just the right moment. It's just normal sword combat, nothing special. But even when putting bad enemy design aside, Wind Waker's combat still tends to be far too simple and unchallenging. Case in point, nothing seems to do any damage to the player in this game. Most attacks only shave off a mere quarter heart of health, and falling off of ledges no longer takes away a whole heart, so there really isn't any penalty for fucking up a jump like there was in the past games. And when combining the simplified enemy design with this lack of damage, Wind Waker ends up being the kind of game most players will get through without dying even once. It's pathetic. In fact, just speaking from my own experience, Wind Waker was the first Zelda game in this review series that never managed to kill me even once. The first 3 2D titles killed me hundreds of times cumulatively. Link's Awakening was tough as hell, and it took me a second run to get the special no-death ending. And even Ocarina of Time managed to get me a couple times on my first playthrough. Might have been like 2 or 3 deaths in total, but that's still something. Majora's Mask even managed to kill me on one of my repeat playthroughs during the Georg fight. Now that shit was tough. Meanwhile, Wind Waker has, to this day, failed to kill me even once. It is the first Zelda game I can say that about. The only perspective from which I've seen the Wind Waker death screen has been on YouTube while watching the Game Grumps playthrough. My point is, reducing the skill ceiling was already bad enough. So much of the Zelda series' depth of combat has been completely removed from this game, and that's a crying shame. But it's more than that. The skill floor has also been dramatically lowered, to the point where only children, I'm talking age group 4 to 7, could potentially be challenged by it. And at that point, you've gotta ask, who is this game being made for? Okay. So, weapon and enemy variety has been reduced, and the depth of combat has been dumbed down to shit. That's already bad enough as is, but the true death blow to Wind Waker's combat system, the one thing which absolutely cements it as being the worst playing Zelda game so far, and yes, I am including Zelda 2 in that statement, is the enemy AI. Holy shit, guys. What the fuck happened? Okay, so in Ocarina of Time, enemy AI was actually surprisingly advanced for its time, and that same system was easily ported over to Majora's Mask, seeing as how they used the same game engine. Wind Waker, meanwhile, was built from the ground up once again, but this shouldn't have been a problem. Just repeat the same programming you did back in 1998, and maybe add a few improvements here or there. Yet somehow, for reasons that I cannot possibly fathom, the devs decided that Wind Waker's AI had to be dramatically different from past Zelda games. And by different, I mean terrible. To start, let's talk about chambara. Chambara is a stunt technique often used in Japanese movies and plays in order to frame one character, usually a protagonist, fighting against several enemies all at once and still make the fight look believable. The devs behind Ocarina of Time saw this kind of choreography when observing actors for the sake of creating believable sword fighting animations, and realized that it could solve a very real problem they faced while designing 3D combat: being hit by enemies you can't even see. Because locking onto a single enemy and engaging him in one-on-one combat only works so long as these one-on-one duels stay one-on-one. If at any point the fight gets interrupted by a cheap shot from an enemy off screen, players tend to get understandably frustrated. So the devs designed the enemy AI around this. Whenever the player locked onto a single enemy, all the other foes in the room would circle around and wait until the fight was over before jumping in and having their turn. That might sound stupid if you've never played Ocarina of Time before, but it really isn't. Just like in film cinematography, chambara works so long as the other actors are kept out of sight, which the N64 games tended to do very well. You see a bunch of minions waiting on the sidelines and doing nothing, and yeah, it looks kinda dumb. But if they instead stay conspicuously out of sight, well, then you might just forget about them. And then it doesn't look so stupid, now does it? Take notes, Ryan Johnson. I bring all this up because Wind Waker completely axed this mechanic. Like, entirely. Chambara just straight up doesn't exist in this game. Instead, all enemies, regardless of whether the player's locked onto anything, will aggro onto Link. Now, this is a tricky thing to pull off, but it's not impossible. Elden Ring is definitely a top 20 game for me, and it's anything but fair with the way enemies can just gang up on you. The difference is that Elden Ring has both a dodge button and a sprinting option, two mechanics which Wind Waker completely lacks. Both of these things make getting out of situations where you're being surrounded much easier. Additionally, with the way this game is designed, players are supposed to be able to avoid gank fights in general. If you, the player, get yourself into a situation where you're being surrounded by 10 Godric soldiers and they all gank on you, then there's really no one to blame but yourself in most cases. Except for the gargoyle fight. Fuck the gargoyle fight. My point is, Wind Waker could have designed its combat differently if the devs really wanted to remove the chambara for some reason, and instead have the player focus on fighting several enemies at once. They could have completely revamped the combat system in order to accommodate that change. Alas, that is not what Wind Waker does. Starting from Hyrule Castle onwards, Wind Waker's general design philosophy around creating difficult enemy encounters will be to just throw a bunch of the same mobs at the player in the vague hope that they'll eventually overwhelm him. I mean, look at what is happening on screen. Are you fucking kidding me with this? I can't even see Link amongst this sea of Darknuts. The combat encounters in this game are so absolutely fucked. Genuinely, if you try to counterattack these Darknuts the way you're supposed to, the armor pieces from other Darknuts will block the collision of your sword and stop you from striking the Darknut you're actually trying to fight, whereas they have no issue with ganking on you the whole time. And this is a habitual problem with Wind Waker's combat challenges. I cannot tell you just how many times this game decides to spam multiple copies of the same enemies, mostly Darknuts, but sometimes Moblins or Stalfos, in order to overwhelm the player with sheer numbers. Genuinely, I think this is the reason why chambara was removed, because at some point in development, the game designers gave up on creating interesting, new enemies who would provide tough but fair challenges, and instead chose to just spam the same mobs at the player instead. Gank fights define the latter half of the Wind Waker, to the point where the player will likely start to make out some patterns after a while. If you ever walk into a circular stone room with pillars, chances are that 2 or 3 or 5 Dark Nuts will be waiting for you in there. And keep in mind, none of these fights are hard. Yes, the intention of the developers was clearly to make these fights difficult by throwing in hordes of enemies at the player, but like I said earlier, the Dark Nut fight is as simple as pressing the A button whenever the counterattack prompt comes up and then whacking him till he's dead. Adding in 4 other Dark Nuts doesn't change the way the fight operates. This is like the exact opposite of the design philosophy from Zelda 1, whereas that game combines several different enemy types together, all of whom would complement one another's strengths and weaknesses in order to craft a significantly greater challenge than any one of them could hope to provide on their own. Wind Waker just throws in the towel and says, fuck it, summon another Dark Nut, see if that works. In that sense, the Zelda game that Wind Waker reminds me of the most is Zelda 2, because when the latter half of your game is characterized by hordes of the same Dark Nuts all ganking on the player at every possible impasse, then you've recreated the tedium of that game. But in Zelda 2's defense, which, for the second video in a row, is somehow a sentence that I am actually being forced to utter, at least it had the decency to make these fights difficult. At least they provided some sort of challenge. Wind Waker can't even claim to do that much. And as if all that weren't enough, there's one final issue which completely kills all the potential momentum that this game's combat could have had: the invincibility frames. There are so many goddamn invincibility frames in this game. Knock a moblin flat on his ass, that triggers roughly 60 frames of invincibility. The player can't do jack shit to him during this phase, meaning you just have to stand back and wait for the fucker to exit his animation before resuming the fight. Cut the armor off a Dark Nut, there's another 60 frames of invincibility. Oh, you wanted to follow up on your attack while the enemy is distracted and looking around all confused? Sorry, fucker. The devs decided that confused enemies suddenly become invincible, so you'll just have to wait your turn like a good little boy. In effect, the best strategy for dealing with these iframes is to just avoid any attacks that'll knock an enemy down or stagger him in any way. So by strategically not finishing your combos and refusing to jump strike, you should be able to avoid triggering these animations. Otherwise, you're just gonna have to wait around for a couple seconds every time you knock an enemy down. I really don't understand what the devs were going for here. If I had to guess, I think that they wanted to give each enemy a super expressive set of animations in order to really show off the art style. And hey, fair enough. These enemy designs are awesome, actually. Unlike the character designs, I'd say there's no real miss here. It's all good stuff. The problem is that the devs are now prioritizing style over substance. They want these long, expressive animations to play during each fight. But in order to make these enemies now a viable challenge, they had to give several of their animations a long set of iframes. And like I said about the game's art style, sacrificing gameplay for the sake of graphical fidelity is always a terrible decision. This is a direct message to every aspiring or current game developer watching this video right now. Never, ever put your own artistic vision over the player experience. Because when you really get down to it, that's what makes the combat in Wind Waker so much worse than its predecessors. It's designed to look good, not play good. Look, I know I've been very hard on this game so far. I know that practically every individual aspect I've gone over up until this point, animation, combat, level design, and even the limited bits of story we've so far run into, has faced a lot of harsh criticism. But believe me when I tell you that I didn't go into this review thinking things would be this bad. Because the further and further I dig into this game, the more problems I uncover. And these aren't minor issues. Combat and level design are like the 2 keystones to making a good Zelda game. And the problems I point out with them so far are major. These are not minor nitpicks I'm just blowing out of proportion here. You gotta understand that much. And if you've been restless throughout the video so far, wondering when is Octo finally gonna get to the good part of this game, then I'm sorry to tell you, but it's going to be a while before we get there. Because the sad truth is, Wind Waker tends to get worse as it goes on, not better. A fact that even Eiji Aonuma himself has begrudgingly acknowledged. So if you love this game, and you've made it this far into the video, then I just want to say thank you. I appreciate that you're open to listening to me, and I promise I will do my best to go over everything this game does right. But it's going to get worse before it gets better, so buckle up. Continuing on with the main quest. After retrieving the Master Sword and defeating all of Hyrule Castle's invaders, the King of Red Lions will suggest that we set sail for the Forsaken Fortress in order to finally take down Ganondorf once and for all. And to save Link's sister too, I guess. So we set sail for the northwest corner of the map, leading to yet another lengthy travel section where nothing happens. Although I guess that's not entirely true. I did run into this Jorg near Tingle Island, and he continued to follow me for several minutes without even attacking. He just sort of followed along. How you doing, little guy? For anyone who types an angry comment claiming that the AI in this game isn't broken, I'm just gonna timestamp this part of the video in my reply to you. You've been warned. Upon arriving at the fortress, the King of Red Lions will hype Link up as if he's about to actually be Ganon, but come on, man. We're 3 dungeons into the adventure. Anyone who's played a video game before knows that this isn't the end of things. The fortress itself is actually the same as it was back at the game's beginning, minus the unnecessary stealth section. There is, however, one major addition we'll run into immediately: a fight against a mini-boss, Phantom Ganon. Phantom Ganon will throw a ball of energy at Link that he'll have to hit back with his sword. Yes, it's just energy tennis all over again. No, I don't know why the Zelda team is so obsessed with this fight archetype. It honestly makes 0 sense to me. At least this version is somewhat decent though. The energy ball itself is pretty fast, and the player has free reign to move around the boss arena. So the pace of this fight tends to be quicker than most other battles which follow this archetype. By Wind Waker standards, it's actually a really good mini-boss battle. Partly because Phantom Ganon is one of only 2 unique mini-bosses in the entire game, but hey, a pass is a pass. Killing him will net the player a new dungeon item, the Skull Hammer, and to be completely honest, I really don't get what the purpose of this thing is. There's like 2 times that it gets used out in the overworld, so its only real utility is right here in the Forsaken Fortress. You just use it to push down some spring spike trap thingies. I really have no idea what the fuck these are supposed to be, and that'll open the way back up to the top of the fortress. It is here where we finally free Ganon's prisoners, including Link's sister. Tetra and her pirates show up to kidnap the girls in turn, hoping to sell them back to their families on Windfall Island. Yes, this is totally fucked up. We'll circle back around to this plot point in a bit, don't worry. Tetra does at least offer to take Herald back to Outset Island for free though, so I guess she isn't a complete monster. Speaking of monsters, it's time for the boss. The Helmarok King, the very creature who kidnapped these girls in the first place. The first phase of this fight is actually pretty unique. It's a sort of temple run section where the player will have to quickly ascend the tower as the king attempts to destroy the very pathway we use to ascend. At the very end, he'll block our way, but by striking him with the hammer, he'll fall down, thus marking the end of the Forsaken Fortress. Or does it? The second phase, from a gameplay perspective, is not the best. But I do at least want to compliment one thing. The context for this fight is awesome. This is the monster who kidnapped our sister, the very same beast who beat us in that stupid cutscene near the game's beginning. As much as this game may have fumbled up until this point, I got to at least admit, the rivalry between these 2 characters has been built up pretty damn well up until this point. I mean, sure, one of them is just a mindless bird monster who never even gives us an indication as to why he's working for Ganon, but fuck it. I'll take what I can get at this point. Unfortunately, that small bit of character writing doesn't excuse the abysmal design problems the fight itself suffers from. The Helmarok King has several attack patterns he'll cycle through at random. He might fly high in the air and swoop down at the player, or land and do a stomping attack, or create a gust of wind reminiscent of the Evil Eagle fight from Link's Awakening, or even strike at you with his beak, which will result in his head getting stuck in the stone floor. The problem is, only one of these attacks, the beak one, will get his head close enough to the ground for the player to be able to strike it with his skull hammer, which is the only way to break his helmet. This is a problem because it effectively means that the pace of the fight is dictated entirely by RNG. I fought him 5 times at this point, and I've had experiences where he uses his beak attack several times in a row, and others where the fucker just decides to fly around for minutes on end. It doesn't help that you need to hit him with the hammer 4 freaking times. It just takes way too long, and even after you break the helmet, the fight doesn't change at all. He still uses the same set of randomly chosen attacks. I guess the one improvement is that you can now use the bow to strike at his head, since his new weak point can be damaged by just about anything in Link's arsenal, but if you run out of arrows, then this won't be an option anymore, and you'll just have to wait your turn all over again. It's a pretty lame fight, which is such a shame. This was the one boss fight so far that actually felt personal to Link, so for it to be such a dud is just super unfortunate. With the Helmerach King dead, all that's left is our final confrontation with Ganondorf. Now, I need to set the scene for you here. Link and the player both have gone through quite the journey up until this point. We're 2.5 hours into the video, so that much should be pretty clear. Together, we've conquered deadly dungeons, slain eldritch horrors from the deep, discovered an ancient kingdom beneath the waves, and have even managed to save our sister from the clutches of the Helmerach King. My point is, Link at this point in the game should be a completely different character compared to how he was at the start. This is the moment where we get to feel his growth, where we can see the kind of man Link has become. Alright, little guy, show us what you got. I honestly can't even begin to guess at what the thought process behind this scene was. I don't know why Link is so terrified of Ganondorf. I don't know why he's shocked to learn that the Master Sword was sealing away all of Ganon's minions, since he literally saw the time seal break the moment he pulled the sword from its pedestal, and I especially don't know how the fuck he missed Ganon. Seriously, the dude didn't move at all. He couldn't have made himself an easier target if he had tried. From a game design perspective, I especially don't understand why Link losing this fight is being conveyed to us in a cutscene. Ganon explains that Link can't win because the Master Sword has, quote, lost its power, but like, that clearly wasn't the reason why Link lost. Even if the Master Sword was powerful enough to one-shot Ganon, none of that matters if you can't fucking hit the guy. Like, I don't even know what the thought process was behind the scene. If Link can't nut up even after all the shit we've done in this game up until this point, then when is he ever going to be ready to fight Ganondorf? Are we just gonna keep losing in cutscenes every time we encounter this guy for the rest of the game? Oh god, that's exactly what's gonna happen, isn't it? So Tetra comes out of nowhere and flip kicks Ganon in the face. As you'd imagine, this does absolutely nothing to the 7-foot tall tank of a man that is Ganondorf. If only she had a sword with her, oh man, wouldn't that be useful? So obviously Ganon just grabs her by the throat and ends the fight immediately, but not before his piece of the Triforce begins to resonate. He therefore comes to the conclusion that this means that Tetra is actually Princess Zelda. Ooh, boy. Okay, hold on to that thought for a minute, because the cutscene isn't over yet, and I have a lot to say about this. So, just as all hope is lost, a couple of Rito swoop in and save us, somehow managing to break Ganon's grip over Zelda. Let me remind you that this man literally possesses an artifact called the Triforce of Power. We get transported all the way back to the Tower of the Gods, the King of Red Lions brings Link and Zelda beneath the ocean once again, and now, finally, we've reached the moment of truth. The part where the King of Red Lions reveals his true identity. This is what the entire game has been leading up to. This is the moment where we finally meet the man behind the curtain, and he's got a lot of explaining to do. Okay, here we go. First and foremost, the King of Red Lions reveals that he is, in reality, not a sentient boat. I know, I'm sad about it too. He is actually the last king of Hyrule, Daphne's no Hansen Hyrule. For many centuries, the Land of Gold was a peaceful, prosperous land, made so due to the heroic efforts of the Hero of Time. But one day, the seal of the 7 wise men inexplicably broke, and Ganondorf returned, and, keeping good on the oath he made at the end of Ocarina of Time, the King of Evil began to ravage the land of Hyrule once again. So Daphne's and his subjects prayed to the 3 creator goddesses for help, and ooh boy, they actually responded. The gods sent an endless downpour unto the world, flooding the planet in the process. However, the intention was never to destroy Hyrule. Instead, the gods sealed the kingdom within a massive air pocket, and time itself was frozen using the Master Sword. This essentially preserved the kingdom and its inhabitants beneath the waves, awaiting the day when the seal could finally be broken. But who would break that seal? This is where the final step of the plan comes in. The goddesses assembled a group of chosen few who were to climb Hyrule's tallest mountains, avoiding the flood entirely and living their lives above the waves. These disparate peoples would in turn rebuild society and, alongside the guardian deities we encountered over the course of the game, keep the sacred pearls safe above the waves. The eventual plan was to, I shit you not, literally just wait until the Hero of Time decided to come back, then have him collect the pearls, find the Master Sword, and beat Ganon all over again. At which point, the hero would then gather the pieces of the Triforce once again and use them to unflood the world. And then everyone would live happily ever after. I can't even begin to tell you just how stupid this plan is. I felt like I was losing brain cells as I wrote all that down, and I honestly don't know who's the bigger idiot. The fictional characters who came up with this plan, or the writers themselves. But more than just the plan itself, there is a whole load of contradictory and problematic information in this lore dump, and I honestly cannot understand, for the life of me, how this got past the first draft stage of the writing process. Let's just break this story down one plot point at a time, and we'll go from there. So to start, Daphne is no Hanson Hyrule, or the King of Red Lions as we know him. This guy has just been sitting in his castle, frozen in time, for centuries, and his very existence brings up an interesting point. Are there just thousands of people trapped down here beneath the ocean? That seems to be the implication, because, spoiler, we're about to run into a couple characters who were also alive beneath the waves, only having been killed recently by Ganondorf's minions. And if that's the case, does that mean that the people of Hyrule have suddenly been woken up from hundreds of years of slumber and are being ravaged by Ganon's minions again? I feel like that's a pretty big detail for the king to not bring up in this conversation at all. It would add a lot of urgency to our actions, so I'd expect him to stick on this point. In fact, there are a lot of questions I have about the nature of the king in general. It is never explained how Daphne's was suddenly woken up from his slumber beneath the waves. Hyrule Historia claims that the goddesses themselves decided to wake him up, but that information isn't in the game itself. Daphne's never tells us how or why his own seal was broken. It just was. It's also never explained how or why he's able to possess a wooden boat, and weirder still, the dude can just straight up teleport, which is like, okay, I guess we've seen teleportation magic in the Zelda series before with Farore's Wind, but that shit was pretty limited in comparison. It was basically just a mark and recall spell, and it had an actual casting time attached to it. By contrast, Daphne's over here can just teleport to wherever the hell he wants, whenever he wants, and without casting any sort of spell, at least that we can see. When you put all that information together, it almost makes him sound like he's a ghost or something, but he's clearly not. We'll see actual ghosts in this game just a little later on, and they're all floaty and translucent. The king isn't like that at all, and besides, he didn't experience a death of any kind. He, like the rest of Hyrule, was frozen in time, so it's not like any harm should have come to him. So this teleportation magic is just something that people in this world can do if they're magically gifted enough? Which begs the obvious question, how has Ganondorf, sorcerer extraordinaire, not gotten his hands on this kind of magic yet? Why can't Link learn how to teleport? Even if we assume that this spell specifically is exclusive to the royal family's divine bloodline, then why not teach Tetra how to use it? Seems like that would be a pretty useful spell to know, given that she is being hunted by Ganondorf's minions. Who could imagine a future scenario where that would have been useful? Oh, I don't know, geez. Speaking of which, let's talk about the big man himself, Ganondorf. It is never explained how this guy managed to escape from the Sacred Realm, which is especially strange since A Link to the Past's entire plot revolved around Ganon's attempt to do just that. He had to put in the effort to find a descendant of each of the sages and use their blood to break the seal their ancestors had put on him. That's what literally all this game's lore was leading up to. So how did Ganon escape this time? We know the seal was still going strong, given that the 7 sages still kept the traditions of their ancestors going by this point in history. Link's about to meet a couple of them in just a bit, in fact. So shouldn't the seal have remained intact? And it's not like the seal has some sort of natural half-life to it. A Link to the Past is set far after the events of this game, even if you go by the modern Zelda timeline standards, because people by that point in history had almost completely forgotten about the Sealing War. By contrast, the people in Daphne's time clearly remembered that shit as if it were recent history. They still honored the heroes of that time through glorious monuments and artwork. So I ask again, why did the Seal of the 7 Wise Men suddenly fail? We never get an explanation for this. And as if that weren't bad enough, Ganon escaped not just from one magical seal, but 2. Yes, 2. Because the time seal placed on Hyrule and its inhabitants included Ganon. That was the whole point, to keep the King of Evil sealed beneath the ocean until the day when the Hero of Time would return. But then he just escapes, somehow. We don't know how. This second plot hole is even more egregious than the first time it happened, because while the Seal of the 7 Wise Men could at least be seen as fallible since it was basically their magic versus Ganon's, the second seal was fucking divine intervention. The creator goddesses themselves placed this seal on Hyrule. So what the game is basically saying here is, Ganondorf is somehow more powerful than the creator goddesses themselves. I'm sorry, this is fucking ludicrous. It's too much. It's actually too much. Are the writers not aware that these goddesses were said to have created the heavens and the earth? That it's supposedly their power that's being channeled through the Triforce? You know, the very same power that A Link to the Past established as being omniscient and omnipotent? So if Ganon is so powerful that he can just escape from a seal created by the gods themselves, then why the fuck does he even need the Triforce in the first place? On the note of the goddesses, ooh boy. This is actually the plot point that frustrates me the most. Okay, so just to set the scene, Ganon shows up in Hyrule again after Plug walking out of the Dark World. He swiftly begins to reconquer the land in his name and no one is able to stop him. The people get desperate, so they start praying to the gods for relief. Now, this is where the story should end, because in any good work of fiction, gods don't just show up and fix everyone's problems. In fact, before the Wind Waker came out, it was actually debatable whether or not the gods in the Legend of Zelda series were even real, or at the very least, if the stories we were told about them were 100% accurate. Does the Hylian royal family actually have divine blood? Or is their power simply magical in nature and they tell everyone it's divine because that legitimizes their rule? Is Lord Jabu Jabu really a guardian deity? Or just a really big fish that the Zora pray to? Are the creation stories we hear from the Great Deku Tree and Princess Zelda accurate historical accounts of how the world was made? Or are they just religious creationist stories that the people of this world believe in? Do the gods see Link's actions as being righteous and Ganondorf's as evil, or do they not care for the affairs of mortal men at all? It was all up for debate, and that's what was so amusing about Zelda lore, the nuance and the uncertainty. So when Wind Waker tells us, in no uncertain terms, that the gods decided to take a side in the Ganon-Hylian conflict, flooded the earth with a torrential downpour, and then came up with a convoluted series of steps that would eventually lead to the resurrection of the divinely ordained Kingdom of Hyrule, it kinda kills all the mystery, doesn't it? It kills the tension of the story, because now we know that God herself is 100% behind our quest to save Hyrule. You cannot possibly write a bigger Deus Ex Machina than that if you tried. It also opens up another can of worms, which is, if the gods view Ganon as such an objective evil that they would decide to actively work against him, then why don't they just smite him? Seriously, why not just fucking kill him? Or take the Triforce away from him? Or do anything at all besides flood the entire world for no reason? Speaking of which, why the fuck was that the plan? Why flood Hyrule? Why not just do the whole time seal thing on Ganon and skip the flooding the world part? Think of all the people in completely unrelated parts of the world who died, all because the goddesses wanted to stop some guy from conquering this tiny kingdom in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. They used a shotgun to kill a spider, and then they failed, so they had to wake up Daphne's over here to clean up their mess for them. Now, let me be 100% honest with you here. I know the real reason why the goddesses decided to flood the world. It's not because that was the most logical plan they could come up with. It's because Eiji Aonuma wanted to make a pirate game, but he also felt like he had to make a sequel to Ocarina of Time, so he decided to combine both ideas by coming up with a bullshit story which justified the newly flooded state that Hyrule finds itself in. But how do we explain the whole world getting flooded? A worried developer probably asked. Replied Aonuma. Who wrote the Zelda lore again? Oh, Yoshiaki Koizumi. Hey, buddy, wanna help us out with this? Oh, you're too busy working on Super Mario Sunshine? Huh, okay. Well, let's just say it was the gods then. Brilliant, sir. I can't see any possible issues that might arise from this scenario. I don't know if that's how the conversation over at Nintendo went down, but I assume it was probably something along those lines. Finally, the last step in the goddess's plan was to have the world wait for the day when the Hero of Time would finally return to once again defeat Ganondorf and seal his evil minions away for good. This part isn't explicitly stated in this particular monologue from the king, but you can figure it out by translating the ancient Hylian dialogue spoken by the three guardian deities over the course of the game. Based on the conversation the King of Red Lions has with Jabun in particular, it seems like Daphne's entire role in this overly convoluted plan was to find the Hero of Time, whenever he decided to come back with the milk that is, and guide him to the three guardian spirits in order to retrieve the sacred pearls and open the way to the Master Sword. There are so many problems with this part of the plan, but let's just start with the simplest one. Why the fuck would anyone, especially the gods, expect the Hero of Time to just show up again and save the world? I get why the commoners and peasants of the land might think that, since they're pretty much powerless to do anything for themselves for the most part. But what about the educated class? The nobility, the King of Hyrule, all his knights and advisors, and the literal gods themselves actually just expected someone else to just stumble in and fix all their problems for them? They didn't think to find some courageous soldier from their own ranks to take on the challenge himself and work to become worthy of the Master Sword? You know, the way the Hero of Time did? I mean, we spend all this time at the beginning of the game learning about how the people of this land came to venerate the Hero of Time, and how young boys seeking to become men would aspire to be just like him. So, if that's the case, would the Hero of Time's legacy not have inspired at least one such boy to take up arms and fight back against Ganon and his minions? If all it takes to beat Ganondorf is one courageous youth with a fire in his heart and a willingness to pass the trials necessary to wield the Master Sword, then shouldn't someone have answered the call when Ganondorf inevitably returned? You know, the way the legendary hero from A Link to the Past did? I get that the future games have retconned Link into being some super special reincarnated hero who is fated to repel evil in every age he's born in, but that's not how Ocarina of Time or any of its predecessors presented his character. Link was just some kid with courage in his heart. That's what made him a hero, not divine providence, not fate. Are you seriously telling me that not one Hylian was willing to take up the mantle and defend his homeland? That's literally what our Link does in this game. I mean, yes, he consistently jobs every time he tries to fight Ganondorf, and he's overall the weakest and most pathetic Link from the entire Legend of Zelda series, but at least he had the courage to actually do something. Are you seriously telling me that our protagonist is the first person since the Hero of Times era, literally hundreds of years worth of people we're talking about here, to actually have the balls to take on Ganon's evil minions? Speaking of which, let's talk about the Hero of Time. Cause spoiler, this game's done with him. We're never going to see him mentioned in any major capacity again after this point. Minus one stupid bit involving the Triforce of Courage, but we'll talk about that when we get to the Triforce charts. I already alluded to this during the game's intro, but let me say this more plainly. The fact that the Hero of Time fucked off and never answered the call to save Hyrule is so insulting to his character that I honestly have no choice other than to believe that no one bothered to tell him he was needed again. And under normal circumstances, that would be fine. Sleeping heroes, no matter how much a nation may pray and beg for them to return, don't just show up again and save the day, no matter what the tales say. Constantine the 11th didn't pop out a marble and join the Greeks in taking back Constantinople. Barbarossa didn't dig himself out of his mountain and save the Germans during either of the world wars. And King Arthur didn't come back from Avalon to destroy the Spanish Armada with Excalibur. If this story about the Hero of Time coming back to save Hyrule were just a tale told by commoners to inspire hope and courage in the younger generation, that would be more than fine. Except, one slight problem, the Hero of Time coming back to save the day was actually a part of the fucking plan. You know, the plan the gods themselves signed off on. So if the gods were calling on Link to come save the people of Hyrule, the very descendants of his beloved friends and family, why did he ignore them? I'd have to assume the goddesses had the power to bring Link back to the future. I mean, Zelda, with her diluted divine blood, was able to send Link back in time 7 years. And Link himself could go back 3 days with the blessing of the goddess of time. So I'd imagine that the all-powerful creator goddesses were more than capable of flinging Link into the future once again. Sure, if something bad happened to Link after the events of Majora's Mask, then that could explain why he was indisposed. But future games outright debunk that theory, and nothing from the past games would suggest that he suffered some terrible fate, so that honestly doesn't seem very likely. So let's work under the assumption that Link did, in fact, live a full life after the events of Majora's Mask, meaning that he was not indisposed and could have taken up the call to save the future again. The only explanation I can come up with as to why he didn't then would be that he actively decided not to. In which case, fuck this game! That is not my Hero of Time. Link would never abandon people in need like that. We saw this back in Majora's Mask. Link had literally zero reason to hang back and save Termina after getting his original body back. But he did it anyway. Why? Because he's a goddamn hero, that's why. The man has a sense of honor and duty to him. Fuck, he even went through a whole mental health crisis over his loss of identity as a hero. Twilight Princess, the very next game in this series, literally shows the dude as a ghost regretting the fact that the people in his timeline never remembered him for his deeds. Link would kill for the chance to save the world again. Are you fucking kidding me with this shit? Why is the Hero of Time's character being reduced to an irresponsible father who never came back with the fucking milk? Look, I think it's pretty undeniable at this point that the Wind Waker's plot is a complete mess, not only in the context of it being a sequel, but also when standing on its own merits. Inevitably, fans of the Wind Waker will, at this point, shift the conversation one of two ways. The intelligent among them will admit that, yes, the plot may be nonsensical if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, but the story could very well make up for that. Character writing and themes, after all, are arguably more important than the plot. And I actually agree with that conclusion, which is why I cannot wait till we get to talking about this game's character writing, because I have a lot to say on that front. The alternative response would go something like, Octo, why are you even analyzing this game's story in the first place? This is a video game, so that doesn't matter. Fuck you, stop ruining my childhood. Look, Mr. Strawman, I get that not everyone cares about the stories they see in their video games, and to be fair, there are some games, like the original Legend of Zelda, which have basically zero plot, so holding their lack of storytelling against them would be a pretty brain-dead take on my part. But here's the deal. Wind Waker is a plot-heavy game, whether you like it or not. Seriously, so much of this fucking game so far has been cutscenes within cutscenes that seek to explain the context behind other cutscenes. The whole beginning of this title was just one cutscene after another. Have you noticed that this video has featured more discussion about the game's plot points and dialogue than any other Zelda title I've reviewed so far? Remember the Majora video, where I basically never brought up the plot until the very fucking end of the review? That's because the characters in Wind Waker can't stop fucking talking. This game is so dialogue heavy that it actually hurts. So the plot is a major part of this video game. I can't just ignore it, and neither can anyone else who plays this game. And just as I praised Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask for their brilliant stories, so too will I criticize Wind Waker for its brain-dead attempts at writing. The criticism goes both ways. The final plot twist that the king reveals in this cutscene is that Tetra is actually Princess Zelda. Now, don't get too confused here. Tetra is still Tetra. What this really means is that she's a direct descendant of the royal family, and by royal law and tradition, her name would have been Zelda had she been born in Hyrule. She didn't hide her identity or anything like that. She just straight up didn't know that she was royalty, and the king is just dropping this reveal on her now. This is one of the game's most criticized plot points. Yes, far more criticized than the dumbass plan to save Hyrule I just went over, because it effectively kills Tetra as a character. From this point onwards, she'll have no speaking lines until the literal end of the game, and goes from a tomboyish, sassy pirate to just a girl who doesn't speak. Now, Tetra wasn't really a compelling character before this point, so I'm not exactly all that sad about this outcome, but it should be noted that one of the few consistent character traits that she displayed before this moment in the story was independence, a distaste for others telling her what to do with her own life. Yet, here she is, sheepishly accepting her role in King Daphne's plan, while providing no pushback or individual opinions of her own. It's inconsistent at best, but uncompelling all the same. Effectively, this plot twist changes two things. One, Tetra is going to do jack dick from now on, since the king decides that locking her in his basement would be safer than just taking her along with us. And two, she now carries the complete Triforce of Wisdom, which had previously been split between one of Tetra's ancestors, the king's daughter, and the king himself. Now, one might point out that the wiser thing to do in this scenario would have been for the king to keep his Triforce piece separate from Zelda's, just in case she were to, I don't know, be kidnapped by Ganondorf? Just as a hypothetical, of course. But hey, what do we know? The king's been planning this shit for centuries. He clearly knows what he's doing here. I'm sure this won't ever come back to bite us in the ass. So at this point, the game takes a major shift in its pacing and structure. Gone are the days of go to plot point A to unlock plot point B. Now, we're finally being allowed some degree of freedom in how we play the game. Mostly. More on that later. The King of Red Lions presents us with two overarching tasks at this point. The first is to locate two of the 7 sages by entering their temples from above the ocean. This part's a bit weird. Basically, the Master Sword lost its power because something happened to 2 of the sages. Spoiler, they're dead. And according to the king, it was the prayers of the sages that gave the Master Sword its strength in the first place, thus explaining its current state of dormancy. This is wrong. Like, straight up, this isn't how the Master Sword works. In both A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time, all or most of the 7 sages were either kidnapped or killed, and Link had to either go save them or awaken new ones, all while wielding a full-powered Master Sword. Saving the sages didn't power up the sword because of fucking course it didn't. Who would make a sword that only works so long as 7 random dudes are still praying to it? Hell, even the future games completely ignore this point. Skyward Sword even retconned the Master Sword as having predated the 7 sages, so clearly this isn't a plot point that's consistent with any past or future Zelda lore. But if I took a shot for every time Wind Waker fundamentally breaks the Zelda series lore, I'd be passed out drunk in a Vegas alleyway before even reaching the 3rd act. So let's just let this one slide. Our second overarching task is to locate the 8 shards of the Triforce of Courage. According to the king, when the Hero of Time was sent back 7 years to the past by Princess Zelda, he was, quote, separated from the elements which made him a hero, whatever that means, resulting in the Triforce splitting into several pieces. This is verifiably untrue, given Given that we literally see the Triforce of Courage continue to present itself on Link's hand after he returns to Hyrule, but fuck it, just one more plot hole to add to the list. These shards were then inexplicably hidden in various treasure chests across Hyrule, which the player can pull out from the ocean using the grappling hook's salvage function. But in order to locate them, we'll first need to find several corresponding Triforce charts hidden in all kinds of caves and secret areas out in the overworld. This is the first time that Wind Waker actually demands that the player engage with and explore the overworld in order to beat the game, and it definitely is a welcome change of pace. But since we can't acquire a fair number of these Triforce charts until after completing all the dungeons, we're going to save discussion on this quest until after going over the last couple of level designs. But just know that the game actually does allow you to start searching for these things as of now, which is pretty neat. It adds some non-linearity to what has otherwise been a nauseatingly linear experience up until this point. Unfortunately, the last two dungeons themselves immediately circle back to this limiting sense of linearity, which is really strange because they're set up in a way that would make you think you're allowed to tackle them in any order, but no. The game goes out of its way to make sure you do them in the exact sequence it has dictated. You have to beat the Earth Temple before entering the Wind Temple. There is no workaround to this. The character who's supposed to help you enter the Wind Temple just straight up disappears from the game world. There's no explanation for this, he's just gone. I honestly don't know why the devs thought this was necessary. The stories don't connect to one another, so it's not like we had to do one after the other. I imagine this must have been especially frustrating for players who tried doing the Wind Temple first, since you'll basically be told to fuck off and do something else instead. It's just sad to see that the devs had a perfect opportunity to just let players go wherever they wanted, but decided to force a specific dungeon order on them instead. I really don't get the intention here. Regardless, our first stop is the Earth Temple, which lies just a little bit east of Outset Island. When we arrive, we'll meet a ghost of Azora, Laruto, who once served as the sage of Earth? Shouldn't it be water, since that was what Ruto was the sage of? Oh, fuck it, who cares? The point is, Laruto was killed by Ganon's minions a short while ago, and she explains that the only way to replace her is by finding a descendant of hers. This descendant should also be carrying her magical instrument, a harp, and by playing this prospective wise woman a special song, the Earth God's lyric, we should be able to awaken her powers as a sage. Helpful information, but that's all we have to go on, which is actually a really excellent design decision. This is the first major objective this game gives us that doesn't come with a massive quest marker on the overworld map. In order to enter this dungeon, the player will have to remember all the characters we've met along our journey and deduce which one is most likely to be Laruto's descendant. The answer, as you'll eventually figure out, is Medli, the Rito girl we met back on Dragon Roost Island. Besides being the only character in this game to possess a harp, the fact that the Rito still possess symbols pertaining to the goddess Nehru also helps to hint at this revelation. That being said, I stand by my criticisms of this game's creature design, because how the fuck we're supposed to deduce that Medli is a descendant of this fish person based on looks alone is anyone's guess. Upon arriving at Dragon Roost Island, the player will find Medli strumming her ancestor's harp atop one of the many cliff sides of the volcano. She'll wax poetic about how Kamali has grown into such a fine young man and... Wait, what? Hold the phone. What do you mean he's grown into a fine young man? Wasn't he just a child when we last saw him? What does he look like now? What the fuck? Yeah, so for some reason, Kamali ages several years between the time we beat Dragon Roost Cavern and the moment we save our sister, even though Link himself appears completely unchanged. This isn't the only such instance of timeline dissonance either. The piglets on Outset will be fully grown by the time we revisit it, which suggests that we were gone somewhere between 9 months and several years, depending on whether these things still have room to grow or not. Given how comically massive they are, I'd lean closer to the side of them being several years old at this point. So what the hell's going on here? How fucking long were we away from home? Is Link suddenly in his early 20s now? This question bothered the ever-living hell out of me for quite some time, until I stumbled upon some interesting concept art of a progressively aging Link during the research phase of this video. From what I've gathered, one of the original concepts Aonuma and the team came up with for this game was to have actual years pass over the course of Link's journey. This would see a great deal of changes occur to the game world and its characters. Most principally, that Link himself would age over the course of the game. But this idea must have been scrapped pretty early into development, given that only Link has aged concept art, and the designs for Ganondorf and Zelda at this point in time were completely different from how they look in the final product. But it seems that a couple vestiges of this scrapped concept slipped through the cracks, resulting in the sudden, rapid aging of Kamali, whom we initially meet when he was a small child, but we now see as a young adult who's slightly taller than even Link. If I'm right about this, and the team really was still considering aging Link over the course of his long journey, then I think we may have solved the mystery around his age, and why even Aonuma himself got it wrong. The plan could have been that Link would start his journey as a 9-year-old boy, grow up to be 12 at some point, then retrieve the Master Sword by the time he turns 16, thereby bypassing the Master Sword's age requirement and explaining why so many characters in this game treat both Link and Tetra as adults. The scenes where Link and Zelda get hit on by fairy queens and pirates alike were probably written under the assumption that these characters would be full-grown adults. At least I fucking hope they were, which totally explains some of the weirdness surrounding the characters' ages. It's all one big, messy clusterfuck caused by this game's rushed development. Still, that doesn't excuse the developers themselves for failing to course-correct the game's plot and character designs whenever it became evident that the whole time-lapse concept wasn't going to work. I applaud the effort to try something new, but it clearly didn't pan out the way the developers initially envisioned. So anyway, Medli's just happy to see that Kamali has grown up, but also feels like she's losing her purpose now that he doesn't need her anymore. We play her the Earth God's lyric, she passes out, and then she meets Larudo. When Medli wakes up, she starts going on about how, now that she's a sage, she feels like she can finally help the world, and that we need to head to the Earth Temple to reawaken the Master Sword as quickly as possible. I presume Larudo probably told her all this, but I feel like she shouldn't be so ready to just accept all this information. Like, before this moment, Medli knew nothing about Ganondorf, or the Master Sword, or even that the world is in danger in the first place. Fuck, she probably didn't even know what a sage was. This isn't like an Ocarina of Time where everyone knew the legends of the Master Sword and the Seven Sages. Nobody in the Great Sea remembers any of that shit. So why is Medli acting like this all comes off as zero surprise to her? Why does she feel no hesitation in participating in a plan which will inevitably alter the very world that she and her people inhabit? It almost feels like this dialogue was written entirely for the audience's benefit, since we would of course sympathize with the king's attempts to bring back Hyrule and defeat Ganondorf, when it should have been written from Medli's perspective, since she's the one who's actually taking in all this information. This is a consistent problem with Wind Waker's character writing. It feels like no one in the story has any individuality. They all just sort of conform to the king's plan, no questions asked, and that is such a shame, because I feel like some actual character drama could have benefited this story immensely, and the fact that no one provides any feedback or criticism towards the king's plan is going to have some serious ramifications come the ending of this game. Inconsistent writing aside, with Medli now awakened as one of the Seven Sages, we can return to Headstone Island and finally enter the fourth dungeon, the Earth Temple. This is the game's penultimate dungeon, so you would expect it to start introducing some pretty advanced mechanics, maybe even expand on that tiny bit of non-linearity we saw at the start of the Tower of the Gods. Alas, the Earth Temple does neither of these things. It is 100% linear, barely even hosting any optional paths to explore, and its central mechanic is... ooh boy. Alright, so remember the Anju and Kafei questline from Majora's Mask, and how at the end of the third day we had to alternate between controlling Link and Kafei in order to solve a final gauntlet of challenges, both equal parts combat and puzzle solving? Right, well, imagine that, but shitty. That's basically what playing the Earth Temple feels like. Let me expand on that. So, the very first thing that the king tells us when we arrive at the dungeon is how to control Medli. By playing the command melody, the same song that we learned in the Tower of the Gods, the player can take control of Medli and use her to help solve puzzles. However, she kinda can't do much of anything else on her own. She has no way to fight back against enemies, nor can she use any of Link's back catalog of dungeon items. What she can do is fly for a brief time, which is selectively useful, and hold out her harp in order to use its golden sheen to reflect beams of light. None of that, I'm sure, sounds too bad, and that's because it isn't. The problem arises from just how many fucking times you're going to have to play this stupid command melody in order to make this work. And that's not even to mention the fact that you'll have to escort Medli through the dungeon while simultaneously fighting off enemies. Playing the command melody takes 11 seconds at a minimum. I counted the shit out, believe me. You can't play the melody at a faster tempo like you could with the songs from the N64 games because, unlike with the Ocarina of Time, the wind baton runs on a fucking metronome. Spamming inputs just doesn't work. You have to wait 1 second for each note. So that means that every time you want to switch to Medli, you're going to need to play this stupid song for 11 seconds minimum. So extrapolate that over the course of an entire dungeon, where you're constantly switching between two characters in order to solve puzzles, and I think you can start to imagine just how much time gets wasted purely on playing this stupid fucking song. This is far from a small problem, since it drags the dungeon's pacing down to a halt, but it isn't necessarily the end of the world either. So long as the puzzle solving opportunities afforded by this mechanic outweigh its costs, then I could chalk it up as just being a janky mechanic from an older Zelda title, like the Iron Boots from Ocarina of Time. So let's take a look at how the dungeon design itself holds up, and see if it justifies the dual character control this game seems to be experimenting with. The Earth Temple begins by presenting a large open room with very little in it. Beyond a couple moblins, a large staircase, and two giant pillars rising high into the air. The way forward is blocked off by an iron set of bars, and the only way to lower them them will be by pushing 2 pressure plates located atop the twin pillars. In order to do that, the player will have to guide both Link and Medli to these plates. First by gliding Link on over to one of them with Medli's help, then by taking control of Medli herself and flying her over to the other. It's a decent enough introduction to the dungeon's main gimmick, time-consuming as it is. It effectively teaches the player the importance of Medli and how she'll be required to overcome the dungeon's many upcoming challenges. In the next room, we'll be introduced to the dungeon's second central mechanic, light puzzles. This is a returning gimmick from the last couple of 3D Zelda titles, but it takes on a new form due to Medli's involvement. For the first half of the dungeon, Link will be completely unable to interact with these light sources at all. Instead, only Medli will be able to solve these puzzles for us, since her harp can be used to reflect and aim beams of light at whatever targets the player may so desire. This first puzzle is rather simple. You'll just need to reflect some light into the room's dark choo-choos, variants of the normal choo-choo who will turn into stone the moment light strikes them, allowing the player to then smash them with the skull hammer. This will then open the way forward, but there's also an invisible chest in here containing the dungeon map, which you can acquire by having Medli reflect a beam of light into it. In the next room, the player will be presented 2 paths leading west and east, both of which are currently blocked off. In order to open the western path, we'll first need to acquire a small key, while the eastern door can be opened by hitting a switch located in the room's dark fog. This fog will jinx Link should he fall into it, making it impossible for the player to perform any attack action. The only way to activate this switch then will be by finding some way to dissipate the fog, either by using Medli's harp to reflect light into it, or by using the Korok leaf to blow the fog away. The eastern path will then lead to a simple light reflection puzzle, where the player will need to push a block in order to reveal a beam of light, and then have Medli reflect it onto an invisible chest to retrieve a small key, thus allowing us to backtrack to the previous room and head west. It's at this point that the dungeon begins to combine its many disparate ideas. In order to progress through this western path, the player will need to activate 2 pressure plates simultaneously, which will create a staircase leading forward. However, these plates require constant pressure in order to stay active, making it impossible for Link and Medli to solve this puzzle on their own. That being said, the room does host a couple of dark choo-choos, as well as a hidden light source which the player can unveil. It shouldn't be too hard to deduce then what you ought to do here. Reveal the hidden light source, turn the choo-choos into stone, and then use their weight to keep the pressure plates active. The next 2 rooms will continue to introduce further light mechanics, statues and walls which will disappear the moment light hits them, as well as a brand new enemy, the Poe, who is entirely invulnerable to any and all attacks unless first struck by a light source. These puzzles are fine, for the most part, when analyzing them in isolation, but when we take into account the constant and cumbersome switching between Medli and Link required to overcome these obstacles, they begin to seep into the realm of tedium. What especially compounds this sense of tedium is the complete lack of any atmosphere to this dungeon. Earth Temple my ass. What the hell about this dungeon's endless gray stone walls and floors elicit the feeling of earth? Is it because stone comes from the earth? Still wouldn't excuse just how featureless everything in here is. I think the original idea for this area's theme was supposed to be undeath. Like that creatures buried beneath the earth would once again rise to reclaim the land above. Considering that most opponents in this dungeon are undead creatures, bubbles, stalfos, Poes, and even redeads, then that would seem to make sense. Perhaps we could then determine that this temple was originally some sort of tomb, or even a sealing ground of some sorts, much like the Shadow Temple from Ocarina of Time. But there are 2 key problems with this theory. Firstly, there are several living things in this dungeon as well, namely moblins, a pair of which lie in the very first room of the dungeon, as well as the Sage of Earth herself, when she was still alive, that is. This was her temple, after all, so I can't imagine that she spent all her time amongst the living dead, especially ones that would eventually end up killing her. Second, if this dungeon was meant to be the underworld level, like the Shadow Temple from Ocarina of Time or Ikana Castle from Majora's Mask, then why the hell is everything in here so clean? I mean, just compare the atmosphere present in Ocarina of Time's own undead dungeons to this. Beneath the Well has actual torture rooms, with blood strewn across walls and undead creatures whose flesh is actively rotting, even as they stir to life. The Shadow Temple itself is filled to the brim with bones, highlighting just how bloody the unification wars for Hyrule truly were. These are places defined by death, and every room, every trap, and every creature inhabiting them all work together to achieve one singular goal: to make the player's hair stand on end. By contrast, look at this sarcophagus room from the Earth Temple. Is this supposed to be creepy? Because nothing about these clean, neatly arranged stone coffins with goofy looking zombies in them is creepy to me. I really don't get why the redeads in this game are so tame by comparison. Wind Waker in general thus far has done a pretty bad job with its dungeon atmosphere, to the point where I would say that even the Oracle games did a slightly better job in this regard. And those were 2D titles made for the fucking Game Boy Color. But the Earth Temple? The Earth Temple has gotta be the most most flat, boring, and featureless dungeon in the entire 3D series of Zelda games. I honestly don't know what the fuck kind of vibe they were going for on this one, but whatever it was, it didn't come through in the final product. A real shame, given just how incredible the preceding 3D titles were in handling their dungeon atmosphere. Speaking of things that Wind Waker's dungeons handle worse than their predecessors did, it's time for the mini-boss, the Stalfos. This guy is just another normal enemy. Seriously, he is just another normal enemy. We'll fight him at least another 3 times in this dungeon alone, and he'll even make an appearance in the next dungeon and out in the overworld too. Again, I really don't understand this game's obsession with throwing normal enemies at the player, but with some different music playing in the background, and pretending that it counts as a boss fight. The battle's real simple. By beating the crap out of the Stalfo's body, his bones will scatter and his skull will start hopping around. The player will then have to chase down the skull and strike at it several times in order to kill him for good. Otherwise, the Stalfo's body will reassemble and you'll have to start the fight all over again. I guess the one curveball is his attack pattern, since the Stalfos wields a large club which he'll swing around a bunch of times. And that can be difficult to dodge, but the damage he does is so minuscule that it doesn't really serve as much of a threat. Of course, the fight I just described really isn't much of a challenge on its own, which I'm sure the devs realized at some point. So their solution was to throw 2 more of these fuckers at the player the moment the first one is killed. Yes, this is just another gank fight, but with Stalfos this time. I told you, this game loves its gank fights. The fight's the same as before, except you have to kill 2 of them this time. Seriously, what the fuck happened to the enemy designers on the Zelda team? Were they just bummed out from having to develop a mainline Zelda game in only a single year twice in a row? I honestly wouldn't blame them for that. Being a Zelda developer between the years of 1999 and 2002 must have been one of the worst working experiences for a game developer imaginable, I'd wager. But if you can't design unique mini-bosses for every dungeon, then why even have mini-bosses in the first place? I guess that's Eiji Aonuma's fault more than anything, since he was the game director, but that still doesn't excuse the underlying problem. Boss fights in the Wind Waker are a constant source of disappointment, and that's in large part due to poor enemy design. And this isn't a small problem. Boss fights are supposed to be markers of your progress through a dungeon, and sources of pride and accomplishment for players. If every boss fight in this game feels like a dud, then that reflects poorly on the overall dungeon experience. Killing the Stalfos will net us the dungeon item, the Mirror Shield, which works exactly the same as it did in the last 2 games. It'll reflect light the same way that Medli's harp can, allowing the 2 of them to work together to solve light puzzles from this point forward. The dungeon introduces this concept with this giant statue we can backtrack to. It has a sundial in each of its eye sockets, making the solution rather clear. Shine light into both eyes and you'll solve the puzzle. But this task was initially impossible with just Medli, since she cannot direct 2 beams of light at once. That's where the Mirror Shield comes in. By taking control of Medli and having her direct a beam of light into one of the eyes, and then having Link reflect a second beam into the other, the puzzle will be solved and a staircase to the basement shall open up to us. Not a particularly difficult or advanced puzzle by any stretch, but it's introducing the concept of controlling 2 characters at once, something which future light puzzles will rely entirely on. Upon descending into the basement, the player will be greeted with another forked path, a square-shaped room with doors leading to the west, north, and east, all of which can be accessed by reflecting light into the statues which initially block them off. The northern door is currently locked, but both the western and eastern portals are free to be traversed. This is the only time the dungeon ever dips its toes into non-linearity, and be sure to enjoy it, because the next dungeon isn't going to be much better in this regard. The western path leads to a hallway full of shadowy fog, which you'll have to blow away or otherwise navigate past in order to reach the other side. 2 floor masters roam the fog, making the task much more difficult, since getting caught by one will result in the player getting booted back to the start of the dungeon. At the end of the hallway, the player will be able to activate another light source which will shine into an adjacent room, clearly setting us up for some future puzzle solving. The eastern path, meanwhile, leads to another fog room, this time acting as a maze. The player will have to wade through the dark fog and avoid being picked up by floor masters, requiring careful navigation and quick reflexes on the player's part to overcome. At the end of this maze lies a small key, allowing us to backtrack and proceed through the dungeon's northern wing. Upon entering, we'll find that the light beam from the western wing ends up in this very room, and the player will have to use both Link and Medli to reflect this light source into the statue, blocking off the path forward. All of this leads to the dungeon's final challenge, one giant light reflection puzzle, all taking place in a single room with several large mirrors. In order to complete it, the player will have to push these many mirrors into the right position and use both Medli and Link to pass a beam of light along, eventually ending in the 2 of them activating one final pair of sundials. So, conceptually, I appreciate what the dungeon designer was going for here. It's clear that that the intent of the light puzzles we've seen throughout the dungeon was to prepare the player for this one final puzzle. And again, conceptually, this is a pretty great idea. Introducing a bunch of small puzzles centered around a singular mechanic, which then evolves into one greater final challenge at the very end of the dungeon, is an excellent design choice, and something I would usually praise when done well. However, in this particular instance, I would say that the execution doesn't quite match the intent, unfortunately. There is nothing at all about this final puzzle which I would even remotely categorize as challenging. There's an old saying I have about puzzle design in Zelda games which I think applies here perfectly. The worst puzzles are the ones you solve in your head long before you're allowed to actually complete them. And unfortunately, this final room embodies that phrase better than any other puzzle from the entire Legend of Zelda series. Seriously, all it involves is pushing giant mirrors down linear, pre-marked routes with obvious endpoints and using the reflected light to activate a switch at the very end. There is no thinking involved, only doing. And the doing part of this puzzle isn't very engaging. So in the end, what are we left with? A final challenge which doesn't even make creative or clever use of the dungeon's central mechanic? Is that really what we should expect to see from an endgame Zelda dungeon? The light puzzles in this temple, in general, feel like a massive step backwards compared to their previous iterations. Instead of having to think ahead and execute difficult maneuvers in order to overcome this dungeon's many challenges, it feels more like each of these puzzles has an immediately recognizable solution, and the vast majority of your time is instead dedicated to maneuvering Medli to just the right spot in order to make things work. This is not a small problem. The entire dungeon revolves around these two gimmicks, dual character control and light puzzles. So for both of them to be executed this terribly reflects poorly on the dungeon as a whole. And if you thought all that was bad enough, just wait till you see what the dungeon boss has in store for us. So just to set the scene here, this dungeon is said to have once been a temple housing the Sage of Earth, Larudo, who was then murdered by a beast powerful enough to kill a descendant of Princess Rudo herself. The monster capable of performing such a terrible deed, whose name is Jahala, must, therefore, be quite the powerful being indeed. No doubt, we should expect it to be one of the most powerful and intimidating creatures from the entire Legend of Zelda series. Alright, Earth Temple, show us your final dungeon boss. Oh. Okay, so let me get this straight. The Great Sage of Earth, an ancient sorceress whose bloodline can be traced back well before even the Sealing War itself, was killed by a fat, laughing ghost clown whose main weakness is fucking sunlight. This is what I mean when I say that this game suffers from tonal dissonance. Is this fight supposed to be goofy or serious? The story context would suggest serious, but the visuals are telling me goofy. What the fuck was the intent here? Gameplay-wise, the fight really doesn't fare much better, I'm afraid to say. Jahala's weakness, like all Poes, is light, which, conveniently, the boss room provides plenty of. The player will have to stand in one of the room's many beams of light and reflect it into Jahala, who will then become corporeal and have to be picked up and thrown into one of the room's many spiky pillars. This causes the boss to shatter into 15 tinier Poes, who will all run around the room, scared. They literally don't fight back during this phase. The goal is just to slaughter as many as you possibly can before they reconjoin into one being again. The only defense Jahala even has during this normal phase is a fire breath attack, which is pretty damn easy to avoid, given how long it takes for him to charge it up, so it's unlikely he'll even manage to do any damage to you in the first place. And that's the whole fight. Just repeat this process another couple of times and he'll be dead. Honestly, I have no idea what the vision behind this dungeon was. I put out a couple theories which might explain the story context behind it, but that still doesn't adequately explain why the Earth Temple is so featureless and simplistic in both its visuals and design. I get that not every dungeon in a Zelda game needs to be super complex or labyrinthine in its construction, but this is the penultimate dungeon. We've had a whole game full of simplistic, linear level designs up until this point. Is it really so unreasonable for me to expect Wind Waker to start finally challenging the player at this point in the game? To offer level designs which require players to actually think for once? And if you're going to craft a linear dungeon anyway, could you have not at least designed a more complex set of puzzles? Was pushing a bunch of enemy statues around to reflect a linear beam of light really the height of creativity on the part of the dungeon designers here? All of that's bad enough, enough, but once you add together the god-awful boss fights, the drab visuals and music, and the absolute failure of an experimental mechanic which is the dual character control, the Earth Temple ends up being, arguably, perhaps the worst dungeon in the entire Legend of Zelda series. I mean that. Mark my words, this level is going to be some deep Octorok Reviews lore in the coming years, like Vitreous from A Link to the Past or the Korok Seeds from Breath of the Wild. You just watch me bring up this dungeon again once we get to the modern Zelda games. I'll probably say something like, well, this dungeon's pretty bad, but at least it's not Earth Temple from Wind Waker bad. That's how damn certain I am of this dungeon's monumentally poor design. It can be difficult sometimes to find a low point in an already pretty low performing game, but if there's any one part of the Wind Waker which I would say embodies everything wrong with this game the most, this is it. After killing Jahala, Link and Medli will play the Earth God's lyric one final time and bless the Master Sword with the Sage's might. This will permanently up the damage of the blade, offering a neat little sense of progression. It really lets the player feel like Link is growing in power, which is always an important goal for any Zelda game to accomplish. But we're still not done yet. In order to fully restore the Blade of Evil's Bane to its ancient, glorious shimmer, we will first have to sail to Gale Island in order to locate this game's final dungeon, the Wind Temple. It is here where we meet the ghost of another ancient sage, Fado, a Kokiri who once served as the Sage of Wind. Like Laruto before him, he asks that we track down a descendant of his who bears his ancient instrument, a violin, and play for him the song which shall awaken his sagely powers, the Wind God's aria. Once again, I have to question a few things here. First, what happened to the title of Sage of Forest? Why is the Kokiri Sage's domain suddenly wind, and how does that make any sense? Saria was the Sage of Forest because that was the domain which the Kokiri came from, the forest. What the fuck does wind have to do with the Kokiri or their homeland? That theme seems more in line with the Rito, if anything, given that they are bird people. Even Tears of the Kingdom realized how obvious that was. So why was Medli not the Sage of Wind instead? Second, Fado here says that he has a descendant, and, being that he is a Kokiri sage from the Lost Woods, the implication also seems to be that he is a descendant of Saria. So, I don't know how else to put this, but I gotta ask, are the writers implying that the Kokiri have sex? And if so, ew? Now, in all fairness to Wind Waker, Ocarina of Time and A Link to the Past are also partly at fault for this implication. Since A Link to the Past established that the 7 magical bitches were the descendants of the 7 sages, and Ocarina of Time decided to make Saria one such sage, the implication was always that Saria went on to have children with, well, someone. Again, I question how that's even possible, given that the Kokiri always remain in the physical body of a child, no matter how old they get, but Ocarina of Time never definitively answered how new Kokiri were made either. So I guess it's possible that the Kokiri just look young and are emotionally stunted due to the Great Deku Tree's protection, when in reality they're more than capable of surviving and even procreating amongst themselves. This could also be a decent explanation as to why Saria even has descendants at all. Of course, I wish this game hadn't forced me to think about Kokiri biology in such detail in the first place, but that's what happens when your writer doesn't think about the lore implications of each and every one of his story's plot lines. The answer as to who Fado's descendant is will be much simpler than in Laruto's case, since the obvious place to look for Kokiri descendants will be at the Forest Haven, and the only character whom we have any semblance of a connection to from that island would be Makar, the Korok we saved back in the Forbidden Woods. By playing for him the Wind God's aria, the little Korok will be visited by his ancestor and learn of his heritage as a sage, embracing his destiny readily and urging Link to immediately bring him to the Wind Temple. I could point out that, just like with Medli, Makar really shouldn't have any reason to be so invested in Hyrule's salvation, since the land above the waves is all he's ever known, but the difference in Makar's case, and why I think such criticism would almost be a moot point in this instance, is that there is so little that we know about Makar as a person that I honestly can't say for certain what is and isn't consistent with his character at this point. Whereas Medli actually had a backstory, set of values, and a character goal for players to attach themselves to, as surface level as it may have been, Makar kinda has nothing at all going for him. We saved him from the second dungeon, then he played the violin for us, and then that was it. We never saw him again until this very moment. All of that is to say that Makar, unlike Medli, isn't even a character, so while his sudden acceptance of his new role as a sage isn't exactly inconsistent, it also kinda means nothing to the player? Why would I be interested in witnessing development for a character who I've hardly even gotten to know up until this point? The game acts as if it established Makar as some sort of friend to Link, like Darunia from Ocarina of Time was, when in reality, we never even really had a relationship with this guy in the first place. It's a payoff with absolutely no setup, and honestly, the payoff isn't even that good, so really, what is the purpose of this cutscene? To advance the plot? That's all it seems to be good for. Story issues aside, with Makar in tow, we can finally make our way back to Gale Island and enter this game's final dungeon, the Wind Temple. And right off the bat, I just have to say, compared to the disaster that was the Earth Temple, this dungeon is far better in nearly every regard. Visuals, music, theming, puzzles, everything. In fact, I'd even go so far to say that it is, objectively, the best dungeon in this game. Now, that is not a high bar to clear, unfortunately, and I'd still say that this level wouldn't even crack the top 30 of a Zelda dungeon tier list, but at this point I'll take whatever quality I can get from this game. The dungeon begins in a large room, with a wide gap separating the player from the way forward. The only way to cross will be by using the Deku Leaf to glide through the air, except a couple wind turbines are currently creating a downward-facing gale, preventing the player from crossing unabated. This is where Makar comes in. Just like in the Earth Temple, this dungeon's main gimmick centers around dual character control between Link and his sage buddy. Unlike in the Earth Temple though, the Wind Temple will be much more restrained in its usage of this mechanic. It's still pretty bad for the most part, but it at least isn't nearly as distracting as it was in the last dungeon. In this particular instance, the player will have to fly Makar over to a pressure plate which will stop the wind turbines, thus allowing Link to cross the gap and make his way further into the dungeon. In the next room, we'll be reintroduced to an old dungeon element from the Forbidden Woods, the propeller switch, which requires a strong gust of wind to activate. In this particular instance, blowing wind into the switch will cause a giant metal gate in the room's center to rotate, allowing the player to progress forward. It should therefore be obvious, if it wasn't already given the dungeon's title, what this temple's main gimmick is: wind physics. Just as I alluded to back when we discussed the second dungeon, this is by far the most fleshed out mechanic, both in terms of puzzle solving and overworld interaction, within the entirety of this game, and wouldn't you know it, the Wind Temple benefits massively by taking full advantage of it. But that's not the only trick this dungeon has under its sleeve. Makar may not be able to reflect beams of light the way Medli could, but he makes up for that with his ability to plant Deku Seeds into patches of soil. This will cause a tree to grow in its place, which, as of now, can work to open certain doors and spawn chests. I don't get why planting trees somehow unlocks doors and spawns chests. This honestly makes zero sense, but it's less annoying than using Medli to reflect beams of light, so I'll take it. Additionally, unlike with the Earth Temple, this dungeon won't have us switching to Makar nearly as often. After using Makar's seeds to open the way into the next room, the player will have to use his flying ability to ascend several platforms and plant some seeds once again. This will open the way forward, but as a trade-off, Makar will be immediately snatched up by a floor master, separating the two of us and forcing the player to progress through the next stretch of the dungeon alone. I just want to say, thank fucking God for this. The dual character control mechanic absolutely sucks in this game, and it was bad enough seeing it in one dungeon. Though I wish Makar wasn't a part of this level at all, just being able to explore a large stretch of it without having him in tow is an excellent step up from the Earth Temple. What isn't a step up, unfortunately, is the dungeon structure. Once again, the Wind Temple is entirely linear, which is very strange since the very next room we enter is this large circular chamber that looks like it could have fit perfectly in a non-linear Zelda dungeon design. But nope, there's only one way to progress through the dungeon at any given moment, with zero exploration required whatsoever. This means that every single dungeon in the Wind Waker has a linear structure to it. I think that's a complete first for the Zelda series. Seriously, every game before this one had a mix of linear and maze-like dungeon designs, with the point being to provide puzzle and combat variety to the player. Without that variation, a lot of the level designs in the Wind Waker tend to just blend together, and the Wind Temple is no exception. As a consolation though, I can definitely say that the linear set of puzzles we do get in this temple are far better than in any of the first 4 dungeons. Our main goal, at least for the first half of the dungeon, is to find a way to free Makar, who is being kept prisoner in the large central room we just entered. To do that, the player will have to progress further into the dungeon's eastern wing. First, we'll enter a room with another rotating gate which the player will have to navigate past. The only standout feature here is a music rock, much like the one which blocked off the dungeon's entrance, hinting at some future backtracking we'll have to engage with after rescuing Makar. In the next room, we'll be presented with a long set of rocky hallways, almost like a natural canyon of some sort, with updrafts of wind all throughout. The player will have to use the Deku Leaf to fly through the canyon, and while this isn't a particularly difficult traversal challenge on its own, it's at least building on the wind mechanics this dungeon is centered around, while also providing one of the most atmospheric experiences in all the Wind Waker's dungeons. It's definitely a highlight of this temple for sure. At the end of this gauntlet, the player will end up circling circling back around to the large central room from earlier, except at a higher vantage point, from which we can activate a switch. This will cause the floor to completely retract, opening up a whole basement level of the dungeon for the player to explore. But don't let that description trick you, there isn't that much that we can find down here for now, beyond an optional chest containing the compass and a room holding one of the dungeon's treasure charts. The real highlight is the mini-boss, which is a Wizrobe. Just a Wizrobe, which is a completely normal enemy who we fought at least 10 times by this point in the game, and he spawns a bunch of other completely normal enemies in order to gank on you. Are the devs even trying anymore? Like, at least with Dragon Roost Cavern, you could justify the Moblin mini-boss fight by saying, it's the first dungeon. The devs just want to give the player something easy to fight. Which, okay, I disagree, because I think that dungeons should be the challenging parts of a Zelda game, but fine. I acknowledge that there are arguments out there which might defend this decision. And then with the third and fourth dungeons, even though these fights were awful and were against normal enemies, at least they were the first instances of these normal enemies popping up in combat. Like, yeah, we fight Darknuts and Stalfos dozens of times after these fights, so they're still just normal enemies. But the player might not know that on a first encounter, so at least there's some illusion of the fight being against a unique mini-boss encounter, as shallow an illusion as that might be. But not only is this Wizrobe fight taking place in the final dungeon, meaning that we should absolutely be getting unique, more difficult mini-boss battles by this point in the game, it is also utilizing one of the weakest fucking enemies in all of Wind Waker. Seriously, just shoot the Wizrobe with arrows until he's dead. That's the fucking strategy here. The only curveball is the Horde of Keys, Darknuts, and other bullshit he'll spawn in as you try to kill him. But that's just a normal enemy encounter by Wind Waker standards. They're all like this. The only thing that distinguishes this Wizrobe as a mini-boss is the fact that he has slightly more health than others of his kind. But regardless, it's just a normal fucking enemy encounter. That means that this game only has 2 mini-bosses in its entirety, Mothula and Phantom Ganon. That's it. I know I probably sound like a broken record at this point, since I pointed out this exact same criticism in the last 3 dungeons in a row, but that's because it is such a consistent problem. Go back and watch my other Zelda reviews, and you'll see that I always analyze boss battles whenever they occur. This isn't some strange fixation I have with Wind Waker in particular. Boss fights are an important part of Zelda's dungeon designs, so for this game to fuck up its boss battles so consistently is a huge problem, and one which no past Zelda game has suffered from. I mean this. Wind Waker, on the whole, has the worst boss battles in all the Zelda series, and that is not a small problem. As a consolation though, our reward for killing the Wizrobe is the hookshot, my favorite dungeon item in all the Zelda series, and wouldn't you know it, it's just as great here in Wind Waker as it is in any other Zelda game. Not even Aonuma could fuck this thing up, thank God. Just like in past Zelda games, the hookshot will allow Link to fire a hook at certain targets, usually marked with a bullseye, and then pull himself in with the attached chain. The dungeon teaches the player how to use this new item in a pretty clever way. Getting into the basement floor was easy, since the player was able to just jump straight down here, but getting back up was impossible up until this point. That's where the hookshot comes in. Multiple platforms align the walls leading back up to the dungeon's ground floor, and the player will have to hookshot back up to them one by one in order to ascend from whence he came. It is also at this point where we can finally rescue Makar, who, along with our brand new dungeon item, can help us progress through the rest of the temple. There will be a tiny bit of backtracking required at this junction, which I suppose is technically a bit of non-linearity, but it's really short. The player will have to drag Makar back to the dungeon's eastern wing in order to open up the music block from earlier, leading to a short fight against a Darknut and the acquisition of the big key. The other bit of backtracking will lead us back to the west, in the very same room where Makar was first snatched up. The trees we planted earlier can now be used as hookshot targets, allowing Link and Makar to finally ascend to the dungeon's second floor. Once we reach the top, the player can activate another pair of switches that will open up the second basement floor, allowing us to finally activate the fan at the room's center. This effectively allows the player to access the entirety of the dungeon's large central chamber by using the Korok leaf to ascend, allowing us to acquire the dungeon's final small key and open the way further into the basement floor. This last stretch of the level serves as a sort of medley of the ideas the dungeon has thus far presented. First comes a combat challenge against a couple Wizrobes, and it's honestly sad just how comparable this is to the mini-boss fight. It's basically the same thing, no variation whatsoever. Next comes a final hookshot room, where the player will have to guide Makar past a chasm, plant a seed to spawn a tree, and then switch back to Link in order to hookshot to the other side. The final puzzle involves this giant room full of wind turbines and moving traps. The player will have to push some blocks to shield Link from the traps, then take Makar and drag the both of them to the other side. It's not that complex, but it at least builds on some of the puzzle elements we've seen throughout the temple. And that's it. That's the end of the dungeon. Honestly, up until this point, the Wind Temple hasn't been a particularly good level, at least from a design perspective. As I've already said, it wouldn't even crack a top 30 list of the best dungeons in all of Zelda, and it's not too hard to see why. Though it definitely is a step up from the Earth Temple in terms of moment-to-moment puzzle solving and atmosphere, it fails to improve on the so far boring and incredibly linear design philosophy of all of the Wind Waker's dungeons up until this point. Additionally, while Wind was, indeed, utilized frequently in the dungeon's puzzle solving and traversal challenges, it never really gets pushed to its logical extreme the way past Zelda dungeons have with their central mechanics. Even the Wind Physics in Ocarina of Time's Shadow Temple had more difficult puzzles attached to them than anything we see in the Wind Temple. And that wasn't even that dungeon's main mechanic. Point being, had what I've described so far been the totality of what the Wind Temple has to offer, then it would have easily gone down as another total flop. Not on the same level as the Wind Temple, mind you, but a flop all the same. However, this dungeon still has one more challenge for the player to overcome. A fight so legendary that it has continued to live on in the Zelda fandom's memory even to the present day. Dear viewer, may I present to you Molgera. When people think of Wind Waker combat, they think of this fight. No doubt, my earlier criticisms of Wind Waker's combat had fans of this game seething, thinking to themselves, but what about the Molgera fight, Octo? Well, we're here now, and yes, the Molgera fight is, indeed, awesome. It's kinda sad, actually, thinking about how incredible this game could have been had every boss fight packed even an eighth of the punch the Molgera fight does. But I've already spent too long lamenting on what could have been with this game. Let's just enjoy this oasis of quality for what it is, before inevitably returning to the desert of disappointment that is The Legend of Zelda the Wind Waker. Molgera is a ginormous antlion-like creature who will burrow in the sand covering the floor of his chambers. He will then attempt to catch Link by kicking up said sand and opening up his mandibles, much like a real antlion would. In order to do damage, the player will have to use the hookshot to latch onto his tongue and pull him in close, at which point simple sword strikes will be able to do the trick. It's a pretty straightforward attack pattern, but one that immediately begins to change up after he first sustains damage. Molgera will spawn several larvae, who will also burrow in the sand and pop up to attack the player. Their bodies are immune to all damage, only the heads serve as their weak points, and they can be quite the nuisance when you're trying to deal with Molgera simultaneously. Finally, the boss also has the ability to completely leave the sand behind and fly high into the air, where he will attempt to come back down and catch the player in his jaw. The damage he does with this attack is massive. 2 full hearts of health he'll drain, just in a single strike, and you'll tank at least 12 sword strikes before finally going down, so he is by no means a pushover. Combine the high intensity combat with one of the Zelda series' greatest battle themes ever, and Molgera ends up being one of the best 3D Zelda fights we've seen up until this point in the series. This is right up there with Bongo Bongo or Odalwa. Seriously, it's that good. And what a hell of a way to end this dungeon too. It almost makes you forget just how lukewarm the rest of the Wind Temple was. Slaying a giant beast in the very chamber in which it murdered a once great sage, all to restore said sage's descendant to his rightful place as a successor of an ancient magical lineage? It's awesome. It's fucking rad as shit. There's no doubt in my mind as to why the Molgera battle in particular sticks with this game's player base even after so many years. It's the kind of fight that completely defines the very dungeon it came from, providing challenging gameplay while simultaneously allowing players to truly live out the hero fantasy that The Legend of Zelda is always trying to achieve. And for that, I can easily praise this dungeon as Wind Waker's best. Not even a contest. It was a rough journey, that's for sure, but at least it ended with a bang. Upon defeating Mulgera, Link and Makar will perform the Wind God's aria one final time, thus restoring the Master Sword to all its former glory. The King of Red Lions will then inform us that Ganon has left the Forsaken Fortress, and is likely making his return to Hyrule. He therefore urges us to seek out the pieces of the Triforce of Courage, which actually makes no sense. Shouldn't we be rushing to Zelda's rescue instead? You would think her safety should be the more urgent concern, given that she holds the complete Triforce of Wisdom. So why do we have to find all the shards of the Triforce of Courage before saving her? Well, the game comes up with a stupid explanation for that. Turns out, we just can't return to Hyrule without first acquiring the complete Triforce of Courage. It is never explained why we cannot return, we just can't. Almost as if the gods themselves, or Eiji Aonuma, more likely, decided that Zelda had to be kidnapped for some reason. So whatever, on to the Triforce quest we go. But first, let us finally discuss the overworld that this quest takes place in, the Great Sea. You've probably been wondering why it took us so long to get to this part of the game. After all, we've already covered most of Wind Waker's story and level design, so why did the overworld, such a fundamental part of the Zelda formula, get overlooked up until this point in the video? Well, because Wind Waker's overworld, unlike every other title from the Legend of Zelda series, both before and after this game's release, is incredibly hostile to early or even mid-game exploration. I talked a bit about this earlier in the video, but let me break down specifically how this game purposefully goes out of its way to stifle player freedom from the very beginning of our journey all the way till the end. I already mentioned the fact that the King of Red Lion straight up won't let you stray away from the first couple of objective markers, essentially gating off overworld exploration for the first third of the game's runtime. But that's not the only way the boat gates off progress. Most of its functions won't even be accessible until after completing the Jabun quest, since the bombs are required in order to unlock naval combat. Yet despite this, many of the game's optional combat sections on the ocean will still remain unavailable even after this point. Take the reefs, for example. These are island chains with enemy cannons dotting their landscapes, and destroying each and every one of them will spawn a treasure chest with a unique reward of some kind. Treasure charts, heart pieces, that sort of thing. Yet, the cannons attached to these reefs won't spawn in until after you beat the Forsaken Fortress for the second time, more than 2/3 of the way through the game. There are 6 of these reef islands in total, meaning that they make up more than 12% of the islands in the Great Sea. That is not an insignificant amount of content, yet it's kept completely off limits until after hitting a very specific story requirement, for some reason, and this pretty much sums up the majority of Wind Waker's overworld progression. Anytime the player actually decides to take a couple hours to explore the game world, the designers will find new ways to shut this down and halt any possible attempts at exploration. This kind of design would be bad enough in a normal Zelda game, but the problem is exasperated in Wind Waker's case, because deciding to sail towards an island and taking the chance that hopefully you have all the right items to access its content is a fucking commitment. If you're wrong, and that new island you just sailed to is host to content which can't be accessed yet, then you've just wasted minutes of your life for nothing, and will be forced to backtrack later in the game once you have the requisite items. This type of overworld design, in effect, completely disincentivizes exploration in this game, which is a problem that I assume no one on the dev team cared about given how linearly this game's story and dungeons are structured. Or, rather, the many contributors within the Zelda staff who did dislike this new direction and raise their concerns were shot down by Aonuma and the completely new style he wanted to explore with this game. Who can say for sure? All that's to say, despite the illusionary free aesthetic provided by the open ocean setting, Wind Waker's overworld tends to stifle freedom more than facilitate it, essentially funneling all players into a hyper-focus on the game's main story over its side content. It's a strange departure from the design philosophy of the previous games in this series, and not one for the better, I might add. Alright, now with the progression issues aside, let's get to talking about the overworld itself. As mentioned previously, the Great Sea is divided into a 7x7 square-shaped grid, totaling 49 sections in all. Every single one of these sections has at least one island within its confines, with the majority also hosting additional content, like enemy platforms, submarines, or big octo fights. In order to navigate this vast overworld, the player will have to use the wind baton to change wind directions and sail around the ocean. Very simple concept. In fact, while the size of Wind Waker's overworld may at first seem dauntingly ginormous, the reality is that at least 95% of it is made up entirely of open ocean. Eiji Aonuma's talked about this illusion of size in interviews since, especially around the time that Breath of the Wild was being promoted. The trick he and his team tried to pull off with Wind Waker was to make players feel like they were exploring a vast overworld, when the reality is, if we were to combine all the islands in Wind Waker into one giant landmass, it would probably total a size lesser than that of even Ocarina of Time's overworld. As for the content present in this vast sea, first we have our main collectibles. Heart pieces make a return as always, and of course, we have optional equipment to find, like the empty bottles or magic armor. But there's an additional collectible in this game, which, unlike in past Zelda titles, fundamentally changes how exploration and the collectibles themselves work in the overworld. Treasure charts. There are 49 of these in total, one for every tile on the world map, and they each mark a spot near or around an island where some treasure can be dug up. There are 3 types of treasures defined: Triforce shards, which relate to the Triforce quest we'll talk about in a bit, silver rupees, the most valuable currency in the game, and heart pieces. Now, I gotta be honest with you, I'm a bit conflicted about these things. On the one hand, I appreciate how they fit in with the world of Wind Waker and the fantasy of being a swashbuckling pirate sailing the Great Sea. Acquiring an ancient treasure chart as part of a larger quest, comparing it to our sea chart, and sailing out to the marked spot in order to salvage a long-forgotten treasure at the bottom of the sea? It's awesome. There's no other way to put it. It absolutely sells the pirate theme Eiji Aonuma was going for, though I guess this is more salvaging than pirating, but whatever. It's cool either way. When you're fully immersed in the world of Wind Waker and you take the treasure hunting at face value without any critical thought, this is when Wind Waker really begins to click. But when we actually take a moment to think about what's going on here and compare it to how previous Zelda games handled their collectibles, you start to notice some cracks. Here's a question. What is the difference between finding a chest with a treasure chart inside, using said chart to locate a marked X on the map, sailing all the way to it, then salvaging a submerged chest in order to find a piece of heart, and just receiving the piece of heart up front? I'll tell you the difference. 20 minutes of your goddamn life. These charts are fucking time vampires. At the end of the day, their purpose is to do nothing but waste the player's time. That's it. Because sadly, there's no variation between them. No additional task required upon finding your buried treasure. They all play out exactly the same. Sail to the treasure, salvage a chest, and receive your reward. 49 times you'll have to do this. In effect, this means that the treasure charts themselves aren't really collectibles so much as they are the prerequisites needed to find this game's collectibles. Again, I appreciate the attempt at fulfilling the pirate fantasy this game was going for, but the execution leaves much to be desired. Worse still, these charts have an adverse effect on the game's actual main collectibles, the heart pieces. There are 44 of these things in total this go around, but 12 of them are attached to treasure charts, meaning that you acquire them in the exact same way every single time. There is zero distinction between any of these salvage heart pieces, and they make up more than a quarter of the total heart piece count in this game. The rest of these charts are just rupees, which is certainly useful since the max rupee count in this game has been up to 5,000, a necessary number given some of the endgame spending we'll be engaging in momentarily, but mere rupee rewards tend to be rather disappointing most of the time. Collecting money just doesn't have that same feeling of progression to it as acquiring heart pieces or new equipment does. After all, increasing Link's health has drastic, tangible effects on the gameplay, whereas money is much more disposable, less game-changing, and that especially makes the act of salvaging feel far less worth it. Sailing for minutes on end, comparing maps to locate your treasure, then finally pulling it up, only to receive a couple hundred rupees as a reward? It can feel crushing at times, especially in the early game when your wallet will only be able to carry 200 rupees at a time. This is game design 101. A player's reward should always match the effort that he puts into the game, and oftentimes, the treasure charts simply don't live up to this rule. As for the rest of this game's collectibles, on the whole, they tend to fare much better than the treasure charts. Each of the empty bottles, minus the freebie we get from Medli, has a unique challenge tied to it, be that a hidden submarine to find it in, a secret shop where you can purchase one for 500 rupees, or even a whole side quest in one case. The heart pieces, on the other hand, are a bit more of a mixed bag in comparison. I already mentioned the 12 treasure chart heart pieces, which all suck, but there are a few other duds as well. Take this one you get from the post box. You just receive a heart piece for free, literally as part of the main quest. The Rito Chieftain just sends it to you after completing the second dungeon, all without your consent, meaning that it technically isn't even optional, which is the first time a Zelda game has actually forced a heart piece onto its players. Then there's the Golden Feather quest. You just need to acquire 20 golden feathers, an item which sometimes drops from defeated P-hats and cargo racks, and give them to this beta male of a Rito, who wants to collect them as a gift for his girlfriend but can't be bothered to do it himself. He'll give the player 100 rupees in exchange, but his girlfriend will later send Link a heart piece through the mail. This is literally just a fetch quest, and one that requires some grinding too. So it kinda sucks, all things considered. There's also a repeat heart piece in one case. On Windfall Island, the player can repair the town's windmill / lighthouse, resulting in the uncovering of an invisible chest, much like the ones we saw back in the Earth Temple, which will contain a heart piece. But talking to this NPC next to the tower also nets a piece of heart. He just congratulates Link on his efforts in fixing the lighthouse and offers the heart piece right on the spot. So in effect, this is actually just 2 heart pieces for the price of 1, which isn't bad from the player's perspective. 2 rewards is better than 1 after all, but it does sort of feel like filler content because of that. Then there's one heart piece in particular which is just complete horseshit. Okay, so remember the warship enemies I mentioned earlier? They're like one of 5 enemies you can encounter out on the ocean, and one of the most common ones too. Right, well, killing a warship generally nets you some salvage, which will manifest in the same part of the ocean the warship sunk in. This salvage normally only amounts to 20 rupees, so it really isn't worth stopping to get every time you kill one of these things. As a result, players will tend to form a habit of apathy towards these enemies and any salvage they might carry. Makes sense. The reward doesn't match the effort you put in, right? Well, in 2 very specific cases, there will be a warship carrying abnormal loot. One of these warships carries a Triforce chart and looks like this. Gaudy, golden, has a freaking Roman soldier helmet on it. It's obviously meant to be special. I have no problem with this. It clearly telegraphs what it is and what it's carrying. It's no one's fault but your own if you don't pick up on these hints. The other special warship, on the other hand, looks like this. Can you spot the difference between it and any other warship sailing the Great Sea? No? That's because there is no difference. This is just a normal fucking ship, which, for some reason, carries a goddamn heart piece on it. There is nothing to telegraph this. No map leading to its location, no NPC who hints at it, and no visual tell from the ship itself. You just have to guess that this ship, this one specific ship, holds special loot, or, more likely, buy a player's guide that'll tell you about it. It's complete fucking horseshit. It's not the worst heart piece in the Zelda series, but it definitely earns a spot in the bottom 10, that's for sure. So, the heart pieces in this game are far from optimal, but that's not to say that they're all bad. Plenty of them are earned from doing side quests, and a great deal more hidden out in the overworld, just like in any other Zelda game. So, how about we explore the structure of this overworld a bit, and see what it has to offer? So then, starting with the 49 islands themselves, how do they hold up compared to past Zelda games' overworld designs? Well, it's a mixed bag to be sure, but far from terrible for the most part. First, I should tell you that saying that there's 49 islands in Wind Waker is not to say that there are actually 49 completely unique and interesting landmasses dotting the overworld. Many of these islands fall into strict, easily definable categories. The Reef Islands, as mentioned earlier, are one such example. There are 6 of them, and each holds several ship and cannon enemies for the player to fight out on the open ocean. Killing them all will net a chest with a reward of some kind inside, including a piece of heart in 2 such cases. The only difference between these islands is the number of islets, or eyes as the game calls them, located within each reef. This doesn't really change anything other than the aesthetic. Otherwise, these islands are all completely the same. Next are the Fairy Islands. There are 5 of these, 6 including Mother and Child Island, which is a slightly special case, and they each hold but a single fairy shrine, and that's it. That's all there is to them. The fairies themselves play exactly the same role they did in the last 2 games, providing power-ups in the form of bomb bag upgrades, increased quiver sizes, a doubled magic meter, and larger wallets. The only one of these islands which differs from the others is Mother and Child Island, which can't be accessed on foot. You'll need to defeat a wind god called Cyclos in order to learn the Song of Gales, this game's version of the fast travel song, and use it to enter the island from above. It is here where the Queen of Fairies will bestow upon Link the fire and ice arrows. Next are the 3 Triangle Islands, which we already visited as part of the main quest. These just host the statues connected to each of the sacred pearls. There is no other content associated with them. Then there's the 3 Star Islands, not to be mistaken for Star Island, confusing I know. These are archipelagos of rock pillars which jut out from the ocean, and even calling these things islands in the first place is a huge fucking stretch. There's 0 walkable land on these islands, which means that there's also 0 content here. They're only in this game to round out that 49 island number, as far as I can tell. There are also 3 minigame islands: the boating course, flight control platform, and spectacle island. These each hold minigames. The boating course is a simple racing game where you play a time trial race on your sailboat while simultaneously collecting as many rupees as you can. There is no prize for this beyond money, unfortunately. The flight control platform is a Deku Leaf minigame. You'll be challenged to fly all the way over to the goal, requiring careful but quick navigation and expert use of upward drafts. Not that complex, but it can be quite difficult for those who have yet to master the flying mechanics, and it nets us a heart piece, so it's a pretty decent minigame all around. Finally, Spectacle Island hosts a shooting gallery of sorts. The goal is to sink 5 floating barrels out on the ocean with a cannon, and this is honestly way too easy. The HUD provides you with the exact angle of your shot, and the barrels are all spaced out at intervals of 5 degrees. So all this requires is a little bit of simple math. It's strange how Overworld naval combat provides us with 0 HUD whatsoever, yet this minigame holds back absolutely 0 information from the player. The rewards are pretty decent though, a piece of heart and a treasure chart, so this is definitely a minigame worth doing. Next are the Settlement Islands. These are islands which serve as nothing but NPC hubs. These include the more civilized areas, Outset, Windfall, and Dragon Roost Islands, but also a couple other places which still host NPCs, namely the Forest Haven, Tingle Island, and Great Fish Isle. Lastly, we have what I call the Dungeon Islands. These include the Tower of the Gods, Headstone Island, and Gale Island, which each hosted one of this game's final 3 temples. Each of these landmasses only really served as fronts for their dungeons, so they aren't worth discussing beyond that. Though Headstone Island does have a hidden heart piece on it, for some reason. It's actually one of the better pieces of heart in the game too, requiring that you use a Hoi pair to bait a seagull and fly it up to the top of the island. Yes, this is a strangely random mechanic. I don't know why it's in the game, and no, we're never taught how to use it, you just have to figure it out for yourself. Super weird, but hey, at least it's a pretty clever hiding spot. And that's it for the easily categorized islands. That's 30 in total, a little over 3/5 of all the islands in this game. Perhaps you're starting to see what I meant when I said that one of the Wind Waker's biggest problems is repeat content. Not only does the game's main collectibles fall into this trap, effectively copying and pasting the same basic task 49 times over, but even the landmasses themselves fall into easily definable repetitive categories. Okay, but what about the other 2/5 of the islands? Do they come in to save the day? Are these hosts to super unique and interesting level designs which challenge the player on the game's central mechanics, new and old? Well, for the most part, no, but sometimes kinda? Let's inject some positivity into this review and look at the good islands first. Fire Mountain and Ice Ring Island. Now here's 2 great examples of peak Wind Waker level design. They're unique, they stand out on the Great Sea, and overall do an excellent job of sticking in players' heads well after we first see them. They're fucking rad. They can only be entered once you've acquired the fire and ice arrows, more than 2/3 of the way through the game. So giving these islands unique designs was super important. It lets players know that they ought to come back here at some point, once they've acquired the requisite items. Their internal level designs are also pretty neat. Fire Mountain will have to be climbed from the outside. Then you'll need to enter from the top and cross a lake of lava in order to retrieve your prize, the Power Bracelet. Conversely, Ice Ring Island is much flatter, but the icy floors will mess with Link's physics when walking and jumping, making the act of navigation itself quite difficult. Its reward is the Iron Boots, as well as a couple optional goodies, like a treasure chart and an orange rupee. These are unique, useful rewards which open up further exploration in the game world. Genuinely, these are 2 great islands. I have 0 complaints here. Diamond Steep Island's another good one. You'll have to use the hookshot to ascend several steeped cliffs, then enter a secret cave holding a mini labyrinth. There are some glowing pots down here which will teleport Link to other such pots should he enter them, creating a sort of maze where the player will need to map out where Link's been and where he's going in order to make it to the end. The reward for this is the Ghost Ship chart, which will allow the player to find and enter a spectral boat which sails the Great Sea at night. It's a super cool island with a unique reward. Again, I couldn't ask for anything more here. Horseshoe Island's also pretty excellent. It's an homage to the Forbidden Woods, with a little golf minigame involving the seeds from that dungeon. The player will have to use the Deku Leaf to blow these seeds into a hole, thus lowering the rows of living thorns blocking off his path. At the end lies a mini-boss fight against another Mothula, and the reward for her defeat will be a treasure chart. There's even a second chart you can acquire by using the Deku Leaf's gliding feature. Truly, it's a neat, unique level design with a fun main gimmick, a perfect Wind Waker island. Bomb Island is also quite the prize. At its center lies a giant rock, which will have to be blown up by bombs sometime after the players acquire them, which is a neat touch. It's great to see the equipment we picked up in previous areas open up future ones, even if the act of sailing between them can be incredibly time-consuming. The secret cave located here is also rather unique, hosting a mini fire level with little pressure plate puzzles. The player will have to fight enemy magtails, who roll into little balls upon being struck, and use them to activate pressure plates throughout the cave. It's a neat little level design, and the reward waiting at the end is a piece of heart, so it's definitely worth the effort. And that's honestly it for the good islands. There There are a couple other decent ones too, I guess. Poprin Island, which is the tutorial island situated between Windfall and Dragon Roost that we visited near the game's beginning. Cliff Plateau Isles, which hosts a unique looking cave, but honestly doesn't offer much in terms of gameplay. The Private Oasis, where the player can navigate a sewer system with no puzzles or enemies to fight, so its design is kinda subpar despite the level's uniquity. And Needle Rock Island, which hosts a unique archery minigame where the player will have to light 5 torches across a shipwreck cove using the fire arrows. It's a neat section, but far too short to be impactful. So of the 19 unique islands in this game, 4 are decent, and only 5 are actually good. So what about the remaining 10? Well, as you might have guessed already, they're complete dog shit. First up is the Forsaken Fortress. We already went over this one in depth. It's a stealth mission, it's big and confusing for absolutely no reason. On to the next one. Crescent Moon Island. This is just a moon-shaped rock with a treasure chest on it. That's it. That's the entire island. No challenge, no puzzle, nothing. Just a free treasure chart. Overlook Island. Now, this is where we need to talk about Wind Waker's caves a bit, because that's basically all this island is. The entrance to a cave. See, some caves in the Wind Waker are actually pretty good. We just went over some of these when talking about the good islands after all. However, if your impression based on those select examples was that all the caves in the Wind Waker are that unique or good, then you'd be dead wrong. Most Wind Waker caves are just horde battles against repeat enemies. There are a couple prefabs for this, and Overlook Island fits into the first of these. A large circular chamber with 4 offshoot rooms attached to it. You enter each room, kill some enemies, exit to find a horde of Darknuts for the 20th fucking time this game, kill them, end of story. It's dog shit and gets repeated several times over on Dragon Roost Island and Stonewatcher Island, namely. The second cave prefab is far more common. A dark room with 3 raised cave entrances where hordes of enemies will pour out in waves. Again, these are just horde battles and they're absolute clusterfucks. Look at what is happening on screen here and try telling me this is a well-designed combat system. It's fucking terrible. Star Island and Shark Island both fall into this category. That leaves us with the last 4 islands. First is Angular Isles. This is a set of twin islets which utilize block pushing puzzles. You just need to pull some blocks to create staircases, leading to a piece of heart and 200 rupees. They're stupidly easy and short, so there's not much substance here. Bird's Peak Rock has the player use the Hoi pair to take control of a seagull in order to hit a switch and open the way to a Triforce chart. That's it, that's the whole island, nothing else to it. The Islet of Steel is a similar deal. Kill a warship, block in the entrance, sail inside, grab a chart, and leave. That's all there is to it. There isn't even an actual island here to explore. Lastly, Rockspire Isle has a few bumpable rocks that you'll need to shatter, but the secret cave this leads to is incredibly boring. It's just a room full of keys you'll need to kill, and that's it. That's the whole island. That was every single island available to explore in The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Though there are a couple standouts amongst this crowd, it should still be pretty clear to see that most of these islands are tiny, featureless, and devoid of any meaningful content, especially in the many instances where they just repeat said content. Or still, they don't really connect to one another in any meaningful way. They just feel like isolated level designs, as if each one could take place on its own planet. And it's not like the platforms and submarines come in to save the day either. Holy shit, these are so boring. The repeat content present on the islands feels like a breath of fresh air compared to just how formulaic these locations are. All the submarines, nay, all the ships in Wind Waker, have the exact same interior design. A raised entrance, a little dip for the cargo bay, and then a raised platform leading to a final room with a reward inside. The task is always the same too. Kill hordes of enemies and you get your prize. Even the fucking ghost ship, what could have been one of the coolest level designs in all of Wind Waker, is just the same formulaic slop this game's been serving us since the very beginning. What, is there some sort of boat factory that produces the same prefabricated ship designs for every sailor on the Great Sea? This is such blatant padding on the part of the developers that I honestly can't come to any other conclusion than to say that the team just got lazy at some point in development. Pure and simple. The platforms also suck. Not just because their rewards are almost always rupees or spoils, neither of which are particularly worth the effort, but also because they're always exactly the same. Blow up their cannons, climb a big ass ladder, kill the enemies, and open a chest to receive your prize. With the exception of one platform that holds a piece of heart, there's really zero variation here. It's absolute garbage. So, thus far, things have been looking pretty bad for Wind Waker's overworld. But there's still some hope left here. We have one last piece of side content to look at. One final Hail Mary, which could very well save this game's overworld: the side quests. I mean, this should be a slam dunk, right? Just look at what this same team managed to do with the last game they worked on. Majora's Mask has some of the greatest side quests in video game history, and the character stories associated with them were written absolutely beautifully. So how does this game, Majora's direct sequel, advance the gameplay and storytelling potential of the Zelda series side quests? Well, funny thing about that actually, it doesn't. Let's just get the worst of these out of the way first. The Savage Labyrinth. This one singular mini dungeon, and I'm stretching the definition of that term, let's be real here, epitomizes everything wrong with this game. It's 50 floors of enemies for the player to kill, or more accurately, 50 floors of gank fights to tolerate. The environments are all the same, just circular shaped rooms, and there aren't any puzzles here either. It's a purely combat focused mini dungeon. The only twist here is that there are no heart drops from enemies, which can make things slightly more difficult if you don't come prepared, but even just a single healing potion should be enough to carry even the worst players through this dungeon. Worse still, it's actually technically mandatory, since you'll need to clear the first 30 floors in order to receive a Triforce chart. It's long, boring, drawn out, and just more of the same shitty Wind Waker combat we've been dealing with throughout the whole game. Hands down, the worst mini dungeon in the entire series up until this point. Next is the Trading Quest. Don't let that title fool you, it's actually quite a bit different compared to the past Zelda games' trading quest lines. A merchant on Windfall Island will task us with finding 3 other merchants spread throughout the game world, and to trade with them in order to acquire some goods for his market stall. This is a super boring quest. You just need to ping pong around to each merchant, exchanging with them the different goods that the other traders gave you, until eventually receiving a heart piece at the very end of the quest line. It isn't hard, nor does it familiarize us with the characters of this world the way past Zelda games trading quest lines would, so it's kinda just pointless. The fact that these merchants are the only Goron characters in this entire game isn't mentioned either, which really pisses me off, because like, where the fuck did they come from? And where are all the other Gorons? And why are these merchants just hanging around otherwise uninhabited islands for no discernible reason? So not only is this quest boring, but it actually harms this game's world building. I don't think the devs could have designed a worse trading quest line if they had tried, honestly. The Korok side quest, on the other hand, is actually quite the prize. Words you'll never hear me say again come the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom videos. The basic premise is that 8 Koroks have spread throughout the Great Sea, attempting to plant seeds from the Great Deku Tree across the ocean's many disparate islands. However, for some reason, the plants all seem to be wilting, and so the player will have to rejuvenate them all with water from the Forest Haven. The catch is that the water will only stay fresh for 20 minutes, creating a sort of time trial race where the player will have to sail to all 8 Koroks and water their trees before time runs out. It's a neat little quest, and the heart piece you receive at the end makes the whole effort feel worth it. Definitely one of the best side quests in the game. And that's it for the side content available out on the Great Sea. The remaining quests, by contrast, will all be taking place in one shared location, Windfall Island, so let's shift our attention there. Windfall is essentially the main NPC hub of the Wind Waker's overworld, the equivalent to Kakariko Village or Clocktown from past games. Unlike in those games, however, the purpose and history of Windfall Island is not particularly clear. We are told by the King of Red Lions that it is a town of merchants, yet the settlement only seems to have 3 merchants in total, one of which is a recent arrival with nothing to sell, so that obviously can't be true. The scale and size of Windfall seems much more in line with that of a small fishing village rather than some great trade hub, a fact which is emphasized by there being more fishermen than actual plutocrats in this town. Honestly, nothing about Windfall as a settlement makes any sense, and it's not even just the big picture stuff that's a problem here. The town bar, for example, serves coffee instead of beer, which is stupid for several reasons. Sailors drink alcohol because it helps pass the time on months-long voyages, and because it's calorie dense. Coffee is devoid of any nutrition and makes you more alert, the last thing your average sailor wants to be in his free time. So why is coffee the drink of choice here? In fact, where the fuck does this bar get its coffee beans from? Do you know how much land and fresh water you need to grow coffee beans? A fucking cash crop of all things? Much more than this town can offer, that's for sure. And there aren't any coffee bean plantations out in the Great Sea for them to trade with. In fact, there's not any agriculture on this island at all. So what the fuck are these people even eating? Do they subsist off a purely fish-based diet? Would scurvy not be a problem for this town if that were the case? I get that these are mere story/world building complaints, and your average player might not put as much stock in that as they would the gameplay, which, I mean, fair enough. Gameplay is important. But as you're about to see in just a moment, each and every one of Windfall Island's side quests is contextualized within some sort of self-contained story, told through the lens of named characters, meaning that the writing for this town in particular is actually super important and inextricably linked to the quality of these quest lines. The two simply cannot be separated, I am sorry. So for Windfall Island to be this horribly thought out is actually a big problem. It kills the player's sense of immersion, making the act of connecting with this town's characters all the more difficult. The first and most obvious side quest to complete would be the Killer Bee's Game of Tag. This is actually a great starting point, since it perfectly mirrors the first side quest from Majora's Mask, that being the game of tag against the bombers. In this case, the Killer Bees are a gang of troublesome children who refuse to go to school. Why and how there's an elementary school on this tiny medieval island, and how the kids' parents could afford to send them here, I have no idea, but fuck it. The world building is shoddy enough as it is, so what's one more mistake? Their teacher, Mrs. Marie, is having trouble with the children, and will task the player with talking some sense into them. The kids, in turn, promise to behave if Link can beat them in a game of hide and seek. Like I said, it's exactly like the Bomber's Quest from Majora's Mask, except shittier because unlike in that game, the experience is far from smooth. Every time you find a Killer Bee, the gameplay will just stop and a cutscene will play out where the kid just runs away. This is a problem because unlike in Majora, where everything happened in real time, and skilled players could therefore capture the children before they were able to make their escape, Wind Waker completely dumbs things down and gives the kids a head start for no reason. It's super limiting, and the comparison to a better version of the same quest in a previous game does Wind Waker no favors. There's also a fetch quest attached to Mrs. Marie, where the player will have to find 20 joy pendants and give them to her in order to receive a deed to an island. Yes, in exchange for 20 plastic-looking pieces of shit, she straight up just gives Link his own private island. By the way, how do private islands even work in this world? There's no government in the Great Sea, which is a world-building problem all by itself, so how does this piece of paper possibly enforce property rights? What state, and what army for that matter, is going to enforce Link's legal right to this island? I swear, I feel like absolutely no thought went into this game's writing at times. Even disregarding the story problems, the gameplay present in this quest is also quite bad, given that it's literally just a fetch quest, one which requires grinding too. And even worse, you have to provide Mrs. Marie with another 20 joy pendants in order to receive a second prize, the Hero's Charm. Having to farm 40 random drops from bokoblins isn't my idea of a good time, nor should it be yours, frankly, so let's just categorize this one as another failure. And while we're at it, there's a second fetch quest on this island, which requires that we bring 20 skull necklaces to Maggie's father. If you're wondering who Maggie is, she was one of the 3 girls who were held prisoner by Ganondorf at the Forsaken Fortress. She apparently managed to smuggle a bunch of skull necklaces out from the prison, and her father sold all of them off, thus becoming stupidly rich overnight. This makes no sense at all, because these things are actually fucking worthless. They go for only 5 rupees each if the player tries to sell them, so how did Maggie's family, which was formerly dirt poor, manage to become the second richest people in town purely off of this worthless jewelry? Whatever, point is, the quest itself is just more the same grinding for loot that we had to do with the joy pendants. It's boring and it sucks. Next quest. Maggie's questline. Now, this is where we start to get into the more complex quests, though compared to the expansive side content we experienced in the last game, complex might be a bit of an overstatement. Maggie apparently fell in love with one of the prison guards during her time in captivity at the Forsaken Fortress, and wishes for us to drop a letter addressed to said guard in the post box for her. She apparently cannot do it herself because she wishes to keep it a secret from her father, given that the man she has fallen in love with is a moblin. Your average romance novel fan's dream guy, ladies and gentlemen. So we send the letter and return to her mansion the next day, where we see Maggie's father throw a fit the moment the postman walks through the door. It is never explained why he does not like Rito postmen. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be a race thing or if he just dislikes the mail delivery service in particular, but the point is that we'll need to take the letter from the postman directly and give it to Maggie ourselves. Mo's reply is actually somewhat coherent, as he confesses his love for Maggie through the written word, which... oh boy, this opens up a whole can of worms. See, the moblins in past games were always presented as bad guys, devoid of any subtlety or interpretation. There's an implication that they might have once been human thieves who followed Ganon's command in A Link to the Past, but that's just speculation. In-game, moblins were always just generic monsters who looted and plundered for their own gain, and Wind Waker has thus far presented them in much the same light. We've killed scores of moblins by this point without any remorse, which was more than fine given how one-sidedly evil they are. But now we've got a problem, because now we're learning that moblins have thoughts and feelings of their own, and are even capable of learning how to read and write. This moblin even has a name, Mo, implying that each moblin is in fact an individual with his or her own personality. Worse still, the fact that he actively aided one of Ganondorf's prisoners means that moblins are capable of rebelling against the King of Evil, implying that they have free will. My point is, I feel like this should be a much bigger deal than the game is treating it as. The writers really could have done something interesting with this. I mean, mean, just look at what Twilight Princess did with King Bulblin. The game builds a personal rivalry between Link and this one specific minion of Ganon's, resulting in several climactic clashes over the course of the game, and it is only at the very end, when we defeat him for the final time, that the king speaks to us as an equal, leaving Link and Midna looking stunned as they realize that all this time, the Bulblins chose this. They weren't mindless monsters enslaved to Ganon's every whim, they were just people who succumb to greed and hate, just like any Hylian could. No doubt, there must be a mix of both guilt and anger that Link is feeling at this revelation, and it's all too plain to see in his reaction. So in Wind Waker, Link just completely ignores the fact that he's been killing sentient beings with free will and continues to slaughter the Moblin race with zero hesitation or guilt whatsoever. Am I wrong, or is that not what happens here? I don't even think Link is unjustified, by the way. These guys kidnapped his sister, so fuck them. But it's just that I would expect this to be a bigger deal than the game is treating it as. If Moblins are capable of free will, then why do they serve Ganondorf? What does he offer them in exchange for them dying on his behalf? It just doesn't make any sense. So the gameplay isn't interesting, and the story leaves all sorts of holes in the overarching narrative. Alright, we'll chalk this one up as another failure. Next up, the auction house. This is sort of a minigame where the player will have to partake in an auction to win 2 treasure charts, a piece of heart, and a joy pendant. This is legitimately a terribly designed minigame. The goal is just to be the highest bidder, but there's a time limit on this auction like it's a fucking eBay listing. But none of your opposing auctioneers have human level intelligence, so you can just do the most logical thing and refrain from bidding until the last second. It's a terribly designed system, and it feels like no one on the dev team actually cared to craft this in a more sensible way. The last half of Windfall's quests all revolve around one item in particular, the Picto Box. This is a returning piece of technology from Majora's Mask, and while I could go on another rant about how this technology makes no sense in a grounded medieval fantasy world like Hyrule, one where 95% of the population would have to produce food just to survive, I think I've already made my point about how fucking brain-dead Wind Waker's world building is at this point. Essentially, you can find this Picto Box in the town's abandoned prison cells, and use it to engage in several side quests, including a whole questline where the town's resident Pictomaniac, Lenzo, will task Link with taking photos of 3 separate citizens of Windfall in increasingly specific scenarios. These are fine, but I do want to point out a downgrade from Majora's Mask that this quest in particular exposes. NPC behavior. No longer do characters follow specific schedules based around the time of day. Instead, most characters will just stand in the same place all day without any change whatsoever. And even the few who do have pathfinding routines will have said routines reset upon entering and exiting any of the town's buildings. This makes the characters feel far more robotic, less lifelike, which I think is incredibly unfortunate given just how far the last game went in making the inhabitants of Clocktown feel like actual people with their own lives to live. The remaining 3 pictograph quests, meanwhile, are all independent of one another. The first involves these 2 gossiping ladies, who suspect that Lenzo and another woman are in a secret relationship, and want Link to capture a photo of the 2 of them together in order to confirm their suspicions. So by sneaking in through the 2nd floor of Lenzo's house, we can see Lenzo engaging in a private conversation with his lady friend and snap a quick photo of the 2. And upon bringing it back to the 2 gossiping women, they will conclude that Lenzo and his secret liaison are just good friends and thank Link for showing them the error of their ways? What? This makes no sense, not only because Lenzo and this woman clearly have some mutual interest in each other, and thus this photo of the 2 of them meeting in his house should immediately fuel gossip, not put it out, but also because of how forced this weird message about not gossiping is. These don't feel like real people realizing that they made a mistake. It sounds like dialogue you'd hear out of a children's fable, where the message of the story has to be made abundantly clear for the audience of 4-year-olds listening in. It's terribly written, the gameplay isn't complex, and the whole thing ultimately feels insulting to the player's intelligence. The textbook definition of a badly designed quest. Somewhat related, the woman Lenzo is friends with will ask that we take a picture of her and thus reward the player with a treasure chart. That's it, that's the whole quest. There's really nothing positive or negative to comment on here, but at least it's short, I guess. The next pictograph quest involves a little riddle to solve. A lone man sitting on the stone staircase to Windfall's market will ask that we bring him a picture of something, quote, pale and perfectly round. This is a rather vague description and could honestly describe a million different things, but there are at least a few hints which the player can pick up on in order to figure out what it is this man is talking about. If you return to Windfall Island at night and climb the town's main gate, you'll find the quest giver staring up at where the moon usually is, commenting on its visibility or lack thereof, and thus, it shouldn't be too hard to figure out what it is he's talking about. Take a picture of the full moon, and you'll receive a treasure chart as a reward. It's a decent riddle, and definitely one of the few pictograph quests which requires some active thinking on the player's part. The final pictograph quest, on the other hand, does not fare quite as well. There's a girl in town called Linda who's interested in a guy named Anton, and so she'll ask that we take a good picture of her and show it to Anton as a way of getting him to flirt with her. Anton immediately decides that this girl is cute and that he wants to ask her out, and the player will have to wait a whole in-game day for him to do so. When we next meet Linda and Anton, they'll tell Link that they've decided to become a couple, and they give him a heart piece as a reward. And that's the entire quest. I could point out how this side quest is a whole load of nothing, or how Linda and Anton are completely flat characters with no chemistry beyond being two separate human beings with opposing genitals, but I think the best argument I could present as to just how terribly undercooked this quest is would be to compare it to its analog for Majora's Mask. Anju and Kafei's quest was a 3-day spanning, multifaceted mission which required investigation, exploration, and careful planning on the player's part in order to complete. The number of fail states for this quest alone were absolutely insane. It was a tough, dynamic piece of side content with an incredible reward waiting at the end, and told a character-based story with some true depth to it. It was fucking incredible. By contrast, Linda and Anton's questline is flat, simple, and ultimately uninteresting, which, ironically, is also a fair summation of the pictograph quests as a whole. The final side quest on Windfall Island, and the last piece of side content in Wind Waker in general, would be Mila's quest. Mila is the third and final victim of Ganondorf's kidnapping, and was brought back to Windfall Island by Tetra's pirates following our second rescue attempt at the Forsaken Fortress. Unfortunately for her though, Tetra's roulette wheel of a moral compass happened to land on Ruthless Pirate Captain for the day, and so she was ransomed back to her father for the low price of literally all of his property. As such, she has since been forced to get a job at the local merchant stall in order to provide for herself and her now destitute father. But, as the player can find out by following her at night, she's also been stealing from the very same store's lockbox after hours, all in a desperate attempt to reattain the life of luxury she once enjoyed. As you can probably tell from that bit of summary, this is by far the most fleshed out side story in all of Wind Waker. It honestly had me hooked. How does a young woman with no real life experience bounce back from poverty in this world? Will she be forced to work all her life? Or marry some lowly fisherman just so she won't go hungry? And how can she deal with the mental stress of losing out on all her status and wealth? And now that Link's caught her red-handed, what kind of choices can the player make? And how will they affect Mila as a person going forward? If any of those questions sounded as interesting to you as they did to me when I first played this game, then you'll be sorry to learn that this quest goes absolutely nowhere with this premise. Instead, Mila just folds under zero pressure. She claims that she realizes the error of her ways, admits that stealing is wrong, and wishes only to be an honest, productive member of society from now on. No exploration of her newfound economic struggles, no philosophical or moral questions being raised about the efficacy of her actions and whether or not it's fair that Maggie now lives in her fucking house, and no actual trigger for her sudden change of heart. Link just tells Mila that stealing is wrong, and she thanks him for showing her the error of her ways. When I said earlier that it felt like some of the writing in this game was made for very young children, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The pushback from Mila when she is, justifiably, angry at the cruelty of the pirates who impoverished her father just for the privilege of releasing his daughter from captivity should be a major point of contention in this story. It should be the shield she uses for any potential criticism we might have over the morality of her actions. Instead, Mila simply submits to this obscure notion that what she's doing is wrong, when she has every reason to feel owed more from the world. It completely kills what little potential this story had. I wish the game had actually explored these ideas, rather than trying to preach some childish narrative about how stealing is wrong no matter the circumstances. That theme just falls completely flat when you realize that the vast majority of this game's main cast are fucking pirates. Why does Zelda, a woman who spent her whole life stealing, looting, and kidnapping in order to make money, get a complete pass for all of her amoral actions, but Mila doesn't? Probably because the writers didn't put any real thought into the morals of their own story, that's why. Honestly, I am so conflicted about Wind Waker's side content. On the one hand, I feel like exploring towns and completing side quests in any order I want is my favorite part of the Wind Waker. It perfectly scratches that exploratory itch I get whenever booting up a Zelda game. On the other hand, not only do I have to wait until the end game in order to engage in the vast majority of this content, but it also hosts some of the worst written side quests in the entire Legend of Zelda series. And the simplicity simplistic tasks required to complete each quest makes the gameplay feel infantile. On the one hand, sailing out in the open ocean and discovering new islands is an absolute treat. On the other hand, sailing for minutes on end, only to discover that the island you just landed on can't be accessed yet, is disheartening, and the content you find on these islands isn't always worth the effort either. In the end, Wind Waker's overworld feels more like a failed experiment rather than a true evolution of Zelda's map design. I appreciate what Aonuma was going for here, and I think his vision and creativity deserves some credit. But sacrificing everything the Zelda series worked towards, the interconnected map design, the brilliantly crafted side quests and characters, and the pure freedom of exploration wasn't worth what we got in exchange. I don't think I can definitively call this the worst overworld in the Zelda series, but it definitely belongs in the Hall of Shame, unfortunately. The last thing we need to do before finally returning to Hyrule and taking on Ganondorf is to find the 8 shards of the Triforce of Courage, spread throughout the Great Sea. Now, you may not have noticed it, but we actually already did this quest. Exploring the Great Sea and finding the 8 Triforce charts is all this quest involves. If you fully explored all the islands, then you've already beaten this quest. But that doesn't mean you just have to wander around aimlessly looking for Triforce charts either. Because after being tasked with finding the pieces of the Triforce, Tingle will send us a map detailing the location of all 8 Triforce charts, and offer to translate said charts every time we collect them. Tingle is weirdly out of place in this game. He lives on his own private island with 2 other weirdos who do nothing but turn this mill all day, and I honestly don't even know what the fuck is going on here. The point of Tingle as a character, I think, is simply to add an arbitrary monetary hurdle to each shard of the Triforce. See, each translation will cost exactly 398 rupees, and since there are a total of 8 Triforce charts hidden throughout the game world, that means that you'll be spending a grand sum of 3,184 rupees by the end of this quest. The only way you'll be able to make that much money is by engaging in this game's side content, tracking down treasure charts and salvaging for the many silver rupees hidden throughout the game world. Hands down, this is one of the best parts of this entire game. Any quest which encourages free and open exploration of a Zelda game's overworld is an excellent addition in my book. Sure, the Great Sea itself still suffers from its many different problems, the constant sailing sucks, and the monotony of the treasure hunting can be quite grating at times, but having the freedom to track down each of these charts in any order you want and use them to uncover ancient buried treasure is an absolute treat. I'll take this over the game's shitty dungeons and terribly written side quests any day of the week. Fucking bring it. And with that, we can finally make our way back to the Tower of the Gods and return to Hyrule. Just as the King of Red Lions feared, it seems that somehow Ganondorf returned to the kingdom beneath the waves and managed to break into the castle basement. Ganondorf will telepathically taunt us, claiming that he has kidnapped Zelda and that we must find him at his tower should we wish to reclaim her. He summons 2 Darknuts to fight us. Ugh, I swear that sentence is almost approaching parody at this point, and we head off to save the princess. I wish the developers could have taken this opportunity to really lean into this Hyrule section of the game. I mean, there's a whole world down here, the very same world we saved back in Ocarina of Time, and the one we'll save again come A Link to the Past. Players will no doubt want to see more of this land, now that we're finally allowed to roam free. For some reason, Ganon's old tower is located only a few hundred feet away from Hyrule Castle. This makes no sense, but fuck it. This was clearly a product of laziness more than anything else. It's really a shame that we aren't allowed to explore Hyrule and see what became of the land after the hero of time saved it so many centuries ago, especially since there were supposed to be people trapped down here as well, who I assume are probably panicking over the fact that there's a giant translucent ocean above them now. Ganon's tower itself is kind of the final dungeon, but at the same time, it's far too short to be considered a real deal dungeon. In that sense, it's quite reminiscent of its Ocarina of Time counterpart, except with a couple twists. The tower is divided into 4 rooms, each with a singular traversal gauntlet that matches its associated dungeon. Dragon Roost Cavern has a rope swinging section, the Forbidden Woods has a little platforming bit involving the gondolas, the Earth Temple part's got hallways of coffins full of enemies, and the Wind Temple has a Korok Leaf gliding section that's honestly way too easy. I'd say the difficulty of these level designs is similar to that of the Deku Link section from Inside the Moon, which might sound like an indictment given how shitty that was, but in Wind Waker's case, this game's difficulty has been so mind-numbingly infantile that these sections are actually rather decent in comparison. What's less decent is the boss rush at the end of these sections. The player will have to kill the 4 bosses from each of these associated temples, and as you'll probably recall, most of these fights were awful, so that's not really a fun prospect. After this section comes a little maze. The concept here is interesting, but ultimately too simplistic. You have to fight Phantom Ganon once again, and whichever direction his sword hilt lands in will point to the correct way. Do this several times, find the light arrows at the end, use them to shoot the Phantom in order to finally kill him for good, and bam, you win. I think this bit would have worked worked better had the dungeon not told us the answer at the very start. Ganon literally writes Link a note in this stone tablet, giving him the solution to the riddle before he's even entered the maze. I'd just like to imagine him frantically carving into this stone before Link got here. Or do you think maybe he wrote this for the Hero of Time and was sad when he never ended up coming back to fight him? I like to imagine him rehearsing his villain monologue in the fucking mirror too. It's just such a weird detail for him to have written Link a freaking note with the answer to his tower's riddle on it. The final stretch of the tower sees the player ascend a flight of stairs leading to Ganon's chamber. I think the atmosphere works well enough here, but I would be remiss if I did not say that it doesn't work nearly as well as its Ocarina of Time counterpart did. The conflict between Ganon and Link is far less personal in this game compared to that one, and the lack of thematic buildup is also quite disappointing. There is no increasingly loud soundtrack as you ascend, no chambers full of this game's toughest enemies, and no Ganondorf playing his own fucking villain theme. Just a normal walk up some stairs with the same Dark Nut enemies as usual blocking your path. It's okay, but the existence of a better version of the same trope does it no favors. Upon entering Ganon's chambers, we find the King of Evil watching over Zelda as she sleeps. He comments on the hopelessness of the land above the waves and how the gods destroyed the people of Hyrule by flooding it, and yeah, honestly, he's kinda right about that. What the Hylians and Rito have managed to rebuild in the century since Hyrule's destruction is, well, pathetic, honestly. And the fact that the god's solution to Ganondorf's conquest was to literally destroy the world? What kind of gods would do that to their own people? Ganon is objectively correct here. The gods did abandon us. Worse than abandon us, they actually condemned us. It honestly kinda calls into question this whole conflict in the first place. What are we truly fighting for? Does it really matter who's king if the alternative to Ganondorf's rule is the total destruction of the world as we know it? Something to think about. Of course, before we can give him any sort of answer, Ganondorf will transform into the first phase of his boss fight, Puppet Ganon, a ginormous, doll-like version of his usual pig form from previous games. Ganon will puppet this creature around using several sets of strings, and the only way to deal damage to him is by striking his bulbous tail with a light arrow. However, this can be quite difficult in his current state, since he'll constantly be moving around and will attack the player with his many limbs. The best way to get the better of the puppet then will be by cutting his strings with the boomerang, which will slow the creature down enough for us to get a shot off on him. Repeat this 3 times and bam, he's dead. At this point, the puppet will shift into its second phase, Bug Ganon, a spider-like creature who will swoop down from above and attempt to crush Link with its massive body. You'll have to use the reflection and the shallow pools of water on the dungeon's floor in order to properly track the creature's movements, which is a great concept. It's always optimal when a boss fight can utilize the surrounding environment within the battle itself to its advantage, and this is a particularly creative example of that. The player will not simply have to avoid being crushed, but also position Link near the creature's backside in order to get a shot off on him before he can retreat back to the boss room ceiling. It's definitely a great fight. After overcoming this phase, the puppet shall shapeshift into its third and final form, Worm Ganon, a Moldorm-like creature who will slither around the room at lightning speeds. In a way, this is simultaneously both the easiest and hardest form to deal with. On the one hand, the worm itself is quite erratic and difficult to strike, especially since you'll have to free aim in order to get a shot off on him. On the other hand, Worm Ganon doesn't seem to actually attack you at any point. He just slithers around the room randomly, so while it may be difficult to hit him, he doesn't actually seem to pose much of a threat by himself. Either way, this boss fight as a whole is actually super good. It's creative, atmospheric, and utilizes many of the dungeon items we picked up throughout the game. An excellent penultimate boss fight for sure. After defeating his puppet, Ganon will congratulate Link on his victory and declare him to truly be the Hero of Time reborn. Whether he's talking literally or metaphorically here is up to interpretation. Or at least it was until Hyrule Historia came along and made absolutely certain we all knew that this was literal, but fuck that. We're ignoring the retcon timeline until we finally get to the Skyward Sword video. He ascends to the top of his tower, and the player will have to follow along by climbing up a long rope. The build-up of this final climb is surprisingly well done. In a game chock full of disappointing atmosphere, horribly written plot points, and completely tactless dialogue, it feels like finally, finally, Wind Waker is starting to understand just when to shut up and let the gameplay do the talking. That is, until we reach the top of the tower, and Ganondorf's monologue begins. According to Ganon, his homeland lay in a vast desert, the Gerudo Desert, as we knew it back in Ocarina of Time. Nothing could grow there, and life was harsh. To him, the winds that blew across the land he was born in only ever carried one thing: death. But when Ganondorf first visited the land of Hyrule, he felt, for the first time in his life, as if the winds carried something other than death upon them: hope. And that is when he began to covet the land of Hyrule. And now we finally know the truth. Why Ganon wanted so desperately to conquer the chosen land of the gods. How his envy eventually turned to greed. And how the events of Ocarina of Time were first set in motion. I don't know what the writer's intentions were with this scene. At so many points in The Wind Waker, it can be difficult to discern what exactly the purpose behind the developers' choices were, because they're oftentimes completely contradictory to the fundamentals of the Zelda series' core game design and themes. But witnessing Ganondorf literally trauma dump on a kid he's met only 2 times before this moment, completely apropos of nothing and with no prompting by Link whatsoever, only for him to immediately resort back to violence the moment he's done with his villain monologue, is so utterly forced that I can only reliably guess that the intention here was to trick the audience into thinking that Ganondorf is actually a well-written villain in this game. I assure you, any good writing on Ganon's part was actually the doing of both A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time's legwork. Wind Waker is merely repurposing an old villain, telling us his already pre-established motivations with no subtlety or tact, and passing the end product off as its own original work. I get that Ganondorf comes from the desert. I get that he grew up with little despite being a king, and I get that this is supposed to somewhat justify his actions. But why the fuck is he telling this to Link? What does any of this have to do with the present conflict? It's so sudden and forced that I honestly can't help but laugh every time I get to this part of the game. Seriously, something about the hard cut from gameplay to unprompted villain monologue has some serious comedic value to it. What makes it even more laughable is that after Ganon gives us his whole spiel, he just immediately resorts to throwing hands. Literally, he punches the shit out of Link and takes the Triforce of Courage from him. Yes, this is the 3rd time this game that we've encountered Ganon and been defeated by him in a cutscene without any opportunity to actually fight him. I'm being 100% serious here. The Hero of Winds, as this game's Link is called, is canonically the weakest Link in the entire Zelda series. Hands down, not even a competition. He loses in every cutscene. It's pathetic. So Ganondorf has now gathered all 3 pieces of the Triforce. Okay, guess we lost. Now he'll surely be able to wish for 1,000 years of darkness, or the complete destruction of Hyrule, or whatever else he plans to do that's so evil. It's too bad that we couldn't stop his dastardly plans. Oh, he just wishes for Hyrule to be unflooded so that the land can once again bathe in sunlight and be restored to its former glory. Wait, what the fuck? Are you fucking shitting me? So, we've had the same goal this entire time. All Ganondorf really wanted to do this whole game was unflood Hyrule and lord over it as its sovereign? That's not that different from our own goal, right? I mean, the only difference seems to be in who will get to rule the land once it's been unflooded, but ultimately, we share the same vision, do we not? That's why both Ganon and the King of Red Lions have been searching for Princess Zelda and the shards of the Triforce of Courage to use their golden power to unflood the world. Why the fuck are we even fighting each other at this point? Well, maybe it was just all a big misunderstanding. I mean, in all fairness, the King of Red Lions never actually knew Ganondorf personally. He just knew what he had heard from the legends passed down by his ancestors. The same goes with Link. I mean, look at the way Ganon is depicted in this tapestry. A mindless, disgusting pig monster with no sense of remorse. Perhaps we've been paying too much heed to the ancient tales and legends. Ganon might have once been a greedy, vindictive warlord who cared not for the land of Hyrule, but now, after centuries of imprisonment in the Dark World, he finally appreciates the purity of Hyrule and its prosperity. Either way, our goals for now seem to be aligned, and with Ganon's wish finally coming true, Hyrule can once again bathe in the rays of sun. Or at least that's what would have happened had Daphne's not interfered.
What the fuck did you just do?
The King of Hyrule, deciding that he cannot let Ganon get away with his evil plan to save Hyrule, decides to teleport in and grab a hold of the Triforce before Ganon can. Ignoring that Ganon himself was actually the one who first touched all 3 pieces of the Triforce, and never minding the fact that the king's overpowered teleportation capabilities seem to have no limitations whatsoever, the fact that the king is even intervening here in the first place is so weird. This was literally what you wanted, wasn't it? To unflood the world and save Hyrule? What is wrong with you? Why do you oppose this? And as if all that weren't fucking stupid enough, Daphne's decides to wish for, wait for it, the destruction of the fucking world via flooding. Are we the baddies now? We're the bad guys, aren't we? I'm sorry, How could you come to any other conclusion than to say that Daphne's over here is objectively the fucking bad guy in this scenario? Let's recap his story real quick. He failed to protect his kingdom, prayed to the gods to seal his land and its people beneath an ocean for hundreds of years, couldn't find the hero of time like he was supposed to, failed at grooming Link into an actual hero who could stand up to the king of evil, and then when he finds out that Ganon only wants the same thing that he does, the revival of the kingdom of Hyrule, but that the only difference will be who's king, he decides to throw a fucking hissy fit and destroy the world. Fuck you, Ganon. Only I can be king. He's like a kid flipping over the Monopoly board just because he started losing. Are we seriously supposed to believe that Ganondorf ruling over Hyrule is worse than killing everyone trapped down here? We saw how Hyrule looked back when Ganondorf ruled over it, and while, yeah, it wasn't exactly the best place to live, people still managed. Countries go through hard times, are ruled by bad kings every once in a while, and then they bounce back. That's the way of the world. Life goes on. It probably wouldn't even be that bad this time around either, because Ganondorf has definitely mellowed out. He even deliberately spares Link after taking away his Triforce, telling the boy that he need not be afraid and that he has no intention of killing him. That's actually super merciful and suggests that his bloodlust has been tempered compared to his younger days. The fact that Daphne's reaction to Ganondorf's victory is to destroy his own kingdom means that he never even cared about his homeland or its people in the first place. He only cared about being its king. Meanwhile, Ganon was just waxing poetic about the beauty of Hyrule, a land he wasn't even born in, suggesting that he cares more about Hyrule than even its fucking king does. And yet, the story has the balls, the brass fucking balls, to pretend like this selfish motherfucker is the good guy. Fuck off. And as if all that weren't bad enough, we're forgetting one very minor, insignificant, ever so crucial, eensy teensy tiny detail. Daphne's didn't even have to flood Hyrule. He chose this. Seriously, he could have wished for anything at all. There is no reason, no rule whatsoever that demanded that he had to wish for Hyrule to be flooded. He could have wished for the same thing as Ganon did, but for him to be king instead. He could have wished for Ganondorf to be destroyed forever, thus ending this conflict for good. He could have wished for a tuna fish sandwich. Shit, he could have gone full Dragon Ball and wished for a pair of panties. He could have done literally anything other than what he chose to do. What the fuck were we fighting for this whole game? I thought our goal was to save Hyrule and its people, and to give those who once lived above the waves a brand new chance at life, to resettle their old homeland and once again prosper in verdant fields of green. The king had literal omniscient, omnipotent, divine power in his hands, and he fucked it up. No, he did worse than that. He chose this. He chose to destroy the world for no discernible reason. Fuck this character. Ganon reasonably begins laughing like a maniac. I do not blame him for this. It honestly captures my own feelings on this shit pretty well at this point. And for a guy who spent centuries plotting to bring back Hyrule, I can imagine how maddening it must be to see the king himself throw away everything he ever loved just to spite him. I honestly feel like Ganon's the victim at this point. The entire story of Wind Waker is just the gods and the royal family breaking all their own toys just so that he doesn't get a turn to play with them. Hilariously though, Zelda wakes up from her nap and calls Ganon insane. Really, Zelda, you're calling Ganon insane. I honestly feel like he's the only sane one left here. Seriously, what the fuck is even going on at this point? Ganon reasonably decides that there's no hope for these people and that he has no choice but to kill them. And so it's time for the final boss fight. Now, before I tear into this game any more than I already have, I think it's important for me to point out that this fight in isolation is actually pretty darn good. The atmosphere may not reach N64 era levels of greatness, but the endless endless waterfalls flooding the land around us as we engage Ganon in a final duel to the death. It's kinda rad. The context of how we got here is fucking dumb, but that doesn't take away from the work this team put into making this fight feel epic. Gameplay-wise, it's alright. By Wind Waker standards, it's definitely one of the best fights in the whole game. Ganondorf will attack with a pair of blades, doing a devastating amount of damage with each slash, and blocking won't be able to save you either. The only way to avoid damage is by keeping your distance and striking whenever the opportunity arises. The counterattack prompts you get here are also a little less obvious than usual, so all in all, it's a rather decent sword fight. In addition, Zelda will actually join in the battle, a tiny bit. She'll take Link's bow and use the light arrows to stun Ganondorf, allowing the player to easily just wail on him. As the fight goes on, he'll get smarter about dodging these attacks until eventually just slapping Zelda across the face. Why did he put away a sword just to do that? I feel like it would have been both quicker and way safer for him to just kill her. Was this out of mercy? Maybe Ganondorf is the good guy in this story. Holy fuck. Well, anyway, you'll have to continue the fight without her for a bit until she suddenly gets back up, shoots a light arrow at Link's mirror shield, and the reflected light stuns Ganondorf for good. And with one final press of the A button, Link will lunge into the air and stab Ganondorf in the goddamn face, finally killing him once and for all. I have words on this, but we'll have to save that for just a bit later. Regardless, upon Ganon's death, the King of Hyrule will give us one final monologue explaining that he, like Ganondorf, was bound to the past, a slave to Hyrule's memory, and was therefore just as bad as he was. Of course, he's wrong about that. You're way worse than Ganondorf, Daphnes. My boy here was just trying to unflood the land and lord over it. You decided to destroy everything because you're a sore loser. The king expresses his sincere hope that Link and Zelda will be able to rebuild society above the waves, acknowledging that all the work he put into enacting the god's plan pretty much amounted to nothing, and that he's sorry the old generation couldn't have left them with a better world. What kind of scapegoating is this? The old generation didn't fail them, you did, Daphnes. Take some fucking responsibility here.
If only I could go back in time 5 minutes ago when I wished for the world to be flooded. In hindsight, I probably should have made a better wish.
Zelda asks that he come along with them, but Daphnes refuses, wishing instead to die in Hyrule alongside everyone else. The waves wash away the world as Link and Zelda are carried to the surface once more. The Hero of Winds reaches out to Daphnes, who looks to the child one final time before resigning himself to his fate. Thus ends the tale of Hyrule and its last king. When our heroes come to, we see Link and Zelda floating atop the Great Sea, only for Kamali to descend from the sky and greet them. Tetra's pirates are seen sailing towards them, with Herald, Medli, and Makar on board as well. Everyone waves to one another, and the credits roll. These credits are super disappointing. I know if you've never played a Zelda game before, or haven't watched my past videos, that might sound like an insane criticism for me to make, as if I'm just reaching at this point for anything else to make fun of. But trust me when I tell you that this actually matters to me a lot, because the credits are that bad. See, beginning with A Link to the Past, the end credit sequences of Zelda games were always designed to be moments where players could reflect on the journey they just took. They would show us the characters we just saved, or even the ones we didn't, and how and where they ended up after the conclusion of the game's main quest. Essentially, it was an epilogue, and one that would be set to one of Koji Kondo's greatest pieces of music. These sequences were atmospheric, complex, and ultimately enhanced the story of each Zelda game they appeared in. By contrast, Wind Waker's end credit sequence gives us nothing to reflect on. Seriously, we get nothing. The credits simply roll atop a blue background with still images of the game's characters floating about. This is lazy enough on its own, but it feels like there's not even any work put into that element either. So many of these images get repeated over and over again, often in the same frame even. I mean, just look at this shit. The same picture of Kamali shows up 3 fucking times in the span of 5 seconds. The music's still great, Koji Kondo knocked it out of the park like usual, but nobody else on the team seemed to care about crafting an actual end credits sequence like the ones we used to get. And I feel like that perfectly shows the lack of care this team seemed to have towards this game at times. The complete ambivalence towards one of the Zelda series' most cherished traditions, one that was always designed to make players reflect on the consequences of their actions, it's really sad actually. After the credits roll, we get one final cutscene to play us out. Link and Zelda have returned to Outset Island, only to immediately set sail once again. The entire town, including Link's sister and grandmother, wait upon the shores of their little island as they look to send the sailors off. The wind begins to blow north and catches the ship's sails, and the hero and his friends chart a course to oceans unknown. Herald runs up to the edge of the dock and sadly waves at her brother for the final time, never to see him again. The end. Oh boy. Where do I even begin when analyzing this dumpster fire of an ending? How about we start with the literal events of the game's plot and work backwards from there. So, to recap, after the events of Ocarina of Time, Link was sent back to his childhood by Princess Zelda and went on a journey to find Navi. Now, according to Wind Waker, this must have created some sort of split in realities, or a split timeline, as I'm sure all the Zelda fans are collectively screaming into their monitors at this moment, where the hero of time was separated from his original world for good, instead living his life in some sort of alternate timeline where the events of that game never happened. This is problematic for so many reasons. For one, it now means that A Link to the Past has been, effectively, completely retconned, because it was that game that was supposed to detail the end of Ganondorf's story. Ganon would escape the Dark World, rain terror upon the land once again, and then finally be killed once and for all by the legendary hero. But now that can't happen anymore, because not only does Ganon die in this game, but Hyrule is also completely destroyed, entirely eradicating the possibility that any Zelda game taking place in Hyrule could happen after the events of Wind Waker. And even the split timeline that this game introduces wouldn't solve that discrepancy, because the child timeline doesn't involve any sort of sealing war according to this game, thus making it impossible for the events of A Link to the Past to ever take place, regardless of which timeline you put it in. In effect, this has completely decanonized every Zelda game up until this point besides Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and The Wind Waker. Unless you begin to entertain fucking multiverse theory, the way that Nintendo has. Okay, I guess I lied. We do have to talk about the stupid Hyrule Historia timeline as of now, because if I don't, fanboys are gonna spam the comment section non-stop with replies that all basically read, your criticisms are invalid because a book published 9 years after the fact claimed that those other games are still canon. So let's break this down. Why is the modern Zelda timeline so stupid? Because it effectively removes all tension and canonicity from the overarching lore of the Zelda series, that's why. Let's revisit the 1998 timeline of Zelda games as defined by my Ocarina of Time video, and we'll add in Majora's Mask just to round things out. So with this timeline, we have a clear, identifiable storyline, which keeps consistency between Zelda games and allows us to fully track the history of Hyrule and its many diverse people. We, the audience, now have a personal connection to the events of each game because they all feed into one another. They're sequels and prequels alike, allowing our love for Hyrule and its characters to flow interchangeably between each game. It's like I said at the end of the Ocarina of Time video, that game's story is so good that it actually makes me love A Link to the Past way more in retrospect because I now know that these are the descendants of some of my most beloved characters. But now we have a problem. Now Wind Waker is telling us that Ocarina of Time wasn't a prequel to A Link to the Past, immediately severing that emotional throughline, while simultaneously introducing enormous plot holes within the brand new timeline that it's carving out for itself. After all, if Wind Waker takes place in the same world that the Hero of Time saved, and Majora's Mask takes place in the one he went back to, then when the fuck does A Link to the Past actually take place? This is what I meant when I said that the Wind Waker essentially decanonizes every game except for itself and the two N64 titles. Now both A Link to the Past and Link's Awakening are suddenly thrust into limbo land, and any future games which act as sequels to them, which in hindsight we now know to be several, are all essentially an liminal space between canonicity and fanfiction. So what gives? How can we possibly reconcile Wind Waker's ending with the parts of the Zelda series lore that it completely contradicts? Well, that's where the official Nintendo timeline comes into play, as fanboys would no doubt tell you, because apparently there's a simple solution to this ginormous fucking plot hole. A Link to the Past and its sequels all take place in an alternate universe, one where the Hero of Time was killed before he could ever stop Ganon. Oh. Oh no! This is no longer time travel shenanigans. That was bad enough. I mean, I always interpreted the time travel in Ocarina of Time to be a bit different than your standard The Time Machine or Back to the Future time travel. Link's consciousness is what travels through time, not his body after all. So I always assumed that that meant that Link was living out 2 different times in his life simultaneously, not that he was traveling between 2 alternate dimensions created by his time travel shenanigans. Also, the fact that we get stuck in a time loop in Majora's Mask without creating 20 different timelines for future games to follow kinda confirmed that fact for me too, but whatever. I'm sad that that's not what happened because it absolutely fits with the game's themes and storytelling way better than actual time travel does, but still, having 2 distinct timelines based on our actions in Ocarina of Time could have worked. Except, like I just said, this isn't simply a time travel problem anymore. This is fucking multiverse theory. So now nothing matters anymore, because once you've introduced multiverse theory into your story, anything is possible, which means any and all interpretations of the Zelda series characters, themes, and storylines are canon now, because now we can just split timelines whenever the fuck we want. Hell, this implies that every Zelda game in the series has its own version of the Fallen Hero timeline, as Hyrule Historia has branded the timeline, including A Link to the Past and its sequels. There could even be infinite variants of this timeline based on how, when, and where Link died. My point is, nothing is anything in this story anymore because everything is valid. This is why multiverse stories, a common trend in modern media thanks to the popularity of Marvel movies, are all trash. They're fucking slop. The only multiverse story that ever did anything good with its premise was Everything Everywhere All at Once, but that's only precisely because that film took advantage of said premise. It acknowledged that nothing matters in an infinite multiverse, and created a character-focused story centered around existentialism and the meaning we find in life despite its inherent meaninglessness. It's fucking awesome. Seriously, it's a great film. I highly recommend it. But practically every other multiverse story in existence is fucking trash, because they tend not to acknowledge the complete meaninglessness of their own canon. The writers will pretend as if the story has any stakes to it, when in reality, the audience is completely checked out, knowing that no matter what happens, every possibility is canon. Why should we care about the fate of the world when we know that there's an infinite number of identical worlds, all with the same characters, in which everything works out fine? So we're left with 2 options at this junction. We either acknowledge the stupid Hyrule Historia timeline and completely wipe away any and all purpose and intention from the Zelda series and its storyline, or we can look at this game in the context of its release and only acknowledge that there are now 2 distinct timelines, neither of which can possibly lead into A Link to the Past, thus completely decanonizing every Zelda game which Eiji Aonuma did not personally work on. I wonder who came up with that idea. Couldn't have been this fucking guy, the director who constantly shits on and decanonizes past Zelda games he personally doesn't like even to this fucking day. Any way you slice it, Wind Waker completely derails the Zelda series storyline going forward. This is the game that forever cursed the Zelda fandom with endless, pointless timeline theories and discussions. Wind Waker is the genesis of this bullshit, and it's all so we can try to repair the broken storyline that this game created. The saddest part is, it didn't need to be like this. I get that Eiji Aonuma really wanted to make his special little pirate game set out on an open ocean, but he could have done that in a way which didn't require a complete retcon of the entire Zelda timeline. He could have set this game after Link's Awakening, detailing the legendary hero's attempted return to Hyrule after being stranded out in the middle of the ocean. He could have set this game after Majora's Mask, where the hero of time is forced to set sail to shores unknown for some sort of contrived plot reason. He even could have made the exact same game he did here, but just changed the fucking ending. Make it so that Ganon gets his wish and Hyrule is unflooded, but Link still manages to defeat the King of Evil in single combat, and Zelda, with the power of our sage buddies, seals Ganondorf in the Sacred Realm once again. But now he has all 3 pieces of the Triforce, leading to his eventual return come A Link to the Past. And bam! Now we have a version of Wind Waker which fits perfectly within the pre-established Zelda game's storyline. Yes, there are holes in this plot, and yes, it's weird that no Tales of the Great Sea survived into the future, but let's be honest, there were always going to be holes in the story of this game no matter how it ended. Wind Waker has such a deeply flawed premise to it that there really was no saving this product as a whole without a complete rewrite. But what they could have done was at least make the game's ending lead into A Link to the Past the way it was supposed to. But now it can't do that. Now, With Wind Waker ending in the complete destruction of Hyrule, the death of Ganondorf, and the loss of the Master Sword beneath the waves, the Zelda series storyline has been forever thrust into chaos. The only question left is why? Why did it need to be this way? What was the purpose behind it all? What exactly was Eiji Aonuma trying to communicate with this game? There's been a common theme throughout this video which I've been hinting at from time to time, but I have not explicitly laid out until this very moment. It's about the intended audience for the Wind Waker. At first glance, that might sound like a strange thing to focus on. Isn't the intended audience Zelda players, new and old? That'd make the most sense. After all, past Zelda games, minus Zelda 2, were all pretty good at providing in-depth, isolated Zelda experiences while simultaneously building on the mechanics and storylines of past Zelda games. If you love Zelda 1, then A Link to the Past would probably appeal to you. It retold that game's limited story and expanded the overworld while also innovating on dungeon design and combat. Sure, many people still prefer the original, I do for one, but A Link to the Past was definitely appealing to older fans of the series nonetheless. Simultaneously, many Zelda fans actually got their start with A Link to the Past, and frankly, it clicked just as well with them as it did for older players. It communicated the basic premise of Zelda effectively, and created a sense of build-up that acclimated new players to its gameplay loop. Similarly, Ocarina of Time expanded on the plot of past games by acting as a prequel to A Link to the Past, detailing the events of the Sealing War which began the whole conflict for the Triforce in the first place. It expanded on the lore while translating the 2D Zelda formula into a 3D space. It was absolutely amazing, and old fans, for the most part, loved it just the same, if not more than A Link to the Past. At the same time, many kids got their start with the Zelda series beginning with this game, but that wasn't a problem for them. Ocarina of Time made sure to acclimate players new and old to 3D action-adventure gameplay, and because the story was a prequel, new players could get into it without having played the previous games. In all of these cases, Zelda was made for everyone. Children, older teenagers, which was the actual target audience according to Miyamoto, and even plenty of adult gamers who loved the complex puzzles and intricate storytelling. New players would get acclimated to the premise pretty quickly and fall in love with the character stories each game told, even if they didn't fully understand the background lore of the series, while older players could appreciate these same elements while also being pleased to see that certain plot points from past games would be addressed in future ones. Each of these titles, A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask, serve as excellent successors to the original Legend of Zelda. They may not all be perfect games, but none of them are bad, and they were always made to appeal to everyone, not just some niche minority of gamers. Wind Waker is different. From the very get-go, Wind Waker's art style is off-putting to fans of previous games. Not because it's unappealing, I've already made it clear that I, personally, really like the art style, but because it's tonally disconnected from the rest of the Zelda series. Zelda was always a grounded, medieval fantasy with elements of magic and whimsy thrown in. The games tended to always be pretty dark. In Zelda 1, practically no one in Hyrule is left alive, only shopkeepers and old people hiding in caves, because Ganon's onslaught has been that deadly. A Link to the Past begins with the King of Hyrule's death, 7 girls being kidnapped and experimented on, and the entire Hylian Guard being mind-controlled by an evil sorcerer. Your uncle fucking dies 5 minutes into the game. It's dark. The same goes with Ocarina of Time. The game literally begins with a nightmare, and Link's adopted father dies not but an hour into the game. You fail in saving Hyrule and witness the destruction of its capital and the death of so many beloved characters. It's brutal. And Majora's Mask, God, do I even need to say anything about this game? It kinda speaks for itself, doesn't it? Throughout all these entries in the Zelda series, they tended to keep a pretty consistent art style between them, which in turn allowed the developers to establish and standardize the Zelda series tone. Yes, illustrators would change, and even some of the same character designs could vary drastically based on who drew them, but the general style was retained. 90s anime with a bit of Disney thrown in for good measure. Colors were bright, but the character designs were grounded in realism, and things could get dark and brutal when they needed to be, just like in an old Disney film. The games themselves had serious stories with silly moments. All in all, they managed to appeal to children and adults alike through great character designs and well-written stories. By contrast, Wind Waker is almost comically cartoony, to the point where it becomes difficult to tell a serious story using these visuals. And unfortunately, the tone of Wind Waker's story tends to toe the line with its art style. Moments of impossible, cartoon violence shatter the audience's suspension of disbelief, and the complete lack of any truly dark moments in the story really drives home just how childish the tone appears to be. Yes, there are moments in the Wind Waker where the story is trying to be serious, but the goofy character designs can absolutely shatter that illusion. Look at Ganondorf's face when he punches Link and steals the Triforce from him. That is a fucking soyjack face. It's memeable. If it came out today, it'd get made fun of to hell and back. How do I know this? Because Tears of the Kingdom did the same fucking thing and has been made fun of non-stop by every Zelda YouTuber on the planet, including me. Even when Ganon is taking away Link's Triforce, the sheer impossible difference in size between them and Link's cartoony facial expression sort of just kills the tension. If past Zelda titles were serious games with silly moments, then Wind Waker is a silly game with the occasional attempt at serious storytelling, and that just doesn't work. There are stories that can pull that sort of thing off, SpongeBob being a great example. Seriously, Band Geeks is unironically one of the greatest episodes of television ever produced, but Wind Waker ain't SpongeBob. The runtime is far too long and the writing far too witless to pull off that kind of miracle storytelling. But if only the storytelling and art style were the sole tells that something was off with this game. Because if the cartoony visuals and wacky tone weren't childish enough, the gameplay is infantile. Seriously, think of how many times throughout this review I pointed out how simple, repetitive, or brain dead a puzzle was. Every dungeon in this game was linear. Think about that. No other Zelda game has ever done that. They've all included mixes of the larger, more expansive dungeons with confusing mazes to navigate, and the linear, puzzle-based level designs with plenty of combat challenges. But not only are there no labyrinthine dungeon designs in Wind Waker, the linear ones we do get are so stupidly easy that they're honestly insulting to the player's intelligence. And don't get me started again on combat. Don't worry, we won't revisit that. But still, spamming the B button and waiting for invincibility frames to run out while fighting hordes of the same enemies is not my idea of a complex combat system. If the puzzles are infantile, and the combat is stupidly easy, and the plot ignores all the past Zelda stories and lore of these games, even ending with the destruction of Hyrule and the loss of the Master Sword, then who the fuck was this game made for? It wasn't past Zelda fans. It wasn't adults. It wasn't even older teenagers. So then who? Who was this game targeting? Children. This game was made for children. It was made for the new Zelda audience, for GameCube babies who would be drawn in by the bright colors and infantile gameplay. That's why Wind Waker is constantly holding the player's hand. That's why it won't stop telling you what to do and how to do it. That's why the game design is so linear. That's why the combat is so simplistic. That's why the story pays zero heed to past Zelda lore. In fact, shitting on it at several points. This game is one big, ginormous middle finger to the entire Zelda fandom. To everyone who loved the Miyamoto Koizumi era of Zelda games, because this was Aonuma's attempt to wipe the slate clean, to create his own series of Zelda games, beginning with the Wind Waker 2. But he miscalculated. Fans were hurt by the tone shift. They felt betrayed by the story and its ending, and ultimately, they were bored to tears by the gameplay. And not enough children got into the series with this game in order to make up for the loss of the old fans. As a consequence, the game flopped massively, selling well below expectations, especially in North America. And so Wind Waker 2 was scrapped, and Aonuma was forced to make a good fucking Zelda game again. His planned series of pirate games sunk before they could even make it out of port. That's the legacy of the Wind Waker. It was Aonuma's failed attempt to redefine the Zelda series for a new generation. And it's a failure which continues to haunt him to this very day. In interviews from around the time the HD remake's release, Aonuma stated that he felt as though he didn't have the willpower to revisit this game for so many years after its release, that the failure and the criticism stung him so much. Even the devs who worked on the HD remake spent the entirety of that same interview criticizing the original GameCube version, famously calling the first half divine, while saying the second half of the game sorta dragged. But that first half isn't so divine. It merely feels that way on a first playthrough, because the music and visuals are so enchanting and the world is brand new. But the more one digs into this game, the more its cracks begin to show, and the illusion of its grandeur fades. Yet still, this game has its defenders, one of which, ironically, was its very first critic, Shigeru Miyamoto. In an interview from December of 2002, right before the game's official release, he tried to defend the tone shift of the Wind Waker, saying, quote, "Actually, when I first saw the cel-shaded Zelda, I was very surprised and excited by it. However, I was startled by the response we got from the press when we showed it off for the first time. They all said, 'Oh, so is Nintendo now taking Zelda and trying to aim it only at kids?' Because really, the whole concept we had behind it was that we thought it was a very creative and new way to show off Link. All of a sudden, sudden it had been interpreted as Nintendo's new strategy, and that was a shock for us. I could point out how this personal account of Miyamoto's is completely contradictory to Aonuma's later stories about how he was also vehemently against the art style, but it's clear that he's just running defense for his dev team here, and while I appreciate the personal character he displays by doing that, I still have to call bullshit. Miyamoto, we don't think that the Wind Waker was made just for kids because it has a cutesy art style. That's only a small part of it. I can talk about story, tone, and even the fucking timeline for hours on end, but at the end of the day, that's not why I or millions of others felt betrayed by this game. Ultimately, we think it was made for kids because it plays like it was made for kids. And not even the most beautiful art style in the entire Zelda series can gloss over just how fundamentally flawed this video game is, and how it utterly betrayed its most loyal fans. I wanted to love the Wind Waker. I know that might sound like an insane thing for me to say at this point, as if I've run out of oxygen for talking so long and am now deliriously changing my position on things, but I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. My reviews aren't based on what I personally like and dislike about video games. They're based on objective, fact-based criticisms like level design, plot structure, and programming. It's the truth I'm after, not affirmation of my own beliefs. I was pleasantly surprised when revisiting Majora's Mask for that review. A game that I held no love for suddenly became one of my favorite games of all time, all because I gave it a second chance and really dug deep into what made it such an excellent work of art. I was hoping for the same thing to happen with the Wind Waker, for all my negative feelings towards this game's story and gameplay to wash away like sand beneath the tides. Instead, objective analysis of this game has had the opposite effect on me. I have only become more radicalized against this game, because now I know that there are almost no redeeming factors to it, as much as I desperately tried looking for them. Yes, the game looks pretty, but if the visual style comes at the expense of the game's tone, character designs, and theming, then was it really worth the trade-off? Sure, the atmosphere can be enchanting at times. Some of this game's best moments are when you just set sail and get engrossed in the world of the Great Sea. But there's no variety to the sailing. It comes at the expense of the game's entire overworld, with endless hours of boring nautical navigation making up a sizable chunk of the game's runtime. True, a puzzle or two might impress every once in a while, and there's the occasional epic boss fight, but these are rare outliers. Throughout the majority of the game's runtime, the puzzle design is overly simplistic and boring, while the combat is repetitive and lacking depth. And that's not even to mention the writing. Holy hell! The vast majority of characters, for the most part, are entirely forgettable. Tetra's pirate crew. Do any of these characters matter? Does anyone even like them? All they do is provide convenient transport for major characters and give the player a couple stupid tutorial sections to complete. That's it. They don't have story arcs, they don't contribute to the themes or the narrative, and they don't have relationships with one another. They are complete dead-end characters. None of the Rito matter except for Medli, and while she's cute and sweet, she doesn't add much to the game's story or themes, really. I guess you could say that her character arc is about living up to her potential, but it's kind of vague. There are no external pressures here either, and considering that our plan to save Hyrule failed, she technically didn't even succeed in her goal. So I guess that kind of undermines the whole living up to your potential idea. Makar fares much worse, having no character arc to speak of, and none of the other Koroks have anything to contribute to the game as characters. The people of Windfall and Outset Islands all have horrific character stories associated with them, with their themes distilled into the most childlike and simplistic interpretations possible. Sure, some of them had potential. Mila's story, for example, could have really been interesting, but the execution leaves much to be desired, unfortunately. And as for our main cast, ooh, don't even get me started again. The King of Red Lions is such a frustrating character. He spends the whole game cock-blocking every attempt we make at exploring the game world freely, until finally revealing himself to be the game's ultimate villain right at the very end. And the game isn't even smart enough to treat him as such. The writers seriously want us to believe that Daphne's made the right decision here, when in reality, he doomed us all for no fucking reason. Hands down, the worst guide character in the entire Legend of Zelda series. He may not be as annoying as Fi from Skyward Sword, but at least she doesn't destroy the world. At least her ending has some emotional weight behind it. Goodbye, the worst character. And Zelda, the divine princess of destiny? Look, I get that a lot of people really like her, or at least they like who she was before the princess plot twist. But Tetra's personality and motivations as a character are super contradictory and impossible to accurately pin down with any sort of consistency. Sometimes she's a ruthless pirate captain who only cares for herself and her crew. Other times, she's an altruistic anti-hero who will completely give up on a treasure hunt in order to help Link. Sometimes, she'll engage in kidnapping and ransom in order to make her money, even impoverishing a single father just so he can get his precious daughter back. Other times, she'll charge headfirst into danger, attacking Ganondorf with nothing but her fists out of a sense of heroic duty. Sometimes, she'll display a sense of independence and a distaste for authority figures. Other times, she'll completely submit to the King of Hyrule's demands, willingly becoming a literal princess locked in the castle just because someone else told her it was her destiny. All in all, Zelda is far too inconsistent of a character with no discernible arc to speak of. Compare that to her Ocarina of Time counterpart, a young girl whose simple mistake led to the destruction of her own kingdom, which then drives her to do everything in her power to make up for what she did, and you can start to see just how disappointing the character writing in this game is compared to past entries. And the few standouts, like Errol and Link's grandmother, simply don't have enough screen time to make up for that. Perhaps the most egregious downgrade of all is the world design, and that's both a writing and gameplay issue. The mystical land of Hyrule, with all its diverse geography, peoples, and history, has been traded in for the bland, repetitive oceans of the Great Sea, with 49 evenly spaced islands without any semblance of consistency or interconnectivity between them. The people have no government, no army, no conflicts, and this is all despite being ravaged by Ganon's minions and ruthless pirates on a daily basis, which makes the world feel far less lived in, less believable. We've had a reduction in the number of distinct settlements and people groups compared to previous games, and without any increase in writing quality to boot. All in all, while the Great Sea may have the occasional upside to it, be that the pretty water physics or the sheer amount of content, it's still a massive downgrade compared to previous games in this series, only slightly edging out the worst of its brethren. The level design fares even worse, with dungeons so dull that they make Zelda 1's old level designs appear advanced by comparison. The combat is repetitive, broken, and way too easy to be considered good, and the entire game seems to be defined by its complete lack of challenge. There's almost no incremental difficulty applied to the game's progression, meaning that players will tend to outpace the game's challenges well before even hitting the halfway mark. The gameplay, as a whole, feels like a hard reset for the series, as if the developers completely forgot the lessons they had learned from making past Zelda games, yet couldn't come up with any ideas fresh enough to redefine the Zelda formula. It follows the same gameplay beats as its predecessors, while completely disavowing their best qualities. With a rap sheet this expansive and this damning, I cannot come to any other conclusion than to call this game an abject failure. I give The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker a 4 out of 10. This game was a flop upon release, and for good reason. Of course, it's not without its upsides. The art is pretty. No one can deny just how pleasant the visuals are. Even the wives of both Aonuma and Miyamoto, neither of whom had played a video game before in their lives, decided to pick up a controller for the very first time precisely because the game looks so appealing to them. That sort of visual appeal, even if it sacrificed the game's tone at times, is worth praising. The overworld, while not perfect, can still be pretty decent at times. When you're just sailing between islands, searching for ancient treasure and uncovering pieces of the Triforce, the game can really start to click and even be a bit fun at times. The music is enchanting, introducing many iconic tracks such as Dragon Roost Island, the theme of the Great Sea, and of course the Mulgara fight. And the occasional cutscene, like the goodbye with Link's grandmother, or even Errol's final wave to her brother in the game's epilogue, can be super emotional when taken at face value. When you just shut your brain off and focus on the good parts of this game, it can be a pretty decent experience at times. But who are we kidding here? This is Octorok Reviews. We don't turn our brains off on this channel. We analyze things so meticulously that the scripts read like full-length novels. And even when you add together these few and far between good aspects of the game, they fail to outweigh the negatives. Be it the endless repeat content or the overly drawn-out dialogue that'll go on to completely destroy the overarching story of the Zelda series. The problems I listed out are not small, and in fact represent the vast majority of the game's runtime. For that reason, I can't bring myself to give this game even an average score. It gets a 4 out of 10, not because it's boring the way the Oracle games were, but because it's so frustrating at times that it actually loops back around on itself and becomes fun to shit on. And on a personal note, this game frustrates me so deeply precisely because I love the Zelda series so much, and Wind Waker honestly feels like it doesn't. It feels like this game hates its predecessors and rejects everything that made the older games, and even plenty of the future ones, so successful. That doesn't mean we have to retread the same ground or remake the same games over and over again either. You can get away with redefining what the Zelda series is so long as your game is innovative. Breath of the Wild is the perfect example of that, a title which completely rejected the modern Zelda formula while loving and respecting the core of what made the original Legend of Zelda such a fun video game. But at the end of the day, that's not what Wind Waker managed to do. Instead, Wind Waker ended up being the worst type of Zelda game possible, not only destroying what came before, but failing to bring anything truly new or innovative to the table either. That's the legacy of the Wind Waker, a game as wide as an ocean, but as deep as a puddle. Wind Waker marked the beginning of a new era, the first in a lineage of Zelda games which would continue to derive their most basic structures, story beats, and gameplay features from Ocarina of Time, but without ever living up to their progenitor's legacy. This change has often been remembered as a dark age for the Zelda series, but fans tend to be divided on just how dark it was. Some will claim that every Zelda game made after Ocarina of Time is bad, all the way up until Breath of the Wild, or even beyond in some cases. Some will say that one or two of these games were actually pretty good, while condemning the rest. Some will even say that they're all good, but that the samey formula was the real problem. But regardless of which games any one Zelda fan may personally dislike from this era, one consistent fact remains: that Wind Waker was the game which heralded this dark age, condemning the Zelda series to mediocrity for at least a decade to come. For years, this game has haunted me. I even made a joke about this near the beginning of my channel's history with the Zelda 2 review, claiming that it filled me with a deep sense of regret and confusion. My goal with this video was to help you, the viewer, understand all the flaws present in this game, so that the wider Zelda fandom as a whole can finally face the reality that this game has deeply entrenched problems. I hope I've accomplished that, or if nothing else, that I've at least kept you entertained for the last 5 hours. But for me, personally, this video did manage to change the way I feel about The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. It no longer confuses me as it once did. Now, I finally understand this game for all that it is. A deeply flawed experience made by a man who was far too eager to distinguish himself from his predecessors, and one which would eventually leave the Zelda series unsure of its own identity for years to come. And even though I was deeply disappointed by this game, even though I had hoped and prayed that my first impressions were wrong, and that the game would eventually prove itself to be better than I had anticipated, I still got something out of this. Peace of mind. Goodbye, Wind Waker, and thank you for all that you had to give me, the good and the bad.